Uh-oh. Quark's all alone in this? Dang it, you had to go ruin my fun.
Damn, it's already live. I was going to ask a question.
Too late.
Yep.
That's what the side chat's for.
I was going to go on and start talking about Fresnel lenses and how awesome they are, but nobody wants to hear that.
No, nobody wants to hear that.
Hey, now, I do have an actual
You guys are
question.
just jealous.
When I jumped in here, it said that Ralph the Cat was not in my circle. But if I go to his profile, it says he is in my circles.
Well,
Yeah, it says that every time for everyone. Everybody that's in a Hangout, it says not in your circles. But I think Hangout
okay.
circles might be different than Google Plus circles or something. I don't fucking know.
Okay.
What happened?
When I joined, it said Ralph wasn't in my circles. But as soon as I went there, I was like, well, I'll just go add him. And he was in my circle.
But circles also aren't required to join.
Yeah.
So I don't know why I would even say that. Who cares? Other than Google.
They care. They care about everything.
Yeah,
Is Matt thinking it's maybe so like little kids can keep track of who their friends are or something, or like
It's a possibility.
Google's trying to
like their
promote themselves.
parents?
Google's trying to promote themselves to YouTube users. Still get us over to the dark side.
Let the Google flow through you.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't get it either, and yeah, I've had that same issue. I'm like, these three and 6 others not in your circle are in this chat, and I go ahead and join, and everybody's in my circles.
Well, yeah, I will ask my question over here on the side then.
Dan, are you sure this is going to be a secret question here?
Well, okay. So you're gonna make fun of my typing?
Well, yeah.
Her.
I mean, it's
What
not
was that
like
movie asked about, Hulk?
Her.
Hear Fuhrer.
I see nothing.
We'll
What
start
about Forbidden Planet?
Oh, Forbidden Planet. Never seen it. And now I have heard the MC Front-A-Lot song, Forbidden Planet.
Forbidden Planet from like the 50s?
Forbidden Planet, yeah. I don't
like
know.
the black and white version?
I don't know. I was going to ask him, but then he hasn't been back, so he left or something.
Never mind.
I'm thinking of a cartoon from the
Yeah.
80s-ish or something.
70s. It's like late
Is that old?
70s. Yeah, a really far out, weird, kind of cool cartoon.
Yeah, like a drawing.
Yeah.
So the
There it
topics suck.
Where do you want in
Who
about?
dat? Who dat? You're supposed to
Who
say
dat?
who dat there, Wesley. Who dat?
Yeah. Who dat?
Who dat? Who dat? Who day? Who day?
What?
Yeah, you weren't in here.
Yeah, who was that?
But I was on the outside.
Dude, how do you fucking have OCD and collect anything firearms related from Europe or the Eastern Bloc? How do you do it, D-Labs?
I don't know. You should just send that gun to me because it's causing you all kinds of problems.
Fuck, dude. All of them.
What
I'm
happened?
like, ooh, there's a piece I don't have. Ooh, there's a part I don't. Oh, I have a new bayonet. Like, oh,
I will help you out with that.
there's one. Oh
I
man.
will take that pressure on to help you.
What happened?
No, I'm just going through and trying to read up on vintage. I don't know, parts and accessories for old World War II rifles and from the Eastern Bloc and from Europe.
I'm gonna say this. Good luck.
Yeah, no shit. The only person I know that really collects stuff is gun websites. So how you do it, but the more I delve into this, the more I'm impressed by your like bayonet collection, for instance.
That's what the ladies always say.
It's so big.
Yeah, do you show them the bayonet collection on the first date? Because I got a feeling that wouldn't go over very well.
As long as it's not in a threatening way, it's okay.
I have a gun.
Yeah,
Do it. Start with butter knives and
Work your way up.
What you says is my dick is larger than all what you're going to see tonight.
Okay, going on to better subjects.
Yeah.
like Quirk was there.
Question. Are you
Thanks
ready?
for chat.
No.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and ask it since nobody's saying anything. Since the U.S. supplies a lot of our third world allies, for lack of a better term, like the current Iraqi government.
Third world dependence.
Yes, with AKs rather than M16s and M4s. Are we going to have to melt down all those AKs now that we're not allowed to import them? U.S. government shouldn't be able to buy them.
Well, they don't always have to buy them from Russia, though. They probably don't buy them from Russia. In fact, they probably buy them more often from like Yugoslavia and Bulgaria and those other countries.
When I was over there, I saw a lot of Yugos. I saw a lot of Bulgarians. I didn't.
Well, and it's not that they're Yugoslavians, but they're Yugoslavian contracts for Iraq or something. So
Yeah.
they're definitely not made by Russia, though, because we wouldn't be like, hey, Russia, why don't you make us guns that are going to like arm the guys who you were fighting with 20 minutes ago?
Yeah, I saw most of the stuff I saw was from other countries. It was rare to see something Russian. The only thing I would see Russian were like magazines,
Okay.
and
The other
that's just
question
probably
I have
because they had a lot left over from their war, you know.
is with our subordinates, I mean with our allies, what do we give them in regards to handguns? Like for their officers?
I saw a lot of weird Browning high power knockoffs. I saw a lot of like weird a lot of Makarov type stuff. Just
That's what the U.S. government is giving them?
I don't know what the U.S. government was giving. That's just what I saw. I saw a lot of weird just Browning high power and stuff like that. You know.
Okay, because as an example, like we're giving them AKs as their infantry rifle. Obviously, we must be giving them pistols for where that's appropriate. I'm just wondering what the standard
There is
weapon
no standard at all. It's
that
like
the U.S. gives.
I would see like every flavor of AK under the sun. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like
But at least it's a standard platform. It's an AK platform.
yeah. I mean, you see I mean, I was so disappointed when I found out I couldn't bring back like bayonets and magazines because I saw like some weird stuff that I've never seen before. Like that, the first time I saw a Serbian fleur-de-lis magazine was over there.
And was that Afghanistan or Iraq or both? Or
Afghanistan.
oh, okay.
You just see weird stuff. I mean, it's also I mean, I never got to see like the Khyber Pass stuff, but you know, I didn't go up to every guy with an AK and like ask him if I could look at his AK. But like, I hear there's a lot of stuff that guys in the Khyber Pass just make. You know.
Right. Well, I've heard, as much as you can believe them, some of the stories coming back about these gun bazaars.
Oh yeah, no, that's the Khyber Pass. That's where a lot of the, you'll see like and obviously it's a 7.62 x 39 rifle, but it has the triangle side folder stock on it. That is the kind of antithesis of the Khyber Pass style of rifle.
Mm-hmm. Because, let me ask you another follow-on question. Because rifles are culturally so accepted, do they basically really have no attraction towards a pistol? Is
Honestly,
the rifles
that I wouldn't know. I mean, let's be honest. Like if you're fighting in any kind of like a rifle's always superior on a battlefield. That is like.
Yes.
Pistols are good for self-defense. They're not good for offense. They're good for like a defense. You know.
Well, I guess I'm just thinking, someone who's walking to the market, it's a lot. They look a lot less scary, for lack of a better term, if they
Oh,
don't seem to be carrying
They
a
don't
rifle.
care about that. And actually, I'm just pulling this out of my ass. I don't know this for sure, but honestly, like over there, you'd want to look scary. It's like I
Mhm.
wouldn't want to be concealed carrying in a war zone. I want some guy to be like, yeah, maybe we'll just let that guy go.
I'd like to
That's.
discreetly go shopping through the war zone to
I don't know. I didn't pay very much
do these
attention to
hand
like
grenades print?
pistols. Yeah, I'm sure there's every flavor of like Eastern Bloc pistol. The one I noticed, the one I really because I own one, is I picked out I saw a Browning High Power. I'm like, holy shit, there's a old British beat the shit like practically silver because all the blue was off of it. Browning High Power.
Yeah.
I'll bet you we don't even give them pistols.
Yeah, I don't even know. I was never. I just saw what I saw in the hands of the guys, or the Afghan, ANG around me. So
Well, let me ask you. In where you were at, were the citizens allowed to have one rifle per household?
fuck, dude. I don't know anything about that
Oh,
also because I don't know what they're allowed to have or not allowed to have. I know what we would find, but like I you got to realize that like I don't know about Iraq, but there is no rule of law in Afghanistan. I mean, certain areas it is as Wild West as Indiana Jones as life could possibly get. Like maybe outside of Africa,
okay.
maybe.
And that would certainly explain what the lack of pistols.
Lack of everything.
Well, why would you conceal? And exactly what you said, you want to look like a badass. I mean, if it's literally that wild, then that explains everything.
The civilians are usually just, they're just. I mean, they've gotten pushed around and fucked over by just about everybody that comes through. They don't, they're not, they're just trying to like herd their sheep and their goats and like live their life. And if the Taliban came in and wiped them out, then that's just kind of way it is. I mean, even they, it's hard to explain, and there's so many nuances, and it's so weird, and honestly, like my head spins just trying to like put it all together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like Korea, like I was stationed in Korea, and that's just nice. That's just clean cut. Like there they are over there, here we are over here. Everything makes sense to a certain degree.
Mm-hmm.
Over there, it's just like chaos, and it's as controlled as you can make chaos be. Like we come in, they shake hands, do all their thing. We leave, and then the Taliban comes in and does the exact same thing we just did. Like they're telling us where they are, and then they come in, and those guys are telling us where telling them where we are. So it's a mess.
I guess it brings
Pistols, I don't know.
I guess it brings new meaning, to the phrase "live for the moment," because that's the only time they have.
I feel for them, honestly. Like like we'd see a school that had been built like a year earlier, destroyed. Like the Taliban came in or whoever came in and just demolished it because it's the education like to them is like Western. They have this whole idea like we're gonna teach them infidel shit. I don't know. But like the U.S. went in there, gave a bunch of money to somebody to build a school, build a well, build something for these people, and then turn right around and a year later to be just gone.
Even like a water well.
Yeah, it's
infidel water.
Yeah, you got to realize. I mean, these people are.
Well, that's just for the terrorism aspect. Like, hey, you allowed them to do this? Well, then here you go. Boom.
Yeah, and it wasn't uncommon for them to just like get pissed because they found out like somebody fucking ratted them out, and they would just wipe out half a village.
Like in Red Dawn, they took out the movie theater for no apparent reason, just to be jerks.
Yeah. But yeah, pistols. I don't know. You know, I didn't spend a lot of time with officers.
Well,
But
I realize that, but it's like you see a lot of things, even if you're not of that pay grade.
I know. But I like you see AKs everywhere. I mean, that's what you see. You know, occasionally I'd see something cool, like holy shit, there's an old fucking Enfield, or oh, there's an old Nagant. You know. But other than that, you know, it's a lot of AKs. I didn't mean to be such a downer.
Oh no,
Seriously, where's the edge when you
find
need
it
him?
very interesting because even the little pieces, that don't seem to fit into the puzzle are still part of the puzzle.
I mean, honestly, even when I was over in Korea, like, I never saw even the Korean officers. Would now I'm having to really think about this before I say it. I may have seen. Oh no, I have. Okay, the Korean MPs, but I rarely saw a sidearm like in the Korean army, and we would have M9s all day long, you know.
Uh-huh.
And I rarely saw like the Daewoo, whatever it is that their pistol, their sidearm is called. Kind of looks like a Sig.
All right.
But saw Daewoo rifles forever. I think there's a lot of armies that don't put such an emphasis, what's the word I'm looking for?
Emphasis.
Thank you. On like sidearms. Like maybe your officer, like your high-ranking officers will have them, but everybody else, even you're a machine gunner, you have a sidearm. You're having a bad day, here's a sidearm. Like the U.S. Army just throws them out right, left, and right. But some armies don't.
Are the Daewoo's imported at all?
They
I've not
used to
heard
be.
of them.
I wouldn't say that. I don't even hardly see a pistol.
The Lionheart is what the Daewoo. It's like the new version of the Daewoo, but you can still. I think they import them as a DP-51 or something like that. I've heard good things about them. My friend's got one. He loves it.
Did your friend? Did you happen to know? Did he get his new or used or?
You can find them on the used market. I think he got it used in trade for like he worked on some guy's car or something, and the guy's like, "Oh, I'll trade you this." But yeah, it's the standard like service size 9mm. It's got the weird like safe, where you I don't know how to explain it. It decocks it, but it does like I don't know how to explain the third action or whatever they call it.
Mm-hmm. I know of what you speak, but I don't know how to describe it either.
Yeah, I don't. It shot like like a standard, just I mean 9mm pistol. It didn't blow my mind. It didn't suck either. It was accurate.
Mm-hmm.
Seemed like it was good quality.
But didn't seem like something that say, "Boy, I wish I had this at home."
Honestly, like it's kind of a cool pistol. If I ever saw a Daewoo, even one of the rifles, if I ever saw one at like a gun show and the guy was like, the price is right, and I had the money, I would not buy one. People turn their nose up at them, but like I shot one while I was over in Korea and it shot fine. It was kind of a rickety, weird design, but it shot well.
When you say people turn their nose up at them, is it because it's different or because of something else?
I would want to say it's because it's Korean, and people don't. I think they have a weird thing about Korean man. I think it's not until lately. Like you have to realize, like in the last like 10 years, suddenly we have a better opinion of Korean manufacturing with all these higher quality Korean cars. But if you think about when the Hyundais and everything first came into the U.S., what pieces of shit they were.
Mm-hmm.
Compared to like what you get now, which they're much, much nicer.
Yeah, I'm old enough to remember that when something said "made in Japan," it meant piece of shit.
Oh yeah, exactly. Same
And then it
exact
changed
thing.
to "made in Japan" now meant premium quality.
Yeah, I shot a Japanese-made Browning rifle. That thing was stellar. I mean, the build quality was unbelievable. I think it's the same thing. I wouldn't say that Daewoo rifles and handguns are like amazing, but I would not want one. if I ever get into collecting weird service pistols from other countries, like I've been thinking about, I would try to grab one to put in the collection.
Yeah, I mean, nationally, I mean, they have a industrial infrastructure that is impressive.
Oh yeah, Daewoo makes everything. I mean, from guns to TVs to heavy like equipment.
Yeah, I mean, they have ocean-going cargo ships.
Oh yeah, they make all those companies. Honda, or
Food
I don't know all
processors?
the names. Say again.
I'm in the market for a food processor. Something that can do both coffee beans and hard cheeses.
I wouldn't be surprised.
All right, I'm sold then.
Actually, they have a carbine version of their rifle with a side folding stock, and that one's actually kind of cool looking. It's this weird 80s looking design, maybe 70s.
Are those all 5.56?
Yeah, they take the Stanag magazine like everything else. It's weird too. I think if I remember correctly, the rifle has safe, single, burst, and full auto. It has like all.
It's got everything.
Yeah.
Well, in some ways, I guess it does make sense as long as it's reliable.
I mean, they would complain about them because I mean we had M4s and our M4s were like much nicer than their Daewoo's, but like I said, I shot one. I thought it was a blast. Like this thing's fucking kind of cool.
I just mean as far as having the option to do burst versus full versus single, having all three there.
I don't think it's necessary, but
Which part is not necessary?
full
Burst
full
is a
auto.
waste of time.
I would say full's a waste.
Well, doesn't it? Well, as an example, full auto when you're doing covering fire, if you're in a retreat situation.
You can empty a magazine on burst very quickly. I mean, you just keep pulling the trigger and it just keeps going. I mean,
You mean on full auto?
or no, on burst, you just keep giving it just keep pulling that trigger and you'll empty that entire magazine. Not as fast as full, but the other thing is like if you have like a pencil barrel, like those Daewoo's had a thin ass barrel, like I would hate to like heat that barrel up too much.
Okay. I guess I was thinking more in terms of since you can't always predict what situations that you'll be in, nor necessarily the support you have, nor necessarily how many people will be there to help you that are on your side at any moment in time.
Well, see that's the
It provides
quad
options.
automatic weapon versus the rifle versus
Right.
the medium machine gun, and like if you got something belt fed, then full auto, removal. You got a barrel that can be swapped. You have it's belt fed, yeah, full auto all day long. Just go to town. But like you got something magazine fed, box magazine that is, and with a unremovable barrel, all full auto is going to do is empty your magazine, and then suddenly you have to do that magazine change, and hopefully not at a really inopportune time, if you know what I mean. Like that. I mean, that's from what I've read. That's happened a lot in Vietnam, where a guy would get a little too wild with his trigger pull, and then get left facing down a dude with an empty while he has an empty magazine.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess I just I like the idea of having the option, even if the option is never to be used.
Oh yeah, no, I get where you're coming from. I mean, I would play around with my M4.
I mean,
At
But
times.
what if it adds so many parts as to complicate the machine and take it out of the realm of efficient and reliable to tedious and
right. Well, that's why I mentioned as long as it's reliable. If it's not reliable, then it's not worth a shit.
There's if you're wondering, here's a link to the K. It's the K2 is what it's called.
I think a good example of that is the SPAS 12 that was pump or semi-automatic. Them things are just so fragile. It's crazy.
But they were using Terminator, so they get a pass this time.
They get an automatic bye till the next round.
I don't know. I would play around, when I had the when I had the time at the range, and you got to figure you got a 10 round or a 30 round magazine. It takes 10 trigger pulls to empty that thing in burst, and in burst, I mean that I don't know how's exactly the rate of fire in burst on an M4, but it is really fast. Like it's it doesn't take long. I mean, as fast as you can pull the trigger on your civilian rifle, 10 shots, I can empty an entire 30-round magazine. And you also get that little. It's been a long time, but you also get a little that moment to maybe like be able to recover. Whereas if you're going just rock and roll, if you're not standing behind that rifle, it's going to be pointing at the ceiling.
Well,
No.
you're talking about with a 5.56 pointed in the air?
Well, no, I'm saying
that you're assuming then that the person goes from 0 to 60. There's nothing in between. You've got to either be mashing the trigger beyond comprehension or not on the trigger at all. But at least I'm assuming Dano is the same as me. We didn't have 3-round bursts. So they would just have us count 3 rounds. It's easy as shit. And I'm sure infantry guys got ingrained way more than we did. So I'm sure shooting 3 rounds is just fine. But I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying you can't go suggesting that just because it has the facility to go full auto that means you can't let go of the trigger and you're just going to empty 30 rounds every time.
You're right. I understand where you come from, but also there's a reason why they ditched the full auto, and it's for all the reasons that I'm regurgitating right now. It's because...
Well, let me throw another angle at it then. They were getting butthurt because everybody was giving them shit and trying to justify what happened in Nam, so they have a bunch of desk fucking people sat down and theorized that this and that study told them this and that, so here's a way to solve it, and they took the firearm, the platform, and adjusted it to conform with their theory. And we're debating whether or not that works, but I'm suggesting, was it necessary at all in the first place, and then what did they actually do? Did they make the platform stronger and more reliable, or did they add a whole shit ton of parts and get you to a situation where the things that I've heard about it is that when if you shoot 2 or 1, it has to toggle back or whatever. And again, I didn't get issued one ever. I just barely understood the concept of them when I was in, and I thought they were the bee's knees too. But since I've gotten into the gun industry, for lack of a better word, and been around plenty of Border Patrol guys, that most of them are ex-military, so heard all kinds of stories. They all, pretty much except for you, I haven't heard anyone defend 3-round very much at all. They all were kind of pissed when they got them, and were happy to get away from them, just because of the tediousness of dealing with it.
I've never even used burst. I mean, semi was enough. Like I carried up 240 Bravo for like well over a year, and like I'm not defending full auto, but the only time I really ever use burst is at the range. I mean, you can, first of all, like, you can only carry so much ammo, and second of all, like they didn't just get rid of burst or add burst and get rid of full auto. They also like thickened up the barrel. They made more than one change between the A1 and the A2, and most of those changes to me look like to increase accuracy and durability of the rifle, and that was I don't see any difference, or I don't see anything but improvements between the A1 and the A2. But that's just my opinion, for what it's good for.
Oh shit, we can go into those if you want, because the rear sight, for example, bullshit. Let's make the adjustment to the rear sight easier for assholes that need it to be easy. No, fuck that. Now every time you throw the thing into a scabbard or it gets hit on a bag or something, you're adjusting your zero in the back.
Okay, I've repelled and jumped out of just about everything there is, and I've never knocked that rear sight out of where I had it adjusted to. I've never ever seen the rear sight get turned. Either of those big ass knobs, I've never seen that happen.
You were
And
lucky.
I could. All right. Well, I also didn't run I didn't run an aim point. I just put my carry handle on and tied it down. And so I was running the entire time I was in the military, except for a few occasions I was running iron sights, and I never had it come out of 0. I maybe if you had a really rashed out, beat the shit like National Guard rifle, maybe that could happen. But I never ever heard of that or saw that, and I carried a rifle almost all the time.
Was that pretty common to not have any sort of optic at all, just irons only when you were in?
They gave you a choice. Oh well, when I was in my unit, we had a choice. So you could run aim point with a backup sight, or you could just run irons. I chose to run just irons.
Was it you didn't want the hassle of the accountability because you might smack on something?
Yeah, there's accountability. There was I didn't want to hassle the batteries. I didn't want the hassle. I already had enough to do.
I mean, I do understand. You know, they give you a big giant ass reaming if you break something.
I'll be honest. I saw an aim point dropped out the back of a 5-ton onto like a concrete or a concrete out of some concrete, and it bent the bezel, and the aim point still worked. Those things are really hard to break. I saw the knobs break off of them, and if you took your Gerber out, you could still turn a knob, and it would still turn off and on. Those things are respectably durable. Like, I have a lot of respect for aim points. I just didn't want the extra accountability, the extra hassle, and like I said, like, I just practice. Practice.
Well, let me ask you: did you not feel that it would add to your ability to?
I was also young and dumb, and like it was later on. Now I see now I have if I could do it again, I'd probably be rocking an aim point. But back then it was like aim point M2, M3, or whatever it was, and there's big and heavy, and I was lugging around like a million rounds on a tripod and all this other shit for 240 Bravo. I didn't need anything. I didn't need to carry anything more than I was already carrying. Night vision goggles. There's so much. My Motorola. There's so much shit I'm accountable for. I was being lazy and young and dumb, but like I said, no, there is an advantage. But I also say if you practice snap shooting with iron sights, you can get just as good and just as fast. But it takes a lot more work.
I mean, I've only used irons on mine, so I don't know what optics is like. And basically, I'm too cheap.
At the highest point.
You never got to try somebody's at the range or something?
I was talking to you, Dano.
Oh, at my range, there's not a lot of guys that shoot ARs. It's mostly hunting rifles.
Oh, okay. It's really a treat, especially if you get to shoot something like a can or something that'll bounce around, because you can basically leave both eyes open, and wherever you see that little red dot is where the bullet's going.
Yeah.
So it's really, really quick for little moving targets like that.
It definitely makes it a lot more, I don't know, fluent, I guess would be the word.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, like, I practice with irons all the time, like, because that was what I was carrying. I took my carry handle, I tied it down with some 550 cord, and that was that, and I practiced a lot, and I got to the point where I could shoot a 50-meter target without aiming. I could just point shoot every time. So we'd be at the range, and it goes from 50 to 300 meters. And when the 50 comes up, I don't remember if the 50 comes up. I don't remember how many times the 50 comes up, but when the 50 came up, I just point shoot every time. Didn't have to aim. But that's also being able to shoot a lot. I mean, a lot of rounds. Just having as much ammo as you can possibly shoot.
Right.
I think I like irons. I have almost all my rifles are iron sighted. I have one scoped and one with a aim point.
Yeah, and when I say I don't use optics, I actually have a regular like a 4 power on my 22, so it's not like
Yeah.
I don't mean, what I meant is I don't have any of the modern optics.
If you get a chance, like there's like the Aimpoint Patrol or something like that. It's like a little bit cheaper version, but by cheaper I don't mean
The
like
Pro.
it's the Pro. There you go.
Yeah.
The Patrol. It knocks a couple $100 off the price tag, and like I from what I've read, it's about the same as a few generation before Aimpoint. Like that. I don't remember the nomenclature on all of them, but
It's just like the best one until they made the tiny one.
yeah, it's the M4, the new one, the M4, just got like it runs on triple double A's and all that shit.
Yeah, looks like they're
But-
just over 400.
If you have the extra funding at some point, I would not tell you to buy one there's all kinds of ways to mount them without having to if you have like there's all kinds of ways to mount them on your rifle, not just by taking off the carry handle. You know, they come with a different mount if you have like a non-removable, if you don't have a flat top.
Right. Yeah, whenever I get $400 to $600, I always have to ask myself: do I want another pistol? Do I want to upgrade, my AR? Do I want to go to a training class? Do I want to buy a couple, 1,000 rounds of something?
I have a full Aimpoint setup. Like I have the M4, and then I got the magnifier.
Oh,
And
okay.
while I look at the amount of money I spent, I got them both on sale, so I saved quite a bit of money. But at the same time, both of those things put together, it's a chunk of change, but I don't regret it because one of them is just amazingly durable and foolproof and runs on AA batteries. One AA battery for 8 years if I leave it constantly on, and that's impressive. And the other thing, if I don't have it attached to the rifle, now I have a what's a monocular?
Monoscope.
Like a
monocular.
As well as if I attach it to the rifle, now it's a really crappy 3-power scope or 4-power, whatever it is.
Uh-huh.
Well, this is totally off topic, but I just found Yankees 308 Sega.
That thing?
It's not his,
Yeah.
but he was looking for one last night.
He wanted a Vepr.
He was just looking for a 308.
No, he was looking for a Vepr 308, and he saw the black plastic, and he wasn't having it. He wanted the
Weren't they all sold out?
Yeah, so he bought himself a 7.62 by 3.9.
Well, I know, but this is in stock.
No, he wanted a Vepr, and I think he, from what I understood, wanted that because somebody brought up what looks like that, and he wasn't interested in it. Yeah, maybe a good topic.
15 on here too for $1,000.
Jesus Christ. Maybe a good topic for one of your later chats, Dano, would be like an optic. All the questions you were asking are pertinent and good questions. Like, and honestly, like, I know about red dots, but like, when it comes to actually magnified optics, I'm definitely like, there's a lot I feel like I could learn. So that could be a good subject to go into for a chat.
Well, even these, what I call them casual chats, you pick up a lot.
Yeah.
It's bits and pieces, but you can still pick up a lot of information.
Yeah, even the cleaning chat we had the other day. That was fun. I didn't hear anything I really didn't know, but I heard so much good. I didn't hear any bad information, and that was like refreshing. Because sometimes I grind my teeth when I hear something I know is wrong. It's like, God damn it. But that rarely happens here, so you're right.
I saw a video like that recently.
Did you make it?
No.
I'm confused. Was it a Such video?
That's why you absolutely cannot miss one episode.
I must admit, I don't get it either, but that's okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah, if you save up your pennies and you see one of those Aimpoint Pros for sale, jump on it.
Do most of the aim points use the AA?
No, only the M. Well, that I know of, only the M4. Most of them use 123s.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine.
But like
No,
I
a lot of
found-
them use watch batteries, like flat batteries.
I thought they used.
Because I was trying to look it
They
up,
can
but I
run 5 years on the freaking watch battery.
haven't found it yet.
There's a new model of aim point coming out, isn't there?
Well, the aim
Like a
Mm,
Pro
yeah.
2 or something?
T2.
T2.
Kind of lame.
Well, maybe at Christmas time the old ones will go down. Or a lot of people will get rid of them.
I'd say buy a used Pro.
Yeah, if you can find them.
How long have the pros been out?
A few years.
A few years, 2 years.
Okay.
They're basically the answer to people that couldn't afford an M4 or M3. You know, it was meant to be like
So originally it was a police military discount, and then after a while, maybe even a year later, they said, you know what, just whoever, because people are already doing all kinds of things and acting like they're impersonating this and that to get one. So they said, just give that pricing to everybody.
yeah. I thought the M68 used a 123. Maybe it took a watch battery. I don't remember now.
Yeah. I'm just looking at.
I'm just thinking of the T1.
Questions and.
Oh yeah. I'm sure the little ones, yeah, they probably use little batteries. The full size ones, I thought they used a 123, but it's been a long time.
Should just go.
Yep, you can catch an AIM Pro sometimes for like $350. I think DB got his for like under $4. What was it? I think Palmetto State Armory was having like a crazy deal or something. Like if you look hard enough, you could easily get it under $4.
Yeah, I've seen him on there. He paid $350, but he told everybody he paid like $5 because he's a 1%er.
You mean like $399, or you mean like $350? When you
Like
say
$350.
$350.
$350.
At least now I know what a truly good price is on that.
That's what we're here to do, is to tell you what to buy.
Yeah.
No, they did take.
Yeah, like a Yankee.
Well, you weren't here earlier when I expressed my problem. When every time I get between $400 and $600, what do I buy? Do I buy a pistol? Do I buy an accessory for my AR? Or do I get a training class? Or do I get ammo?
I fall in the same
So-
problem.
Well, you're
We should
definitely not
talk
gonna.
about.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say we should do maybe what am I trying to call it? Like a firearms budget or something, like a long-term budget. So I had to deal with that shit too when I was younger. Like, oh crap, I don't have a safe yet, and it was frustrating. And then at some point you're like, wow, I don't have enough ammo. That'd be an interesting one to, you know how that one guy, I got the idea, I guess, from that guy who does the how to get out of debt on the way I was driving today, and I heard that a portion of that guy's show where he encourages couples and stuff to get out of debt. So if you do the same kind of thing, same kind of strategy, you know, I got this much budget, blah, 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 then, you know, what order do I get stuff in? I don't know. Would that be an interesting show, or would that just be too much up to every individual?
I think
would
it's up to every
suggest-
individual.
I would suggest just putting a poll on gun channels. What should I buy next?
Well,
I mean, it's definitely something everybody faces, but it's kind of like what you want to do in life. It's an individual path, solution. But I don't know. There might be a way to do something out of it.
oh shit, they didn't take 123s. Oh god, my memory's bad. Holy fuck.
Seems like Motash raised their prices.
Well, I definitely don't think you're gonna do yourself a disservice if you upgraded to a red dot. You know, as long as you don't put it on like also not just getting the red dot, but mounting it like in a good way, not super gluing it to the top of your rifle or some crap. You know, like
JB
actually
well, buddy.
Ding.
JB well.
mounting it properly is a good thing.
Well,
And the aim point mount, I'll say the aim point mount that comes with it is actually a decent mount. It's a ratcheting mount that stays put.
well, the fact that it comes with its own with a mount is also a plus for it.
It comes with cup. It'll cup. Oh, I don't know about the Pro, but the M4 that I bought or the M2 I had, I used. It would come with two. It comes with mounts, so that you can mount it a couple different ways. And there's like for the Pro, I don't know about the Pro. I know the M4 doesn't get it, but like the M2 and the M3 have a cover that you can get that'll help protect it. There's a kill flashes kill flashes. There's dust covers for lenses. There's all kinds of like little like accoutrements that you can get to make it like as protected and as
accoutrement.
Hey, I'm fancy.
That's a good word to use in the
chat. With caps on it, flip-up caps.
Yeah, they'll have caps, and they have caps with kill flashes built into them. The M4 comes with a kill flash that screws into the bezel.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's also EOTech. That's the other, and there's Trijicon, but you're going to be paying out the rear end for Trijicon stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't necessarily think it's better than the other two companies.
Are you trying to say that sometimes you pay for the name?
Oh yeah.
Where's Ralph? Where's Ralph?
They got to make up on the discount they give the government.
I mean, I'm not gonna. There could be like, I don't know about the Vortex stuff, but that could be just as good. I don't know about that, but it could be.
Vortex isn't bad.
A lot of people like the primary arms too, and that's even slightly cheaper than the Vortex.
Why? I'll tell you why I ended up buying an Aimpoint is because I saw them destroy, just fucking beat to hell, and they continued to work, and that was really impressive. And on the little ass battery, they would run forever. I don't remember what the battery life was on the M68, but it was a long time.
I bought an Aimpoint because I was in this chat and G-Webs told me to.
Well, isn't that why we do anything we do?
Exactly.
Man, you're really his bitch, aren't you?
No, it's just what I pay my dollar for, so people can tell me what to buy.
Dano, are you not wearing your "What Would G-Webs Do" T-shirt?
That would be great. I'm gonna make that patch tomorrow. The WWGWD.
I can feel him staring at me right now.
I want a Glock Ninja patch.
Arrange the letters in like the outline of a Glock.
So now I'm curious what the battery life is on the M2, which is the M68. 1,000 or 100,000 hours. Oh no, 10,000. Excuse me.
You're slicing it.
10,000 hours on one battery. And the Pro, what's the Pro?
That's 416.66 days. That's what 10,000 hours is.
I'm trying to see what the Pro is at. Oh, nice. The Pro's got a smaller dot, too. The Pro's got a 2 MOA. That's nice.
Really? I thought they only came in 4.
The one on Amazon's listed as a 2.
Okay. Well, I don't have a Pro.
It's because it's got the name Pro in the title. Oh, wow. 3 years. 3 years on one battery, the Pro.
Yeah, that's what the answer was on Amazon, but I kind of, when it's that far out, I kind of question, is that real or just bullshit?
I always think, to me, like them making the M4 that run 8 years on one battery, yeah, the battery probably end up going bad before it goes dead. You know what I mean?
Right.
But to me, what that means is I'm in a pinch. I can pull a battery out of a remote control for somebody's television, and it may be a dead-ass battery with barely any life left in it, but I can put it in my Aimpoint, and it'll probably last 2 years. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's the peace of mind. You could have a battery that, I'm like, is this battery good? Is this battery dead? Stick it in, and you'll probably get a lot of hours off a battery that's questionable. rather than always having to have a fresh battery in there to know that you're not gonna go dead.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of where the lifetime, like why they're trying to squeeze every like minute out of these things, where that's coming from. I don't know this for sure. That's just my assumption. That's what I kind of came to conclude.
Who's got a dot matrix printer running?
I hear that too.
Or it's static in the line or something. It's not enough to register on the volume bars.
I don't hear it. It must be me. I'm gonna mute myself and tell me if it goes away. It stopped?
It's yeah. It might be you.
What the hell is doing it?
It could just be your mic. Yeah. The moment you muted, it stopped it immediately.
Oh,
And then
sorry,
like
guys.
half a second before you said something, it was on there.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that big of a deal.
I'm turning off my fan. Oh, God damn it.
I was more curious than anything else. I wasn't saying it because it was irritating.
I wish I had a dot matrix printer. It'd be cool.
Print those big cool posters for your birthday.
Hell yeah. Happy birthday, me.
Just a beaver.
What's up?
Hey, Beeb, what's up?
Where's Wally?
Oh, God. Not many people are old enough to remember that.
About $1 for every Leave It to Beaver joke I've ever heard.
Starring Hugh Downs.
So did I kill the conversation, or
Well, we were talking shit about you, so we had to stop once you come in the room.
oh sweet?
I think the conversation was winding down.
Yeah, I mean, we had just kind of finishing up on a discussion over an AR optic or rifle optic.
Anybody cared? PSA has got one-day only Magpul Flat Dark Earth magazines for $9 a piece.
30 or 30 round?
30 round. I'll put a link in.
Oh, I already got. So how many AR mags do I have?
I just bought 30 AK mags. So what am I going to do with? Damn it!
I got a feeling this won't be the last crazy Magpul sale we see.
Yeah.
Were they the twos or the new ones?
Ooh, that's a good question. Doesn't say.
Oh. But for $9, does it matter?
I like
No.
I like the second generation one's the best, to be honest with you. I don't know what the third.
I've only got 2 new ones, and they're the 40s.
Yeah, the third generation. I mean, the differences are minor.
I mean, I don't have any 40s. 'Cause I'm just real happy with my 30s.
Yeah.
And I can get them at a cheap enough price. It's like, I'll just take more.
Plus, I don't know. I have probably a really unfounded opinion that the longer you make your mags, the more likely you are to have problems.
Oh no, have you seen them AK mags? They're like 2 feet long.
Yeah, you were talking about the ones that are like welded together.
But when I've seen those, I've always wondered like if you're shooting from an unsupported position, that's got to change the weight as far as keeping your front post on sight or on target.
A magazine should only be so long.
Well, whoever's been carrying it long enough, their left arm is going to be huge.
Yeah.
I don't know. From what little knowledge I have, it seems like on any kind of firearm, the weakest link is usually the magazine. So I tend not to try to, invite trouble.
Yeah.
I look at it as the first mag in, and if there's a problem, it's real quick twitch.
I didn't hear the last part.
I said I usually look at it. It's usually the first mag in the gun, and if there's a problem, it's push a button and put a new one in.
Yeah. I don't want to be in a situation where that leads to me in trouble. What is it? The old saying: the loudest sound in the world is click.
Especially if you're shot at.
Yeah, especially when you're looking for the bang.
Yeah.
But sometimes it can be a educational moment when you watch your front post all of a sudden give a little bit of a movement when it shouldn't.
Oh yeah.
It's like, what am I doing?
We used to, when we were, depending on what kind of training we do, our NCOs would go around and mix dummy round. Like they would load our magazines and mix dummy rounds in to like get us to stop jerking the trigger or flinching.
Mm-hmm.
That was how they did it. It's actually if you're out shooting with a buddy, you should try it. If you got some quality dummy rounds.
Way. Load each other's magazines. Just throw one or two dummy rounds in.
It's good training.
Unfortunately, I don't have a shooting buddy, so I don't have that as an option.
Insert joke here, guys.
The easy way around that, Dano, is do it to 2 or 3 magazines and then throw it in a bag and just randomly grab one.
If you don't, unless you have your mags numbered, but.
Go look at the number then.
That is a good idea. I mean, especially if I usually know, 2 days or 3 days before I'm going to go shoot, and I can simply just do exactly what you said.
Yeah.
Load a couple of mags before I go, and by the time I go, I'm not going to remember which one's which.
Mix the mags up.
Yeah. I just make sure it's not in the first 3, so I can't sneak a peek unintentionally.
Yeah, you can always make your own dummy rounds and just you just load a casing with no primer, put a round in the front, and you can mix them into a pile of rounds. And
I would recommend putting hot glue where the primer was.
Yeah, put some. Yeah,
give something for the firing pin to stop on.
Yeah, like a rubber.
Just put an old primer back in it.
Yeah.
I don't know. The hot glue seems to work really well. That's what I use for my dummy stuff for run through my cowboy rifle when I'm practicing it.
That's a really good idea. I just try to make it look not like a real round, like something on it to like identify it as not an actual round, but without having to color it, so that when you're loading them in.
I just say I use a green Sharpie and put X's on the rear.
For modern guns, why would you suggest they have some sort of something for the primer to hit? Because, like with a Glock, as an example, why would you suggest that?
Well, some firing pins, whether it be off in a revolver with the transfer bar,
right,
or
revolvers,
like the spur on a revolver, or some 1911s. Have you seen the shape of the firing pin? It's like a cone. It's slightly wedged. Well, if it's not stopping on anything, given enough time, it'll wear itself out and then it'll over-penetrate.
Right. I mean, yeah, I would agree. Absolutely, revolvers and 1911s.
better to err on the side of
Well, that's the only ones I really have experience with, so I don't know what else.
Those are new guns for Beaver.
I mean, I fire my I dry fire my Glocks all the time.
Oh yeah, I do too.
Well,
and
so do I. But those have a they're not a cone shape. They're got a definite stop. I've never had like a SIGA part. I don't know what the firing assembly looks like. I've never had other autos, but I have had my 1911 apart, and it's wedged.
It's better to err on the side of caution. Plus, it's a
when the
positive.
manufacturer in the manual says it's okay to do it, I'm pretty confident it's probably okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're gonna make your own dummy rounds, you might have one handgun that it's okay with and one handgun it's not. So you might as well just do it to all of them.
Well, true. I mean, if you have more than one gun and one of them is either a revolver or a 1911 or just an old gun you're not sure of.
Well, if you don't have more than one gun and you're in this chat, you need to leave right now.
You mean one gun within reach?
Oh shit.
I'm good on that one.
Guess I better leave.
I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guns within 3 feet of me.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Hey, I'm waiting. They know where I'm at.
The ninjas?
That's right. And an attack chihuahua. Well, no, not really the attack chihuahua. No, I got a shotgun, 22, an AK.
Did you piss off Ed's gunsmith too?
Yeah, Glock 27, a Makarov, and my SBR.
You just have your computer by your gun safe or something?
No. No, the gun safe's 100 feet away.
Jesus,
Okay.
I have one firearm.
How big is your house?
Well, it's 100 feet because you got to make a few turns and back a hallway, and it's only about 55 feet in a straight line.
I wanted to send you a couple of questions, so what's your address?
1655 Vancouver, Washington.
I was going to say Mockingbird Lane.
I'm going to give Yankees address. Fuck it.
Yeah. Why not?
I only have one firearm near me. I don't even have ammo for it.
Well, shotgun's loaded. My Glock's loaded. The 22's loaded. That's it.
Well, now I'm playing with it because I'm
Let's
looking
throw
at
the
it.
AK at him. Like, take this.
Are you anticipating a squirrel to come running in the room that you need a 22?
Squirrel. Yeah, fucking possum. I was listening to Stone Guy earlier. Fuck them possums.
Okay, or a possum to come running in your room?
Or a dolphin. There's a pond right out front. I don't know what's in there.
You can make yourself some dolphin lube.
Multi-purpose.
Multi-purpose.
Porpoise lube.
Copyright DB Cooper.
Yeah, I already got sued by him once. Thanks. Yeah, alright, I need to get ammo for this thing.
Oh shit, that reminds me. The UPS guy dropped off ammo and I never went out and brought it in. Shit, I'll be back.
What? You have an unusual caliber?
You should have seen the
No,
look on my daughter's face when UPS showed up today.
I thought they showed up a couple days ago with a big box of shit.
Your daughter think it was for her?
No, I was doing something out in the garage, and I was coming my way back in, and she was trying to pick the stuff off the front porch and bring it inside.
Oh. Is she young? Is that?
She's 17, but
Oh,
she's
okay.
not very strong. She's what, 5'1"?
Yeah, I've gotten the stink eye from my UPS guy a couple times. I'm like, sorry.
Well, I don't have a whole lot of sympathy for him because, there's that big sticker on the side that gives away what might be inside. It's not like they didn't know what it was before they picked it up.
And besides that, if it's over a certain amount of weight, it says it on it. Grab the damn hand truck.
Well, still, there's a sticker on the sides that tells it's ordnance.
I ask SG Ammo to I have them write pillows on the side of mine.
You know, the boxes I got today, not a one of them said ORMD 1.4.
Really?
The
I thought
boxes
that was-
that the ammo were in, but they were packaged inside another box. So
That's weird.
I've had that happen
Yeah.
too.
I don't
Like
know.
if I bought like self-defense ammo and it came in a larger box, the larger box never had anything on it.
Do you mind if I ask? Was it UPS or FedEx?
UPS.
UPS.
UPS I've gotten. It always has the ORM. I think that's what it is.
Was it the manufacturer's box, or was it a box that the distributor put the manufacturer's box in?
It was a vanilla box, so I couldn't tell.
And they still had
I
the
mean,
sticker.
they slapped their label on the
Interesting.
outside of it.
Interesting.
Their shipping
Oh,
label.
excuse me. Speaking of stickers and patches, G-Webs, I noticed on Facebook the other day you're selling some of your patches on eBay.
Yeah, I put all of them on eBay again.
Is there a discount for just ordering through you, so you don't have to pay eBay's percentage?
I suppose we can work something out. Just send me a message in gun channels, I guess.
He'll save you a nickel.
Well, I'm sure they take $1 for the transaction. That's all I was getting at.
All right, so I got a question for y'all, and y'all tell me what to buy. So I can either get like 1,000 rounds of 40, or I can get 2 AR-15 lowers that I can only make into a pistol.
Why would,
rounds
you want,
40.
why would you want 2 lowers that you can only make into a pistol?
Because, all right, so Maryland has an AR-15 ban. But there's now a loophole that, all right, so the state police wrote out a letter saying that you can buy an AR-15 lower and build your own pistol. I already have 2 blank other lowers that I could do either or with. So should I just pick up at least one other lower? Should I do a half and half, or should I just go 2 lowers?
You said 1,000 rounds of 40?
1,000 rounds of 40 or 2
How
lowers.
the fuck expensive are 2 lowers that they cost as much as 1,000 rounds of
About
40?
$140, $150, so it's like $300.
I'd just
What?
move out of Maryland.
For 2 lowers?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Dude,
invest
you're
in a
getting hoes on
U-Haul
lowers.
move.
Yeah, take
Well,
your
what
money.
kind
and
of
go
lowers
down
are
to-
those?
It'd be like a Spikes.
No, come on, those are $70 lowers, aren't they?
Yeah, they're like $80.
Come on.
The
But
most I've ever paid was
check this out. So if I
$129.
go online and I get it for $70, then I end up paying $62 on top of that for the transfer fee, the $12 background check plus shipping.
Jesus.
So,
Your local guy don't just have them in stock?
I mean, they do. They have them in stock for $130, $140 around there is what they go for.
I'll get one. Get
Yeah, so buy one and buy a half case.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, you don't need 2.
Because I want to get it soon. Because honestly, like
You need an AR pistol, but you said you already have lowers that can be an AR pistol?
Yes.
Well, why do you need another one then?
Well,
Why does it
Ammo
need another
seems
one?
like ammo. Yeah, another one seems like another thing.
well, if I had 2
That needs
lowers
ammo.
that in Maryland that could be made into rifles, I would leave them as just rifles because they, unless the laws change, they ain't never getting them back.
Right. Agreed.
But that's
Does
just
it
me,
have
though.
to be marked pistol, or can it?
You're only going to be there during school, right? Not the rest of your life.
No, just like another 2 or 3 more years.
You can be able to buy anything you want after then.
When Hillary
Ammo
gets
is
elected,
ammo.
the whole world's gonna end. So, you know, shouldn't I get it now?
So
I mean,
you
like
just
there'll
have
always
them
be
in
ammo
lowers.
later. You know what
Well,
I'm saying?
You
Yeah,
sure
but-
about that?
Did
And
you-
40?
Did you
Yeah.
forget where we've been in the last year and a half?
There's
That's what I'm
always
saying.
be ammo. There's
Shouldn't I get
always going
lower?
to be ammo.
Yeah, I haven't seen.
No. What are you going to do? You're going to have
I wanna
like you're going
buy
to be the
some
king of guns that don't even have bullets for them.
I'll tell you what, Marco. I'll
Yeah.
trade you an AR lower for some 22 ammo. Yeah, we'll have
Exactly.
ammo forever.
Really? How much 22 you want for a lower?
Are you gonna buy a
All of
dedicated pistol lower, or are you gonna buy a multi-lower?
No, because it can only be a pistol lower because that's the loophole right now. And the thing is, like, I want to get it soon because I really see Maryland State Troopers changing their mind and flipping on it and saying, "Oh no, well now you can't build pistols." So I really have maybe a month or two window before I see them changing their mind on it.
I would split it.
That's what I'm thinking.
Once you leave, I mean, you
Yes.
don't need 2 pistol lowers. Once you leave Maryland in 2 years, you're gonna have 2 pistol lowers. But,
And
which one you
Panic,
can do shit.
Panic has never helped me make a good decision.
Just ask Yankee.
But I'm saying, like, I mean, like the way I look at it is that eventually ammo will always come back. But once Hillary gets elected, ARs are gone forever. Possibly.
Cynic much?
Yes. I learned from DB Cooper, homie.
Wait,
But he
Panic
sold
buy.
all his guns.
Panic buy. Panic buy. Do you buy for necessity or do you buy for panic? I buy for panic.
Why? Because I fucking want it.
Speaking of which, anybody want to buy an Arsenal? Because if I sell it, I could probably buy 3 NPAPs.
Why are we fucking putting sanctions on Serbia now?
I'm just joking.
I wonder if MPAPs are fucking out of stock everywhere too, which kind of blows my mind. Guys must have really fucking swallowed that AK's getting banned pill or something.
Well, that and that SIG brace has really made them popular.
No, I'm talking about the
NPAPs are rifles.
Oh,
PAP is the pistol.
oh,
The PPAT.
never mind.
Yeah. And the only one Classic Firearms has is the underfolder, and I may be a glutton for punishment, but that's going too far.
You know, I think that's a perfect truck gun.
Yeah, I can stick a side folder on a regular trunnion if I want to.
The reason why I say the under is because it doesn't make it any wider when you fold it. When you fold the side folder, it makes it a little wider, a little harder to hide.
Now, quick question.
I don't drive a Chevy Love, so I'm not worried about how wide my
Okay,
space is that big of an issue.
I have a Dodge Caravan, the one with the seats that fold in the things, fold down in the thing. Well, on my trip to Minnesota, it was a pain in the ass to find a place for my Arsenal. It's a side folder because I could get it to fit in places where it was long, but the barrel was sticking out. But when I folded it up, it couldn't fit it in, more nooks and crannies and shit.
Yeah, I get it.
Well, I also had, there was 5 of us and enough stuff taken with us for 3 weeks of vacation. So
I like the underfolder more of the kind of the look of them, and every bad guy from every movie from the 80s always seem to have like an underfolder or something.
Yeah. All that being said, it hurts your face when you shoot it.
I've never had that. I like them for the cool factor, but for shooting,
the cheek weld.
Yeah, for shooting, I'd rather have something else.
The one that I shot, it didn't bite me, but it didn't feel good.
My buddy's got an old underfolder, Polish underfolder, and he ended up he took like a thin foam, and then like a really thin, and then he tightly wrapped like a 550 cord around it. Basically, made his like a little cheek guard, and it just clears the receiver, so it still folds just fine.
That way
This
you
is
had a
my
place
new
to rub his
fantasy
badge on.
What do you
That's your
think? You like it?
That's your Chevy Love, Dana?
It's my fantasy truck, including the rust in the back.
Is that a Love?
It's a Chevy Love.
It looks
What
like
are the ones that are a little El Camino then?
a Ranchero?
Yeah.
No, the little one.
Ranchero was the Ford version.
No, the little
Yep.
one.
Subaru Brat.
Brat.
Brat, okay.
Those are cool.
I had a Brat in mind when you said Love. So Love looks more like a pickup truck, just tiny.
It was Chevy's first attempt at a less than full-size pickup truck.
It's basically the size of a
Smaller than a Ranger, no?
They're tiny.
right. It was like the size of a Datsun. The short bed.
Yeah.
In fact, Nissan still makes one about the same size. I think so does Mazda. Those the original Japanese little pickup trucks.
So when you're going to get that, you're going to drop it, put those little tiny wheels that are all canted out, and lights underneath?
Oh, I hope so.
The whole back will be speakers?
I like the older ones in that one.
And a chrome chain steering wheel.
Dolly Parton drove one in 9 to 5.
You're like Dan O in a big gas gold chain.
My dad had a Love in the early 80s, and we had a 19-foot travel trailer that he built a gooseneck on to make it like a fifth wheel, and he pulled that big-ass trailer with that tiny-ass truck. It's funny as fucking thing. He did everything on the road.
Wow.
Gonna try to get hydraulics for the suspension. Do some jumping.
Oh, man, I just found a picture of Dano in a Chevy Love. Holy crap.
Put some 100-spoke Daytons on that, too.
Oh, what you know about wire wheels?
Get it with a lift bed so that the bed can do a 180 when it's lifted.
Check the link out
wheel,
for anybody who wants to see Dano in a couple months. Follow the link. The haircut's exactly right.
Oh no.
Thanks for no screen share.
And my mustache is back.
I was going to convertibilize my Ranger when I had a Ranger back in the day.
Truckin' love.
Yeah, because in Arizona it never rains.
That was before I lived out here. I think a convertible truck would be cool.
Hell yeah.
I don't know why they don't make them. Well, they kind of made one, that weird-looking one, but they never made a real one.
It's got the same issues as the original convertibles. The bodies would flex.
Oh.
That's why God invented welders.
What the fuck is this? Dude, some people should not be allowed to customize their cars. Holy God.
Especially Hispanics.
I'm not gonna say anything.
Well, it gave somebody work for a week, so it did have a positive.
Dude, this guy spent a lot longer than a week on this thing.
Oh, I know, but still.
No, I'm not talking about Dano in a few months. I'm talking about this newly.
Hey, DP, can
What
you show
the
me on
fuck
the
is
map
that?
where Hispania is?
Hispania.
Oh, the UFO.
The island of Hispaniola.
Oh, okay, still no. Where's that?
The island of Hispaniola is Dominican Republic and Haiti.
Wow.
Is
Don't
that
they
where
speak
Hispanic
French?
comes from?
Yep.
Nice.
And now you know.
No, I used to like that joke. But he's Hispanic. Where exactly is his Spain?
Ooh, that's cool. Man. Okay, I found my future Chevy Love. This
All
thing
right.
is
Put up the link.
this thing's actually kind of cool. That is some 70s goodness.
Oh,
Cheech and Chong mobile.
I know. That's freaking dazed and confused.
I can smell the doobies burning from here.
Shit.
Patchouli oil. And
I'm gonna be rocking some Steely Dan, so you better believe it.
You got those Krager mags on there?
That thing is kind of cool. I'm sorry, but I'm into
Does it
it.
got slicks on the back?
Hell yeah!
Nice.
And side pipes because
I bet that engine's under the cap and not in the hood. That's a drag truck or something. Well, no, the exhaust comes
the
out.
headers are coming out the front, not the back.
Yeah.
Unless they're faux headers, but I doubt that.
That'd be funny if they were. Had like a jet engine.
Hey, don't knock it until you've ridden it. Oh, there's another picture of it. Holy shit.
I've never heard of faux headers.
Oh yeah.
Anything could be faux.
Well, why would somebody bother doing something moronic like that?
Man,
There's
you
a
need to
buddy
move
of
it
mine.
on. Yeah.
Yeah, a buddy of mine's got a
the
car with a
ladies.
big ass engine, and it has fake exhaust because his car really has no exhaust, and it just has mufflers like bolted right under the back end of it, so it looks like it's got exhaust coming out of it.
Oh, so it looks like it's street legal if it gets pulled over?
Yeah, and it's not anywhere near street legal.
Oh, no, I understand, but the purpose is to try to fake out the cops.
Well, it probably would if it didn't sound like a friggin' NASCAR going down the road. That kind of gives it away.
My last 2 years in high school, like when I had my car, I was all about, actually, like last 2 years of high school and 2 years after, I was all about sound and bass. And I actually, like, for like a year, I was sponsored by Rockford. I got like half off all Rockford speakers. And I had a 97 Honda Accord. And you could drop in the back seat. You could put down the little armrest part to get all the way through the trunk. And if you put that down and you lit a lighter in the front seat and put it in between the driver and the passenger seat, the blaze from the trunk would blow out your lighter.
Nice.
That's banging.
At a
You make-
X10 single cab in high school, the seat was all the way forward, and I could bounce quarters off my hood. It did jump them up a good 6-8 inches.
I actually had a girl who.
Yeah, we've seen the videos. If you haven't, then you need to Google it.
Yeah.
I just came.
What happened?
He got her pregnant just from listening to the speakers.
Climax.
He had to think them seats were stain resistant.
He had plastic seats.
I thought it was AstroTurf.
Oh, at least we're not being racist.
Well, that's true. It's pretty bad when you have to say this is better.
Nope. She was a Mexican.
Now we've gone too far.
All right, y'all, back to the pile. I'll catch you later.
Bye.
Later.
Hey, G-Web, since you live right next to a territory of Hispaniola, don't you? All right, so you guys got 7-Elevens down there?
He knows what they are.
We have 7-Elevens, but like there's one 7-Eleven for every like 100 Circle Ks. There are like a few in Tucson still.
Ooh, Circle
Wow.
K.
It's
You know
opposite
what?
here.
You know what pupusas are?
No.
Pupusas are like you can get them out of corn or you can get them out of rice. And it's basically like a tortilla stuffed with either like shredded pork and cheese, or you can get just cheese, and like it's a Salvadorian thing. And
No,
actually,
we wouldn't have that here. Everything here is Sonoran.
okay. I figure like like over here, like believe it or not, like we have more Salvadorians than we do Mexicans, and our 7-Eleven actually carries pupusas. Depending
I
on
think
neighborhood
it's
you're in.
more of like it's not like people immigrated here. We freaking sat down here and they were already here. So I think it's more of those are just the people that were here historically. This it's just that part of Mexico.
But you got 50,000 kids now.
What kind of food is Sonoran? I mean, I know it's
So,
Sonoran.
so Taco Bell is Mexico City food. At least this is what I know about Mexican food. There's Mexico City food. It was like Taco Bell or most chain restaurants, like Chili's and shit like that. Or not Chili's. What's a chain? There's a chain one that's. Oh shit! I can't think of it.
Chipotle?
No, Chipotle is like American, but Taco Bell for sure, and then I don't know. No, not Chili's. I can't think of it. I don't go to chain restaurants ever, but there's anytime you eat like for the most part every place I've been in the country, it's usually Mexico City food. So that's really sweet, and it's only hot if you make it hot. Out here, it's more like the beans would be you consider them bland, and then like the rice and everything would be more bland, and then I guess the sauces and whatnot bring up the flavor. So it's just a little different way of cooking, and as opposed to like there's also food from the coast, which we also have out here. So that would be more like seafood and ceviche and all that kind of shit. But I'm no freaking expert. I just know enough to know when I go places and asked over the years, like, how come this doesn't taste like, Tucson? People would tell me why, or why does Tucson taste different than every place else? And for me, I don't like the really sweet food anymore. I can't eat like Taco Bell and shit. It's like eating candy bar to me. Well, not that much, but way more sweet than I'm used to.
Do you eat your ceviche with ketchup?
No.
Good.
That's kind of gross. Why would you do that?
Peruvians do it that way.
Oh. I've seen something, though. Yeah, Peruvians eat it with mayonnaise or something weird. But that's almost all they eat is different salads, right? And ceviches.
Yeah, it's like a mayonnaise and ketchup mixture. It's like what is it? How do the French say a quarter pounder with cheese?
Royale?
Yeah, a Royale with cheese. But yeah, so it's very, I don't know, like a couple countries do it, and depending where you go, like if they're cheap, just to like picking it up or to make more out of it, they'll add ketchup and mayonnaise.
Where are the large populations of Peruvians that you guys are getting this from?
There's actually a lot of Peruvians here in the DC area too. They're probably
I just happen to know a guy that grew up in Peru, so
okay.
I don't think there's a big amount of them here necessarily.
Okay.
At least not in Tucson or anything.
It's just you guys were talking as if like there were like you knew lots of Peruvians. It's like
I personally know one, and then he just chatted it up so much that I really want to go down there sometime. It seems really cool. They have different food. Like everything's different. Everything's from the rainforest, so like everything up here just is different. So I'm curious to see what the hell that means. Go down there and see what it's like. Plus they have catfish that are so small they can swim up your freaking pee into your business, and then as big as like the biggest catfish on the planet, right? So there's like hundreds of kinds of catfish alone, and they fish with spears. So all that seems awesome to me. Huh?
That'll keep me out of the water.
You just can't pee. Just don't pee.
Yeah, just don't pee. As long as you don't pee, then your hole doesn't open up.
Yeah, exactly. As long as that's, obviously we're evolved just like every other critter. You just have to know not to pee in the water while you're swimming or whatever.
Well, that's true, but I don't want anything knocking at the door either. Excuse me,
it's not like you can see there's a school of them, I would imagine. They're going to be pretty damn small.
There's a sign that says beware of dog.
Oh, yeah, beware of tiny-ass catfish.
Yeah, and then it's got to swim upstream.
Once again, that only happens.
Well, I think that's the other thing is that they're like mosquitoes. The trick with mosquitoes when you're camping is to just put your tent, so that it's not going upstream because they only fly upwind.
Mm-hmm.
So they only can swim upstream or something, or they're so small they're probably only programmed to swim, against a current.
Dan has to be careful because he's got a giant pee hole.
That's true. If you have an extra wide urethra, I never thought about that. As opposed to the narrow.
You probably get 2 catfish in there.
Piranhas.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm just fortunate that the times I've had to go in for surgery, it was always day surgery, so I never had to be tubed. I forget what they call that.
Catheter?
Catheterized.
Yes, that's it. Bingo. I was always able to hold it until I was conscious and say, "Nurse, get me a bottle."
There's a war story we didn't need to hear.
Hey, it's not like I gave you the details. Would you like some?
No,
It's not like the one chat. It was probably over a year ago, and no, I'm not going to tell the whole thing. But but I will tell you this part where I on a late night chat like this, I gave the details of when I actually had the opportunity to see my grandmother, who was 96 years old, I believe at the time, totally stark naked.
Jesus Christ.
Hey-o!
Wait, you count that as an opportunity you got?
Sorry, it didn't happen.
No, that was a horrible time to put my headphones back on.
If it's not on YouTube,
but you worded that really poorly. I got this opportunity.
Yeah,
I was really lucky.
Yeah, well, that was just me joking around, but But yeah, it was. She was starting to lose it. She thought I was there to bust her out of the nursing home. So, but she was not there. But it was the mental image. I was scarred for years.
And normally, when I joke around, I don't mention seeing grandmothers naked.
Well, that's because it's not.
You ain't lived until. Let me tell you.
Yes,
You've
I
never
have.
you've never had the opportunity until.
96-year-old coochie.
Oh my god, dude!
Well,
You just punched me somewhere that I don't need to be punched.
where's my shotgun?
Now I know why you have all those guns around you, Wesley. Jesus.
One for each ear.
I don't want to hear this. Bang!
It's so really real.
You know, when the elderly, really get up there, and I'm not going down that story, but they can do some really weird shit.
I guess.
All right, well, I got a new topic. All right, so who here watched the James Yeager chat earlier?
I did.
Okay.
I did not.
Who peeped it when we were talking about the SIG arm braces, when he said they're coming out with a side folder?
Yeah, I've seen him.
Yeah, I heard that.
Okay, so obviously it has to be for the AK because it can't go in the AR.
Why not?
Because the buffer tube, you kind of need it.
They make a side folder adapter for the ARs.
Yeah, and you can't shoot it when it's folded, and it's.
Who says you can shoot it when it's folded?
Then I wouldn't want it. I wouldn't want it. I'd rather always have it ready than.
Somebody'd want it.
Yeah, somebody's, and yeah, people buy plastic ARs also.
Okay, but also keep in mind that you're talking about the super fat SIG arm brace, not just a regular skinny MOE stock.
I shouldn't say nothing because I'll never buy one of them SIG arm braces. So.
I'll buy an arm brace. Fuck yeah. I'm not paying $2.
I'll SBR it all day long.
No, I feel sorry for people. I feel like this now that thing's out for sure. I feel people that have already SBR'd. Like what?
I do both.
I can take my SBR that's the same length as your pistol. I can put a 20-inch barrel on it and a vertical foregrip and all kinds of other stuff.
And you know it's great? I can drive in the 50 states in the United States and not have to call a goddamn person or carry a goddamn.
There's no reason to not have both. They both fill roles.
Oh no, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, there's no.
I mean, you only feel sorry for the people that wish they could have done it on the cheap, because there's lots of people that didn't care about doing it.
I feel sorry for the people that can't do it at all, that live in a state where they're not allowed to have 30-round magazines or ARs. That's who I feel sorry for.
Or 40-round magazines, because that makes them machine guns.
Oh, whatever.
Like Ohio.
You're over your limit. It's 31.
Yeah.
You don't need...
But
it's a machine gun.
You're right, G-Webs. I don't feel sorry for the people that are glad that they SBR'd it. I feel sorry for the people that wish they could have got the SIG brace instead of SBR'ing it.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. They have a purpose.
Yeah.
It's just...
And honestly, both of them have their benefits. Like I said, I mean, like you said, you could put any size length barrel on it, and I can go, and like with a pistol, you can go in any state and not have to worry about anything besides your magazine capacity.
Mm. Yep. And in a perfect world, the NFA wouldn't exist anyway, and it wouldn't matter. What a wonderful world it would be. Well, those SIG braces are what, about 129, 119?
Hold on, let me change subject real quick, because I just thought of something. Because you were saying that and started being pessimistic about it, and Yeager was saying the same kind of thing earlier. But bullshit. We have had laws removed because every state has CCW now, and just about every state, not every state, but most every state had laws against it. So we can get laws removed, and we do have the momentum going in our favor actually right now.
Yeah, because he said how many times has the ATF given up anything?
Well, just look at the circumstances.
The ATF may not have, but we have changed things.
There's.
How we take it and keep going.
No,
The circumstances that brought us the NFA are long gone. They've been eradicated. So like, that was more than the law. It wasn't. Yeah, the prohibition was in the Constitution. They took it out. So
how many people are really against the war on drugs anymore? If you counted everybody in the country, you think it's a majority or a minority that are against it still?
Minority.
I suspect it's a minority as well, because I think it's our grandparents' generation that really had the fear and hatred of it, and our parents' generation could care less, and our generations could care less, and the younger generations could care less, right?
I also think it has to do with what kind of drugs you're talking about, like marijuana, okay, heroin, maybe not, crack cocaine, probably.
Does it really matter though? I think once you start changing laws, you're going to start dynamically changing cartels' abilities to make the money they're making.
Oh, definitely. Yeah,
I would think.
Regardless, we know the effect. We can see really easily what happens when you have prohibition, no matter what it is. So.
Well, that's all I'm saying. So I think it's not going to be too tough to end the fucking war on drugs. And once you do that, I think you get rid of a lot of the violence. And once you get rid of a lot of the violence, then you get rid of some of the fear of guns, and at least a lot of the justification for fear or their rationalization for their fear. And then once you've removed all that, now that you'll open it up for people like Miklik and Eric, Iraqi veteran, to make shooting just another recreational activity, just like some people like to speedboat and some people like to BMX and some people like to jog. Everybody's got their thing. Once people aren't afraid of it, it just goes back to being our thing. And the worst we have to worry about is competing with people for golf courses or shooting ranges.
Well, doesn't that go back to, like Yeager said, drugs are bad, you got to educate people about drugs. Cars are dangerous, teach kids about cars. Guns are bad, don't ever talk about them. Comes back to that same thing, doesn't it?
I suppose so.
I actually watched. I don't know if any of you guys have y'all seen the movie Snitch with The Rock in there.
Yes.
And right before the credits roll, it said that like first time federal drug offenders are serving more times than people who do on average are doing more people that do manslaughter. What is it? Child molestation and something else big. I can't remember what the third one was.
We treat rape and molestation like it isn't a big thing at all, and we don't. Let me rephrase that. Our judicial system treats it like it ain't no thing,
But I ain't gonna lie, like they do have like the highest like death rate in prison. Like you're more likely to probably not walk out of prison as a child rapist than like a mom murderer or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they still do. I mean, they still do walk out of prison. To me, that's a problem. I think they should be kept in prison for a lot longer.
Oh yeah, for sure.
For sure. You just ruined somebody's life. You didn't just kill them. That you every day they wake up, that's gonna be in their head, in their mind, and fuck those people. I mean, seriously, fuck them.
It's like killing someone's soul.
Yeah. But we got some guy with some weed, and he goes to jail for like twice as long as some fucking kitty rapist, and that's just effed up. But it's not in our corporate prison system to it's easier to lock up pot dealers than kitty rapists, because like you just said, the problems you have with you have like somebody like that in prison, whereas some freaking hippy dippy guy, you ain't gonna have any problems with him. So it's in their best interest to incarcerate pot dealers, drug dealers. Then it's not in any of his best interest to. Or never mind. You know where I'm going with this.
Yeah. Well, it gives the perception that something's actually being done about the drug issue.
It's all you can do is put people in jail. That's the only thing you can do, because you can't know if you're stopping people from doing it or not, right? They know they haven't stopped the
through the amount of addicts, drug rehab buildings that are being built for greater capacity of addicts.
Well, I mean, look how antiquated our laws are too. We have, I don't know the exact terms, so I'm gonna kind of muddle my way through this. I'm sorry, I apologize. But when they convict people for drugs are in echelons, Like there's like the highest tier, and then there's the next down, and there's the next down.
It's Schedule 1, 2, and 3.
Schedule 1, thank you. Pot is considered a Schedule 1 drug with heroin and cocaine. And meth, I think it's like meth and some like other really insidious drugs are below pot in those echelons, which is effing ridiculous.
Yes.
I know people that have had worse effects on their lives from drinking than I know people. I know some losers that smoke pot till they're dumb, but I know people that are way worse off because of drinking than pot.
I know fully functioning potheads.
Yeah.
Fully functioning. I like professional potheads.
What happens if they drink pot?
I know people with PhDs who
That's
smoke
gotta be
pot.
even worse.
That's like that to me is weird. I know people that have PhDs that smoke pot. It's not really weird, but it's weird to see them smoke pot.
Well, remember though that degree is a measure of where they were at a point in their past, not where they're at now.
No, like they smoke pot as PhDs.
No, I mean they got their PhD in the past, not last week.
No, but they're professional practicing people with PhDs.
Oh, they're practicing professionals.
I know a lot of people because.
Yeah, did you look closely at that piece of paper? It might mean pothead degree.
PhD.
I'm here every night.
The only reason I say this is because a lot of people get educated in one field and end up getting a career or something in some totally different field.
I feel but they're.
My state is probably the next
couple
state
of them
that
too.
it's going to become legal, and it's like looking really strong. Like Oregon will be the next state to have legal recreational marijuana.
Maryland's scheduled for that in I think like 16 or 17. Like we're scheduled to be targeted. Like I saw the map, and there's like in the next 4 years, there's like 13 states that are targeted to go.
Who has this map?
I saw it was on MSNBC like 6 months. No, like it was on MSNBC like 6 months ago.
And this is according to who?
It was like a pot special, like on like National Geographic or MSNBC. You ever see those?
I don't get cable. I don't watch traditional TV.
Okay, well they have one.
Dude, I'm all for it, man. Colorado's
still there.
Washington State hasn't freaking. I mean, it's all on fire right now. So maybe pot is bad. I don't know.
It's a great taxable income. That's the way I see it.
That's what I want.
It'll be as much as tobacco. It'll probably even be more than tobacco, or like currently goes to your state. And think about it, that's millions of dollars.
I haven't smoked pot since high school. I'm not interested. I'll never do it again. I'm fine. I'm not into it. But the taxable income, the money that can be made off of it, the medicine, cannabis alone. Cannabis, you can make wood, paper, clothing.
Yes.
Like there's so much shit you can make out of that plant. Yes. It's ridiculous.
I think once other states see what kind of money Colorado is making.
Oh, people already have. That's why Oregon suddenly, because Oregon it's been on the ballot like 3 times or twice, got shot down. Then it happened in Washington, our next door neighbor, and suddenly everybody here is like, wait a minute, like suddenly all those people that are against it are getting it now.
When with so many states having year after year fiscal deficits, I mean they're looking for anything as a revenue stream. This is a revenue stream that's going to continue year after year after year.
And yeah, and I grew up from a logging family, and I have a real, even though my family is part of the logging system, I also appreciate forest, and my state's like my state's basically getting cut down, and anything that can take the weight of logging trees for paper and wood. We can use something else to make paper and particle board, or we're always going to have to log trees for wood, but we can make alternative products for what we cut down trees for. I'm all for.
So I went online and got an anonymous quote from the general.
Oh shit. Am I still muted?
I saved a bunch of money on my car insurance.
From the general.
No, alright, so I was gonna tell you this. Look, yeah. That's funny. If it costs you $1 to plant a plant of pot, All right, and you get 100. You could easily get at the end of the day get $100 out of it for everything that it produces. If you grew pot like corn and got $100 out of every plant that you planted, you could eat and just like fibers, materials, clothing, paper, and like let's just call it cooking quality marijuana. You could get $100 a plant at the end, like at the end seller, easy. Easy.
You can grow marijuana or you can grow cannabis. One will get you high, and one you can make stuff out of it. Maybe you can make stuff out of the marijuana plant too, but because of marijuana being illegal, it makes it really difficult for some states and some farmers, I should say, because of their states or federal laws. It makes them really difficult for them to like explore growing cannabis. And you can grow that shit grows like weeds in some place. Like it doesn't need anything.
Did you just say pot grows like weeds?
Hey-oh, yeah.
But yeah, if you can plant pot like corn, it'd be ridiculous the things you can make out of it. Ridiculous.
Imagine how many people would be burning fields of it just to try to get high.
Nah, like.
But it isn't like that. Like that's stuff. If they're that dumb, then yeah, it's like trying to burn.
Because you have to dry it and all kinds of shit.
No, it's like I said, cannabis. The plant that they use for industrial shit isn't even. There's not enough THC in like 100 plants, or maybe 100.
Nah,
plants.
like you could honestly still make like edible quality stuff out of that.
I thought they had to like genetically change it to take THC
Well,
out
look
of it.
This, like you plant a good seed and not just like dirt. Yeah, like you could. Yeah.
There are like there are different strains, just kind of like there are like how you got more than one rose bush. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like, yeah, I mean, there's people that don't want this to happen because they make money off of growing cotton, or they make money off soybeans.
No, because honestly, you have to rotate your land, so no one just grows cotton for 50 years.
I'm not talking about farmers. I'm talking about like
industry.
Yeah, industry. There
They
are
totally
people
grow
that
cotton for 50 years.
say what?
It'd be all the cotton companies that own the weed farms.
Yeah, well, hopefully, but there's lobbyists for everything. Let's face it. There's people that don't want shit like this to happen because they're soybean lobby or their cotton lobby.
Honestly, I really think prevents it from happening. I think it's. I'm not gonna name a religion. I'm gonna say all religions because all religions are uptight about marijuana. So all religions.
I don't know.
Even Rastafarian?
Except for them. Or if not, like those Hindu people that stay in front of the temples and they smoke weed too. I saw that on the National Geographic special.
I mean, everybody knows like our founding fathers used to grow like hemp, like cannabis to make hemp, so they can make hemp rope and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a rope used to be made out of that stuff, and they grew it because it was something you could produce into something else. If you didn't grow it, you didn't have
they used it on the boats.
Yeah.
Rigged ships or whatever they're called.
Bingo.
Yep. How did my topic of the SIG brace end up in the weed farms? Ridiculous.
Because you started talking about all your PhD friends.
Don't be mad because you don't got any PhD friends.
Being potheads.
Don't be mad you don't got no PhD friends.
Dano admitted earlier he doesn't have any buddies, so.
Except my grandma.
Oh, God.
Hey-o.
Damn it.
Did you meet anybody at your class that you took that shoots near you or something?
There was 6 people scheduled for the class, which is barely enough to have the class. And then on the day of the class, 2 of the people didn't show up.
Oh shit! So did you ever talk about that? You went straight into some other kind of theme chats with the how to talk to a liberal or whatever.
Yeah. Not really. I mean.
That sounds like a perfect class to me.
Yeah. Did it get better because it was more instructor to student ratio, or did it get weird?
It got kind of weird.
I've seen it get kind of creepy.
They get so long that they're bored. I don't know. It's just ridiculous. It seems kind of monotonous towards the end.
Oh,
well, it depends. If you don't have enough students, if you have, let's say, 12 students, and that's your average class, excuse me, there's going to be X amount of, how do you do this, what's this, and you're going to have to answer those questions and address everything. So if you bring that down to a third of the people are going to ask questions and have issues, that time that you buffer between 8 and 14 people going down to 4 can really make it, that can be the difference between an excellent instructor and a decent instructor and a poor instructor. Actually, wow, glad we talked about it, because that's something that it's always difficult for me to try to explain. Why is a good instructor a good instructor? And that's fucking it right there. That's a big piece of it. When they go, I've seen it when you get down to a couple of people, or this is one. I've had instructors go, all right, we're going to lunch, or we're taking a break for lunch. Start up again in an hour, and leave it open like that. And there's a lot of kids or students that'll just leave. They're used to leaving at lunch, and they're gone. And then there's like 4 people that know enough to bring their lunch to a class, so that you can eat at the range with the instructor. And most gung-ho instructors aren't going to leave. They're going to stay with their shit. If nothing else, stay with the class, basically. Right. And yeah, you get all the best stuff from them when they're just cutting loose at lunch. So anyway, same thing when it's a small class. If you get somebody who's able to not only can get the instruction across, I've had like Steve Fisher. He's a prime example. He worked for Magfool for a bit there, and now he's on his own again. When he came down back in the day, and no one knew who the fuck he was, we had a class that wasn't very full, and actually it was fairly full. It's just that a bunch of the people at quitting time, he was like, okay, well, we have the range till midnight, so who wants to stay around and do a night class? And half the guys were like, I gotta go home or whatever, so they left, and then the rest of us stuck around, and instead of getting weird or anything, it just went nuts. Like, he just told us, basically unloaded everything he knew about night shoot, and it was great.
Why? Can I ask a question? Why would it get weird unless the guy was pissed because he's not getting paid as much?
Well,
no, not at all. It's just that, again, you think of, you got X amount of time to allot to just the stuff that comes up when there's 12 or 14 people in a line. There's just things to address. You're there to coach them, so you're going to give each person a set amount of time. So when you restrict that by a lot, now you're only got to coach 4 people. So now it just gets weird, because it's like, well, I'm used to doing the X, Y, ABC before lunch, and then 1, 2, 3 after lunch, and then depending if it's a 2-day class, CDE after. And now all of a sudden it's like, shit, do we do this? And then, if you do everything and you're done by 2 p.m., they might be like, I didn't get my whole day's class out of this. So you know what I'm saying? It just gets weird if they're getting mental issues, like, this is the first time this has happened to me, or like, I'm figuring out that my schedule is about to collapse on me. That's different than an instructor who's like, been a cop instructor, been a military instructor, been a regular instructor for decades, and he can handle fucking having 1 student or 100 because he's got enough bullshit to pass out, or enough instruction, or like I say, sometimes they'll just ramp it up and take you right through their advanced class then. Like, fuck it, we don't have to wait around for everybody, let's just keep going with the instruction. So that's what I'm saying. That's why it'll sometimes get kind of like, shit, did I just pay $500 to like get 14 minutes worth of instruction here today? And
for my instructor, one thing that I noticed is that it threw off his timing. Kind of like what you were saying, is in his head he kind of knew what he wanted to cover, except that it was meant for a full-size class. So all of a sudden, we were covering some things, a lot faster than he would with a large group. And the other thing is that that on the first day, like I said, we supposed to have 6, but we had 4. On the second day, one of the guys didn't show up, so then we only had 3 guys. I was one of the 3. So the timing issue only got worse. And the other thing is that and maybe it was just me, it's hard to say, but during the breaks, it was almost like, well, break time means it's instructor toot his own horn time. And I was not impressed by that.
Well, and that's another thing I was just going to say, is that there's also a comfort level when you're there's instructors out there that are like, I'm the shit, and everybody's here to see me, and I'm going to stand out in front a lot, and I'm going to make sure everybody hears me at lunch and shit. And then there's the instructors that are like, you guys are paying me to learn X, Y, Z, so I'm here to teach them X, Y, Z, and then I'm going to sit here and just answer things as I'm addressed, be polite about it, but they're not there on a blowhard. So, like, you've got, again, a usual class is 12, so sometimes they're 20, sometimes they're 10, so I hardly ever see them less than 6. I mean, rarely ever less than 6. That means like it was a special occasion or like somebody, it's just not worth rescheduling or whatever. So anyway, when it gets down to just a few and you're expecting 12 or something, there's instructors that are fucking assholes, right? And they'll need to like not talk to certain people, and they need those other people to be buffers for them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get it.
Think of like a coach or something who got a team he didn't want, and he's like, well, all right, I'm going to be able to deal with these people, but these fucking people I don't like.
Yeah,
and some people are good about that, and some people ain't. Military guys are typically okay with that because they are used to meeting tons of people they don't fucking like, and they still have to deal with them, right? But paid guys will end up, if they don't care about their feedback or like, the reports they hear back from their students, they might not ever pay attention or even care if they're alienating people and shit. So it's, like I say, there's a lot of dynamics to it, and that's where I suspect, and I guess I'm glad that we were talking about this, because I'm constantly trying to figure out how to express to people that like it's worth getting instruction from actual instructors instead of people that went to a class and then are trying to regurgitate it, because you just don't have those things those nuances or whatever that you get after a shit ton of instruction. So anyway, that's another aspect of some of these instructors is like how well they can deal with people, and like some of them aren't really good instructors. Does that make sense? Like some of them, they can't teach you how to do something right. All they know how to do is show what they know how to show, and if you can't just imitate it, and then they don't know what to do. And a lot of times when there's 12 people on the line, you can kind of tell. And that's why I really cherish being able to just stand back and watch a class instead of having to take a class. I try to watch them if I can, because I get as much info from the instructor on that kind of shit. And like I said, I never really thought about it from this angle, but if they don't like a guy or they can't get a guy up to speed, they just don't have to go over there. And again, you can do, typically class will be like, blah, 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 zero your rifle, let's say, blah, 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 take a couple of drills on this, take a couple of drills on that, take a couple of drills on this, and then to the next step, and then take a couple of drills here and a couple of drills to reinforce that topic, and then lunch, so what I'm saying? So it's like, they pretty much are doing something, take this home, do it on your own, practice this. This is a way to, keep this in mind when you're practicing it. They're trying to dump info on you so they can move on and get a piece of instruction in. So if they don't want to deal with somebody, they can just not go over there and address the fact that they suck because they're not good coaches or they're not good instructors to be able to teach that guy. Or it would take them all afternoon to just teach that guy the one thing. And when there's only 4 people, how do you not teach the one guy who's fucking holding his gun wrong how to teach? What I'm saying? That's like the spotlight's on you. And that can be even worse because now it's like amplified because now they feel like they're definitely under the microscope and there's this one guy doing something horrible and they're going to try to, for the first time ever maybe, instruct a guy or coach a guy on how to do something basic, and now he looks like a fool because he doesn't know how to do it, and there's 3 other people watching him fumble around or something. I can see that being a real mindfuck on somebody.
I've never been happy to be taking most of my instruction either professionally or through the military until this conversation, because that sounds terrible.
I'm exaggerating it to some extent. I mean, it doesn't happen like people cry or anything, but
no, but I get what you're saying. When somebody's paying for it, like it's different when you have to teach it to them. Like it needs to get done. You need to like show them to do it. They have to learn this.
Yeah, and they're there to learn it because they're not going to advance either. They're not going to get out of there if they don't fucking learn it for the most part.
Yeah.
And then who knows what kind of point of views people are coming into these civilian classes with.
Yeah, because my experiences professionally is when the classes were small, it got way better in the military. Like when there was just just a team or a squad out there, and we were going through instruction, it was great.
Yeah, because those guys know their jobs 1,000%, so they can go any speed, backwards, forwards, stop in the middle, fucking start right up. They don't care.
That's really interesting. I've never thought about that. That's pretty cool.
Well, it's one of those things too. I never thought about expressing it that way, so I'm glad we talked about it.
But yeah, being that the class was as small as it was, I think part of it was the guy's personality. I did not really enjoy the weekend at all.
That sucks.
But I did get some information that I wanted out of it. So I felt like I was looking to enjoy the class and get the information. I didn't enjoy the class, but at least I got the information.
Yeah.
So
I mean, you got to learn at school too. Sometimes you hate the teacher, but you still learn what you need to learn from them.
exactly. I mean, so I was satisfied with I got the information that I really wanted, and just let it go from there. It's like I didn't enjoy it the way I thought I would, because I didn't think I'd be with an egomaniac, bragging about I'm all that in a bag of chips.
That happens quite a bit too, especially again when the guys are defensive, I guess, that they're not going to be taken seriously if they don't feel like they're qualified or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, he was, was a relatively, young, not a young guy, but he was, early 30s. But I almost felt as if he got the impression that he almost needed to say these things. I don't know why he felt he needed to impress us, because he didn't.
I'm curious. Did you ever see how did you get hooked up with this guy? Did you see any of his a video on YouTube or something or?
Well, I live in a very rural area, and so there aren't really a whole lot of choices. And his place was just over an hour away from where I'm at, and it was the closest one. And I had also gotten some recommendations for this place. There's a Illinois Carry website that I belong to for my state. Anyway, I had gotten some recommendations for this particular place, but not necessarily for this particular instructor.
I see.
I mean, the curriculum was fine.
Do you get to pick your instructors when you take these civilian classes, or you just kind of get what you get?
I think it depends on the school, yeah.
Sometimes they'll say such and such class, such and such instructor, such and such date, such and such class, such and such instructor date.
Yeah.
Right? Other times they'll just say this class, this date, and then it's just roll the dice who shows up.
Maybe when you're taking civilian, I don't know. I mean, I'm just throwing this out there, but maybe something people could think about is if you're taking a civilian class, to look up the instructor, because most of these guys have videos on YouTube, and you could see what they're all about, and see you could maybe get an idea of their. You could get an idea of their teaching style and their communication skills.
Yeah, it's just like taking cooking class or something. It's not like there's a way to do anything, right? So it's just like cooking. You can learn the French style, or you can learn the Mexican food, or you can learn desserts, or whatever it is you go to cooking school for. And then once you pick one of those, you can go, French, or you can go, somebody who's, I don't know, whatever the different variances are. So it's the same way with these classes, and yeah, you definitely would want to. I think those after actions are super. I mean, that's the thing that got me all jazzed up about it, was reading all these different after actions and getting people's different experiences, because you can learn a lot. And the thing is, man, it's all about going to a lot of them. I know that's kind of tough, but use the power of the YouTube channel. Say hey, I want to review this for my YouTube channel, and I learn as much auditing classes, what I call it, as taking them. So I mean, I shoot them whenever I can or whatever, but auditing them, like I say, standing back and just reviewing the class for them, it's freaking awesome. You can basically see what every student is doing right or wrong. The only thing and you can see how the instructors deal with everybody. You can see all these different dynamics, and then if you've got a drill and you're only going to do the drill 2 or 3 times in the class, it's almost like, depending how fast you can pay attention to everybody, it's like you've done the drill a bunch of times, even though you've never actually done it, because you've seen all different kinds of ways to screw up. So now whenever let's say you are doing something like a mag reload and you find out that, my thumb is catching on my strap to my doohickey here. Well, I may or may not have my shit set up that way, but if I see a guy struggling like that through a whole class, it's something that's in my head now, and that guy might have only experienced it, but somebody 6 or 7 down from him has no clue that that guy's having that little hang up with that strap. So anyway, I think you can experience a lot by doing that, and most instructors don't give a shit if you're going to stand there and watch, as long as you're not, trying to record their class and sell it on eBay or something, or sell a DVD of it on eBay. If you're just there to review them and help promote them, they'll let you sit there and watch them, and then you get basically as much time as you can spend learning stuff.
Yeah, I've watched some videos on YouTube of some instructors instructing, and some of them I'm just like, Jesus, I wouldn't be able to. That guy, I mean, just seeing them on YouTube kind of rubs me the wrong way. And then there's other instructors I've seen on YouTube that like I'm like, wow, that guy sounds like a solid, you know, he can, like, I mean, right, like the first one I see, like yeah, he just seems like a solid person. He's a good teacher, not just is he like an efficient like marksman and all that stuff, but he's a good teacher. Like Travis Haley comes to my mind right away because like his teaching style is really he's just a solid teacher. You can tell he's done it a long time. You know, not shooting sports.
What did you say?
He just seems like a good teacher. Like I just got that.
Who? I miss who?
Oh, I was like Haley, Travis Haley.
Oh, okay.
I don't know him personally. He could be a dick. I don't know, but like, you know, it's I think yeah, the power of YouTube is definitely something maybe people should think about before they drop money on a class, a civilian class.
A lot of small places don't necessarily do that. I think the larger ones absolutely do.
Yeah, but a lot of the larger ones travel too. They bounce around. I know different big name instructors have come through here, and there ain't nothing here except for Thunder Ranch. That's like the only thing that's in Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
That's really expensive.
It's like an example, you know, the place I went to, the guy I went to, you know, both his place and him personally, there's nothing on their website as far as, you know, come watch, you know, a 2-minute snippet of
That's what you're saying.
Introduction to this course or something like that. As well as, you know, just doing YouTube videos myself, I understand the power of editing. And so if I were to see a video, you know, just let's say a single video on somebody I'd never seen before, I know that you can make it look like how you want to look. Now, one difference is if, let's say, somebody actually, like James Yeager as an example, although he's not really showing his class necessarily, you get a sense of what he is like. And his organization is probably a reflection of what he is like.
Yeah.
It's not an exact duplicate, but it's a reflection of its leader.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
And so at least I would have a sense, because he has a regular channel, of kind of what the personality of the place kind of might be like. Similar to sort of a thing. So,
yeah.
So that would definitely be an exception to that. Yeah, I would have an idea what to expect. As well as, you know, you also see just in his, like, not his trailer, but his, the first part of his video. I mean, you see people rolling on the ground. You see people, you know, walking, you know, right up to the targets. And so you kind of get a feel for, okay, I'm not just standing at, you know, at a bench. You know, I'm going to be, you know, shooting on the move. I'm going to be moving with other people. Yeah. You know, I'm going to be checking both my sixes, you know, while other people are shooting all in a line, and I'm going to assume the stool position while I'm doing this. And, you know, and all those little things. Oh my God, people are walking around with guns pointed at the ground. You know, there's other people there. Don't they realize there's other people there? I mean, it's just, at least it gives you a sense of what to expect, even in that short little 10-second, whatever it is, intro.
Sure. So what class did you take then? What was the name of it?
It was Combat Pistol 1.
Okay, and then it was a 2-day class?
It was a 2-day class.
8 hours lecture, or was it all in the range?
It was all in the range.
So why don't you take us through, like, how'd they structure it, or did they give you, first off, did they give you a handout, some sort of an itinerary?
No, and that was a major disappointment. And because I asked right at the very beginning, I said, will we be getting any either notes at the end of today or booklet at the end, so when we go home we can, you know, we can review that to take some of these practices to the range for ourselves. And he says, yeah, you know, some other people had mentioned that, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. And this is before we even started. So when he said, well, I just hadn't gotten around to it yet, that was really kind of a turnoff to me, because again, I didn't pay $100 for this class. I paid a lot more than that. I mean, I didn't pay a fortune, but it was like it set what the priority of the class is.
Because that can, yeah, I mean, again, if it's $89 class at the local community college, you know, you're going to appreciate anything you get out of something like that. But if it was, I mean, are we talking a $400 for 2-day class?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's substantial. That's as much as you'd pay for any established, any decent instructor, any real instructor.
Right. And like I said, my expectations is, and I had brought, you know, a little notepad to try to take notes, and when there was, but again, with only 3 of us, you know, there's no rotating groups. It's just us. So there was no time to, you know, take notes. I mean, we stopped to reload our mags and immediately went back to the line. So it was very difficult to, you know, at the end of the day, I came home both Saturday and Sunday and tried to, you know, I was exhausted both days, but I tried to write down some notes and the type of exercises that we went through so I could remember later, so then I could then take those exercises that we did in class and then reproduce them as best I can when I go to my outdoor range. Because for me, that's the whole purpose, is not just to do them once at the range during a class, but then to take those exercises over to my outdoor range and repeat them to practice that skill set. Because it's just like a musical instrument. If you don't practice it, you will lose it.
Yeah. That's it's too bad
So then
to hear.
take us through what kind of, you had 2 days, so was it, you said they didn't give you an itinerary, but was it like a sit down and the way, when I picture all day at the range, there's like picnic tables or something, so you guys have your bags and shit laying around. This is a pistol class, so you basically just have your guns on your hips. You're maybe loading mags or putting on Ear Pro, and he's giving you the rundown, or is it like structured different than that?
No, that's pretty much exactly what it was.
Okay, so then he's just kind of saying, let's get right into it, and here's the first thing we're going to be talking about? Or did he say, like, okay, we're going to be doing 2 days worth of shit and this and that, lunches at this time, here's the medic area, like, if you need to go to the hospital, it's this way?
Yeah, we had about, you know, 5 or 10 minutes worth of that, you know, general intro.
So you had an idea of what all you'd be learning?
No. Just in broad strokes, like he said, you know, tomorrow is when we'll be doing most of the shooting. This is on Saturday morning. Tomorrow is when we'll be covering, you know, close quarter shooting, you know, like fighting in a phone booth, you know, that sort of thing. You know, where you're actually shooting from your hip bone.
Wow. Okay.
Not in front of yourself, but actually backwards. You know, so day one, quite frankly, was overextended safety exercises, in my opinion. I mean,
yeah, okay.
I mean, I understand the first part because he doesn't know us from anybody, and he doesn't know the skill level of anybody. So I understand the first part, understanding, do these guys seem to understand safety? You know, can they follow what I say? That sort of thing. You know, that certainly makes, you know, good sense. You know, to start slow. It just that, you know, we really didn't, you know, get to much of any really learning until day 2. As far as, you know, I already knew how to draw my weapon.
Well, okay, but, and this is, you know, I'm not accusing anybody, everybody does this, but you've heard the concept of you're there to learn the way they want you to do it, not teach them the way or prove to them you already can figure it out. So, I mean, they didn't offer you seriously anything different about it? Like, it was exactly however you had learned it from originally?
Not on day 1. Day 2, yes, but not on day 1.
Okay. But anyway, it was probably just a factor then of having, what, a third or a quarter of the class of the students he's used to, and he would normally have to go up and down the line making sure everybody's basics are good to go before he starts having you do semi-dangerous stuff, riskier stuff.
Yeah.
So then you go away for lunch, or you ate lunch as a class and bullshit with them?
We ate lunch there. You know, we had to bring our own lunch. But,
okay. Well, that's good. They had told you to bring a lunch then.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so it's not a fly-by-night shit then. It sounds like they pretty much had their shit together.
Yeah. Oh, no, it wasn't like it, you know, was his first time doing it.
Right. Okay. And then what, they ran until about 5?
Went from 8 to 5 the first day, and then 8 to 6 the second day.
Oh, damn. Oh, and then did they do like a qualification or some sort of like test to pass or fail?
Oh yeah. We went through drawing fire in our times and improving our times. And that's the part that because I've never used a timer before, that I was actually able to quantify what my draw was, and then able to work on improving my draw time.
Did it make you want to buy a timer?
Well, I know they're not cheap, but yes, it's a very good tool.
What do the timers start?
You can
price-wise?
like 100-ish. The good fancy ones 200-ish, I think, if I remember right. But you can get apps for your phone if you really just want to play with it first.
That's true.
They're worth having though.
Are they $3.99?
The apps are. I have like 3 apps on my phone. I've never used them though. I just don't ever give a shit. Yeah.
Well, all right. Quick question. Like, so if you were to like, I don't know, sit on the couch near a table and put the app there, no, because I guess on like a double action you can get the kind of like your timer.
No, it's not gonna hear the snap of your hammer, I don't think.
Okay.
But the one thing I do like about timers is the random buzz. So if you want to just like give yourself a random indication to start whatever drill it is, that's super handy on a timer.
That's what I like.
Honestly, I just never paid attention enough to learn how to use most of them. They usually have like a real easy, like this is your time kind of thing, and then sometimes they can count 2 times real easy. Once you get into more shit than that, I don't bother with them because I'm not there to learn how to use a timer. I'm there to play around with my gun, so I just like them for the random start time thing.
But the timer was very helpful for myself as far as it's not that I didn't know how to draw; it's how to draw more efficiently.
Sure. So what kind of tips do you remember any? Best form of retention is regurgitating it.
Always have your shirt tucked in was tip number 1 for Dano.
Yeah, always tuck your shirt in.
You're way ahead of the game if you got your shirt tucked in, because then it's easy to grab it. You don't have to flip the shirt out of the way.
Yeah. Off the top of my head, and at 2 in the morning, I'm not coming up with much.
So you said they had you shoot at like from the hip without even aiming, like basically here's my pelvis, here's my gun.
Well, we did, what you would call it, contact range just beyond an arm's length.
Sure. But I guess I've always done that with either your elbow or your fist on the target up by the head, or sometimes around your head as if you're trying to stop from getting hit, and then your elbow touching the target as a point of reference, and then you draw and shoot like that.
Yeah, we just did it with our hand like maybe 6 inches from the target, so it's similar.
Okay. But you were rocking backwards, or?
You would pull it from your holster and just pivot at your hip.
Pivot your arm, though. Not when you said your hip. I guess I was thinking like you're rocking back. You're not rocking back. You're just moving your elbow or whatever to pivot the gun towards the bad guy's pelvis.
Wrist. Yes, if I use my index finger from a down position to a slightly greater than horizontal position.
Kind of like.
I gotcha.
And then canting it out slightly from my body.
I guess when you said hip, I thought pivot your hip. So I was picturing, like, say, throwing your shoulders way back and doing one of those speed rocking, or because there's that technique called like speed rock or whatever where they do that.
Yeah.
And
I meant
it sounds like
your hand, not your hip. It just the location is at your hip bone.
I gotcha.
Kind of like shooting what's it? Like the high noon, like cowboy.
No, so more like what Tex was doing when he shot himself, basically. This is pretty much what he was doing, except he was doing it more of the tactical response, where you have your hand around your head, like you're blocking yourself from getting hit.
Yeah, and then you keep your offhand up on your chest, and that's of course to prevent you from shooting yourself. Your hand.
Mm-hmm. So then.
And then, of course, and then you immediately start backing up, and as you're backing up, you extend to a full draw and continue fire.
Oh, really? Okay. And then, say like you're shooting towards their pelvis, or you just don't give a shit as long as you're not shooting yourself, or did he get into that?
The two areas that we practiced firing at was both in the pelvis as well as in the upper thorax areas with that particular exercise. And so it was basically just so you can understand that even at contact distance, you can still hit them at an arm's length in either location.
Yeah, I think that kind of is like an introduction to getting a student to realize the gun still works when it's right next to you, because we're so used to extending it out as far away as we possibly can and then shooting it.
Right, and also getting comfortable with it going bang that close to you.
Yeah, and all the concussion and shit.
Yeah, I mean it's mere inches from your body, but that's why you give it a slight cant.
That's good though, because it's confidence that now you've done it, you know that it can be done, and it's not even something you'd think about ideally. So now, did you go on your back at all?
No, but I can't anyway, and I talked to the instructor before the class about that subject.
Oh, but they normally would have them doing supine there then?
No, they didn't, and I was kind of surprised because I assumed they would, but they didn't.
Okay.
I mean, not with the other students either.
Right. Anything on the ground?
There was nothing on the ground, which again, I was kind of surprised. I was expecting there would at least be some for the other students, but there wasn't.
Well, in that class or that system, it must be their 2-level class probably.
Right. And again, I wasn't disappointed because I wasn't going to go down anyway because I can't. But I was surprised that the other guys didn't get an opportunity to learn that.
Well, hold on. So now, when they do those things, especially I've never seen a class where they do anything more than just stage. You don't jump into those positions or whatever. So usually they're going to go, all right, everybody, we're going to get on your backs and we're going to shoot from supine. Everybody takes as much time as they want to get down there, and then once they're down there, they'll have them draw and then kind of bring the thing out between their legs, right, and then do the instruction and then shoot a few rounds. It's not like you draw and then shoot between your knees. You draw slowly and as a class before you shoot, and then you get it to where you're not going to shoot your kneecaps off, and then you shoot a few rounds, especially in introductory class. But it's mostly the same thing as when you're close in. It's to give you that concept of like, hey, my gun can still work if I'm on my back and I have to shoot between my knees or whatever.
And I'm not going to hurt myself.
Yeah, well, no, you feel concussion. It actually hurts your ankles a little bit if you did it more than a few times, unless you move your ankles real quick. But, it's just, again, to give you that familiarity. But I'm just saying, if they did it, and then whenever you're done, you usually holster it and then get up as long as it takes you to get up. I mean, in that situation, you wouldn't do it either? Or were you anticipating they'd make you jump to that position or something? Or they quickly get to that position?
If I had to get on the ground, I wouldn't do it.
No matter what?
No matter what.
Oh, all right.
I mean, I could injure myself if I'm not careful. I have a spinal issue, and I'll just leave it at that.
Right on. Well, what about if you went to whatever range and just put on whatever you needed to do to be able to do that? Because don't you think it's worth doing it just to make sure you can shoot from that position?
Well, I'm confident I can. I mean, I'm not. Now, I don't know how accurate I would be. I mean, because I've never done it.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's kind of weird. It's hard to explain. It's sort of like, I imagine when people pick up a different type of gun than they're used to with a different grip angle or whatever, it's your gun and everything. It's just that because of the perspective difference or what, it seems like for me at least I have to like push my palms into the gun more to be able to get the sight picture. It's like, I guess it's because you're not locked up the way you normally are in isosceles. So anyway, it's just the idea, the concept of at least doing it a few times before it's the time you have to do it, and then your first shot is where you figure out, shit, hopefully you shot the wall behind the guy, now you have to compensate.
Yeah, actually,
I don't think it's critical, I was just wondering.
Yeah, but just taking a step back, you had asked about, when I was describing, close quarters combat, shooting from the hip, I had pivoted it too far, and I actually, nobody knew it, but I actually shot it up and over the berm. I was a bit embarrassed, even though no one knew. They just knew it was a miss.
That'll happen. Especially when you're close to a berm, because it's designed for stuff to just skip up in.
Yeah.
Or get flown right in.
But I knew exactly what I did the half second afterwards. But it's still, it's something that has never happened to me ever. And then all of a sudden you do it, and it's like I feel, at that moment you feel like a total, idiot.
Did you hit a plane? Is that why that plane came down? Are you trying to admit it to it?
It could have been. It could have been.
Dano is a surface-to-air missile.
But part of it, it's also to induce a little bit of stress, which is also, again, part of the class.
What gun did you use for class?
Glock 26.
Glock 26?
Really? Dang.
Yeah, ran like a champ. But the second day, I definitely learned a really good amount, and I was glad I got the information on that. So.
What kind of stuff did you get the second day then?
Well, what I'm describing to you was day 2. As far as being able to,
Well, that wasn't the whole day though, was it?
Well, a lot of what I'm describing to you, see, he would, as I'm sure what's probably common is they start with small parts of the total exercise. Like, let's say there's 5 components to the exercise. You first do the first component just by itself, and then it's over. And you may do that several times. And then the next exercise, you do the first part and the second part. And you might do that several times. And you do that all the way until you have all 5 parts into it. And then you do that, several times.
So are the parts like walking up to a corner or walking backwards, or what are we talking about?
Yeah,
parts?
Walking both forwards and backwards, and firing, checking your 6s, checking, your ammo, and then if you need ammo, reloading, and then putting it back in your holster. But all, taking your time. But in a safe manner. And of course, everybody's doing it at the same time.
Sure.
But
are you going to take another class now?
I'm definitely going to take another class. I won't be taking it from there, but I'm definitely going to take another class. I mean, this is not the first class I've ever taken. But
oh, I thought it was the first class you ever took.
Well, I had a class 2 years ago. It was NRA. What was it? Outside the home.
All right.
But
that one's boring. I'm an instructor for that one.
Yeah.
I'll make it extra boring.
Well, anything you can do, I'm sure, helps.
But I like to not let AC be on whenever I teach a class.
No
pencil sharpeners.
No breaks.
Oh no, never breaks. And we get to stay the entire time because.
No lunch.
Nope, waste of time. That's time cheating.
Yeah, the aspects that I was looking to get from the class were what I consider to be the concealed carry aspects, and some of the things
drawing
that were
from
covered.
Concealment and stuff.
What's that?
Like drawing from concealment.
Yes, that, as well as the other parts. I'm not necessarily looking for the parts that could lead to other sorts of things. I'm never going to be a law enforcement officer. I'm never going to be in the military again. I'm not going to be a security officer. But I am very much interested in the concealed carry portion of it. So, I don't know. I'm sure I didn't describe it very well, and I apologize for that.
Oh, it's pretty good. I think I have a pretty good idea what it was like for you. Shit ton of bugs out there?
Actually, we were fairly lucky. Both days the winds were about 20 miles an hour, so that kept the mosquitoes and the bugs to a minimum.
Well, that's a bonus then.
So,
That's one thing we're spoiled on out here. We don't really have that problem too much.
Yeah.
But there's no grass or anything. Everything's freaking hard when you have to kneel or do anything on the ground.
Poisonous snakes everywhere.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. When you go to, when you've had your classes, this can go to anybody in here. When you've had classes at an outdoor range, do they have you pick up the brass afterwards?
Are you talking about civilian classes or non-civilian?
Civilian.
I don't know.
Hey, the whole time, why is Keeson freeloading this chat, not talking?
Oh,
Totally hoovering.
He said something a little bit a few minutes ago.
I got shut down saying stuff.
Yeah, shut up, Keeson.
Oh my gosh. These people.
I've never taken a class, so I've been quiet. That's why I want to go in there. That's why I want to know the info about them Jaeger classes. Come on.
My local indoor range is having a free lecture class, I guess, about field carry.
Where are you at, Wesley?
Ohio.
Oh, jeez.
It's like a 6-hour drive down to Camden.
Yeah.
Dude, for me, it's like 10 hours, man.
Does this work now? Hello?
What work?
Hello?
My mic?
Yeah,
we
we
can
hear
hear you.
Oh, whoever fucking put that Hulu link in here crashed my shit. So,
Sorry.
I don't know. It took like an hour to load it, and I couldn't get off mute.
You don't want to watch it, G-Wubs. You won't like it. It's
Did I know
more
it
for
just-
Keeson or Marco.
It's 100% up to the range. A lot of places
Oh, I watched
nowadays
that.
will say, go ahead and leave your brass, because they got people that'll come out and grab it. And then other ones, especially a lot of times the police ones, they want you to clean it up, leave it like you found it.
Right.
Which sucks.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's why I like shooting metal. Shooting
Yeah.
like AK is awesome because I just have a big magnet and I just walk around with my magnet and I don't feel bad one moment of the time everybody else is on their knees picking up their brass when I
imagine-
just pick it all up mine. I can
I
pick
imagine
mine
G-Wubs
all
with
up.
those big cartoon magnets, the giant ones.
No,
Like a
actually I
Bugs
just
Bunny.
have the magnets that you are meant to put a gun on or whatever, gun magnets. In the green box. They used to be my client, so I have freaking dozens of those. So I just take one of those and I put it inside of an ammo box, and it works. I just have it on the end of a 550, and all I have to do is walk around, and it picks up shit tons, and then I pull them off, throw them in the garbage, pick up another shit ton, and I'm pretty much done usually by then.
I copy and pasted in the side what was actually the description of the class, which does a much better job discussing it than I did.
Well, I kind of figured that most of the time it's all about safety stuff first, and then malfunction clearances, and then you just do the same thing over and over and over until you can do it pretty well, and the instructor's confident, and then they'll have you do sometimes walking around or sometimes doing like what you talked about, close in or something. But like I say, some of the classes will drop you on your back. Some of them will have you walk around of wrong people, which is kind of, I don't know, thrilling, I guess. Dave, did anything do anything like that where you walked like around the other people?
No, and I was kind of disappointed. I thought we at least would have a couple plastic barrels there to pretend, concealment or.
Well, since it was a limited number of students, did they have the full line of like 12 or whatever target stands, or did they only bring the 4 you needed?
Oh,
So you had plenty of resources there then.
Oh yeah, plastic barrels were just on the other side of the range.
Okay. Well, then it's just not in their curriculum or whatever.
Yeah.
It's kind of annoying. Like I say, sometimes they'll take the opportunity to just say, "Fuck it, we're going to give you a basic class with a plus sign at the end. We're going to take you to as much as we can cover."
Right.
But whatever. Maybe you guys were.
I was looking forward to learning that didn't happen.
How were your other? You said there was 3 other students. Were they good to go, or were they idiots? You know what I'm saying? If there were 3 idiots, then he maybe didn't want to get too advanced or anything.
Yeah, 2. Well, again, the first day there were 4. And I'm one of the 4. 2 of the guys were kind of so-so, and then me and another guy were okay. I mean, nobody was stellar.
But I mean, it wasn't like somebody was so bad that that's the obvious reason they didn't accelerate or anything.
Nobody corked the class.
No. No, I mean there was one guy who was really struggling, but I don't think he didn't cover the material because of that. The guy was struggling because he was having so many problems with his gun.
Just put their TV on or something.
Oh shit! I was muted. Sorry.
Who?
We're not exciting enough.
What kind of pistol was he carrying? If you don't mind me asking.
Oh no, he had a Springfield single stack 9.
What?
Like an XD?
Yeah, XDS. Yeah.
Oh my God. Seriously?
Yep. And he only had 2 magazines.
I take it all back. I would have got there. I would have been like, "Wait the fuck, is this some kind of practical joke show?" And then
Where's
like,
Ashton
what?
Kutcher?
He'd be like, "Where the hell is he? Are you punking me?" And then he'd be all like, "What? What?" And I'd be like, "Is that your gun?" And then I'd just throw my shit down and walk away. I'd leave.
No. Actually,
nothing can be learned here.
Slow things down because we kept on having to stop so he could reload because he only had 2 magazines.
And unjam his shit.
Yeah. And he had never fired the gun before that day.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. No, I had a certain amount of respect for this guy, and then you said the thing about the XDS, and then I had less respect, and then you said that part, and now I'm like, oh man.
Dog pile.
Yeah. His concealed carry was an
should just walked in. You cannot
I guess
operate.
it could mean he's open-minded. I mean, you know, Bruce Lee would carry an XD at some point because he'd be open-minded about it. Be like water. Carry crap sometimes.
Yeah.
Mikhail's gonorrhea. I don't know. Giardia.
Oh my god.
But aside from that, you're not going to go back to him anyway, even despite the XD. There's other reasons you're not going to go back and...
Yeah.
I think I decided after hearing
multiple
that.
target drills. Tell us some multiple target drills.
If I ever get to take a Jaeger class, I'm going to take Ruger. Or, my Ruger Vaquero. I'll take it. I'm here.
Yeah, the multiple target drills are basically just firing at other people's targets.
Right.
I mean, I hate to simplify it like that, but it's something that people aren't used to. Instead of, if you're in number 2 lane, shoot at number 4's target.
Right.
Number 4 shoots at number 6.
How'd you like that?
As simple as that.
The thing is, when you got 4 people on a line of 12, that's prime time for everybody getting their own 3 or 4 targets, right? So
yeah.
Did you get to do that and then actually get to... Because you're right. Most of the time it's like, you shoot at his and you shoot at his, and then, you know, by the end of 2 days, there's Swiss cheese out there, and for the most part, the size of a, you know, cantaloupe or something. But you don't really know if you're getting good hits. Holy moly, somebody strangled a bat?
It's a bathroom door.
Who lives in a haunted house?
Chris, are you running over more coyotes? What the hell?
Are you crapping while we're on the chat?
That was the Roadrunner.
But not indoors.
You're going to carry the laptop into the shitter, at least mute it.
Chris is listening to his haunted house soundtrack record.
Yeah. Do what?
You gotta bring like an old school, like cap and ball, Navy cap and ball, revolver. Hold on, let me reload.
I did go to a class where the guy sent his like secretary and his wife, or his secretary and her mom, or I don't know what it was, but 2 women to this class with revolvers, and that's not a fair thing to do to people, especially if they're not, you know, if they're new to this thing anyway. To then handicap them with revolvers is crazy.
Don't a lot.
Yeah. And it was clearly stated that you had to have over 3 magazines of and that's if they were high capacity, having 15 or more rounds. And if they were single stack, then he wanted, I think, 4 or 5 magazines.
Aren't there revolver classes?
But did he state that those magazines actually had to fit your gun?
Aren't there specific like revolver combat classes?
So if I show up with like a Smith & Wesson,
exactly.
As long as I got like
specific to the revolver.
Bring this pistol to the course.
Or at least if you bring, like, if you had Jerry Micklick, you know, showing up to learn stuff, he wouldn't, you know, be unfamiliar with his shit, so he wouldn't hold everybody up and require the instructors shift gears constantly.
That's because he can shoot his revolver faster than I can shoot my Glock.
Well, but I'm just using an example. I'm just saying, as long as you show up and you're not dragging the class down. But these two girls were, they were going to be a handful because they'd never really shot before. But then, then they had to learn how to shoot revolvers right away too, which is.
Use moon clips.
Are you saying that they needed some hands-on training?
Oh yeah, intimate hands-on training.
If I get behind you here and hold you this way, you should be able to shoot better.
Kind of like Dana's grandma.
No.
Oh.
Well, Chris missed that earlier.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. So.
You've never been lucky.
All about a social security check.
Well, I found some 7.62 by 39 ammo locally. So.
What'd you end up paying for?
I ended up getting 1,000 rounds of WPR, the Wolf Precision, or whatever it is, WPA or WPR.
WPA.
I got 1,000 rounds of that for $240, and then I got 1,000 rounds of Tula for $100 even.
1,000 rounds for Tula?
Hook me up where you get this 1,000 rounds for $100.
Yeah. Come on now.
$200, not $100, $200. He sold me two 500 cases for $100 each.
Oh, that's still a pretty good deal.
That's still a good deal.
That's still a damn good deal.
I bought mine on sale when it was
I had to drive all the way up to Ridgefield, but
if there's more, you're not going to find it cheaper than that.
That's really
that's all he had. I bought all he had, but I had to drive all the way up to Ridgefield to get it. But I figured 2,000 will get me started. So.
As you were doing it, you were like acting like a junkie, it's like scratching your collar and stuff. Like, got 7.62 by 39. I'll take whatever you got, any price. I'll just buy that all up for you.
When are you gonna come here? When's the next time When's the next shipment? When's the next shipment?
What was it? Pads and extra lipstick to touch up. I thought,
Was it at a shop?
No, it's off our local forum.
I'm coming home with that ammo.
I might buy another 500 rounds tomorrow from a guy in Portland who's got 100 rounds of the WPA for $125.
So not only did we get you addicted to buying AKs, now you're going to start for 7.62 by 39. Never-ending supply.
We're going to have to do an AK intervention, though.
So, Yankee,
I think for my rifle that I have for emergencies, I always like to have at least 5,000 rounds for it. It's going to take a while for me to build up.
And 3 5
for
round
each one, hopefully.
That's messed up. He buys 2,000 rounds in one night, and one day. It took me like 4 months to save up to get 2,000 rounds.
Yeah, it's because you don't live in the wonderland that is Oregon and Washington.
You're like half as old as Yankee. So.
Yeah, and I'm still working for a living.
Not half my age. I'm not 100.
No, he's not Bob.
Well, I'm not. Well, I'm not 50. So there.
How old are you, Ewok?
I'm 38.
See, I'm not 76 years old.
Oh, I thought you were like 25
so,
or something.
What do you think is a good number for magazines for yourself? Like, do you want to get more magazines, or?
No, I'll get more magazines, but I'm not a guy that thinks I have to have 1,000 magazines for a gun because I'm a firm believer of you have there's like a balance where you get to where you spend too much money on magazines, you put a lot of gun fails. 1,000 magazines aren't worth anything if your gun fails.
Yeah, 5 mags would suffice for you.
You already have like a dozen magazines, right?
I've got 12, but
okay.
And it comes with 2 each. So, but I don't know if the ones I've got are going to fit or not. I'll have to see it. I read somewhere that you have to file the catch down to get these ones to fit it.
Because he almost has as much mags as you do.
It's confusing.
Hold on. Peppers have been imported historically, right? So a long time, even during the ban, because the way they look. They could have been imported because they had no scary features and shit. So you're going to find a lot of different contracting information about it.
I'm finding, I go to a forum and go, can I use regular AK mags in a Vepr? And then I'll pull up one set and it'll say different things in the same thing. I'll be like, no, you can't. I've got 10 of them, and yes, you can.
It's the same physical size. They didn't even resize them because it came in sporting and it remains sporting. So they just come in with the wide mag well. And at the beginning, they would screw with the mag catch. So basically, your mag would have to have like a little V notch made into it at first, and then they would screw with that in different ways throughout the various importers. But you'll just have to wait and see when you get it. But I would say probably chances are 80% they don't even screw with that anymore. But if they do, you can either modify your mags by just putting a little notch in them, or you can modify your gun by getting rid of the little notch, and then the notches won't be required in the magazines.
I would probably just modify my magazines.
Yeah, that's probably easier, or buy that part. It just depends. I haven't seen a Vepr in a while. If you can take that little part out, perhaps, and just replace it with the flat part or whatever, so now a regular mag works. It'll just depend when you get it. You'll find out.
But the people that do say you have to change it say it's like $20 worth of parts.
Oh, even if you modify it, it takes you like 2 seconds. It literally, like, by the time you're done getting the file out, you're already done filing it. It's just a little nib. But if you replace the part, yeah, like I say, it might take you zero amount of time to take it apart, and then a minute or two to figure out how to put it back together, how to get the spring compressed the right way. But there's nothing to it.
My friend bought the same one, the 16, and he didn't have to do anything to his magazines.
I don't think they care anymore. Yeah. That was also a band thing.
I'm glad I ordered one of each because the 16s were sold out by this morning.
Oh, yeah.
The 16s look more like an AK, but the 20 is actually more realistic because that's supposed to be an RPK underneath all there.
Yeah.
So if you like the 16, you can turn that 20 back into a real RPK or sell it to somebody who wants to. That'd be cool.
How hard is it to do that?
Yeah. None. Not.
You gotta change the barrel so you can put the front end on it, don't you? Like the gas tube and.
I don't remember. I've never done it. I don't know. I haven't done it. But if it is, then that's a little bit of work. But it's not. I mean, you can go nuts and do it all the way, but for the most part, you just change the stock out and change the handguards out.
Well, I meant where the handguards are on the front, where they like catch on the barrel.
That's a gas tube.
Well, I mean the barrel, not the gas tube. The bottom piece.
Yeah, I haven't taken one apart myself, and I don't remember from looking at them. Like I say, I just never paid attention to them. It wasn't in the. I don't have that kind of cash. But they look badass when you get them all turned back into an RPK.
Well, what I thought it might be fun to do with the 20-inch, if I decide to keep both of them, is put like a bipod on the front of the 20-inch.
Yeah, a real RPK would have a bipod attached.
I'm looking at a picture of an Ed Brown Cobra carry that I want to buy really bad.
Hey, did yours come with a muzzle brake?
No.
No, they don't have muzzle brakes on them.
It might have threads. It might have. I don't know if they all do, but some of them had threads underneath. It's got like a thread protector. It's like tack welded on, and you just.
Yeah, I read something in the little description thing about remove the pin and take off the.
Yeah, some of them do, some don't. I don't know which is which, but it's a pretty easy.
Oops.
Whoa. It's a pretty easy fix.
That's a real RPK if the picture works. That's what it would look like with bipod and other furniture. The 45 round mag.
All I see is, oh, you put it over there. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking to do to it if I keep it on.
Yeah, you don't have the, it's that front mount for the lower handguard, and the gas tube doesn't have the things. It's like a tube. So you'd have to change those out to get the handguards on.
Yeah, they might make a thing where you can clamp it on there, though. And the gas tube, you just buy another one or something. I don't know.
Or there's all those aftermarket companies that make rails for.
Hell, just
you could get the folding stock version of this would be even better. That would be like the deluxe one.
Put that the Troy handguards on it.
They don't. They go on site.
You don't like that.
Yeah.
I bet you it. Well, no, I don't know. It would work on here or not. I haven't seen what's inside underneath the Vepr. It might have that for all I know.
That's it. I'll just take my Barrett down to Columbus tomorrow, trade it off, give me a cut, give me about all the AKs they got, and I'll switch one over. I think they got 3 or 4 Vepers down there. What the hell is that?
How do you tune these things in? It's got a bunch of static on mine.
Gun channels got static.
Yeah, I can't find the tuner on the controls in Google Plus here.
You gotta use the tracking on your VCR at the same time. Yeah, but definitely, Wesley, you should sell your Barrett because you can always buy another Barrett later.
Yeah, because there's nowhere. Yeah, because nobody wants to make those illegal.
Who's got a Barrett?
Me.
You have the Bolt or the Semi?
Why are you selling it?
I got a 107. I'm gonna take it down.
What's
I'm gonna
that?
take it down to
I
Columbus.
don't know the Barrett model, so what
That's
is that?
like the.
I listed my Barrett a couple of months ago for sale, and we couldn't sell the damn thing.
Which one was yours?
I'll take it if it's online.
Yeah.
No, it's
Just go to gun websites.
the 107 is just different from the.
It's like
from
the one the
other-
military uses.
Yeah, it's the military version. It's got the spiked feet on the bipod. It's got like a different coating on it than the other. It's got a different muzzle brake.
So is it Semi or Bolt?
Semi.
That's sweet.
Right here.
Jesus.
You have a YouTube
low.
video of it?
No.
Oh, you're such a Bama, man. What are you doing? This thing that we're on is called YouTube.
There you go, Mark. There's a picture of 107.
Really? That is pretty sweet. I just hate the doo-doo brown. Can't do it, yo.
To break it to you, but most of the world is that color.
It is my flesh tone, though.
Where the hell is my picture?
I wanted a 50 so bad at one point.
I got a ski mask like that with a very short, like, brim. It's pretty cool.
Thought that was a longer video than that.
You can imagine how cold those guys are.
Fucking freezing.
Yeah, and they got nothing over their eyes. They got to be watering.
Dude, can't you tell how sunny it is?
How long before you start taking aerial platform classes, Dano?
With your
How many hours is it?
With your Glock
That's
26.
mine right there.
There's some good camera work by my cameraman here. Here's me shooting my Barrett, and you get to see the guy get in position for the spotting, but then you don't see anything else after that.
Wait, it cut out then?
Yeah, he just stopped filming. I think he thought he was hitting play when he was hitting, or hitting record when he was hitting stop, and hitting stop when he thought he was hitting record.
This was the last time you guys were just down there, right?
Yeah.
Like 2 times ago we were down there.
Yeah, that arrowhead muzzle brake is just horrible for blast. The one I got's a lot better for blast on the side. Because I know, because I shot it. Do what?
But still, just the
Oh, so you
Barrett
can put a
muzzle
can on
brake.
Yeah, if you want to spend another $3,000 on it.
I stood next to a room full of those things when we were there.
Yeah. Yeah, I shot it when I first got it. I shot it a magazine out of it, and then I stood about 5 feet directly to the left while my buddy shot it of the muzzle brake.
Yeah, you
And
don't
you
do that.
definitely feel it.
Here's my brother-in-law shooting ours because he's half owner on it. We both own half of it. So.
Where's your scope?
We're using iron sights. We're not pussies.
Get that tree limb.
Tree killers.
murderers.
How did you get the audio to play through here?
Foresters.
I think you're just picking it up on my microphone.
Oh, okay. That worked out pretty good. Dano, next time you do one of those things, have film at a film projector.
Hit that trailer, you can tell we're in Mississippi.
What's that, G-Webs? Next time I do...
I said, look how good Yankee's getting that video to come through. You should have him be your projectionist next time you do a video thing like that.
And there's a whole video of me with my hand over the camera. That's good.
What's really bullshit is when they sent me mine, they sent me the scope separate on the mount because the scope on the upper wouldn't fit in the case. I had to like take the gun out and X-Acto knife the inside of the case so it would fit. Like I thought that was bullshit. You know the scope's coming. I paid you like $12,000 for this damn thing. Cut the fucking case for me.
Do you have any problems with the magazine, Wesley, or did it run pretty smooth? No.
Ran right through them. Shit through a goose. And I was shooting. What's that federal shit?
Federal American Eagle.
American Eagle, yeah.
I heard the early 107s had problems with they had to fuck with the magazine to get them run right for a while.
Yeah. I mean, I bought 100 rounds of fucking Barrett match ammo, but I wasn't shooting it the very first time. Shit's like $11 a shot, so I wasn't shooting that. Or something like that. Maybe it's $7 a shot.
Who has the gay porn music in the background?
It was you.
I think your mustache is playing music, Dan.
Is Chris in his car?
Yep.
I am. Hold on, I'm putting myself on mute. Give me a second here.
Sometimes I wish I really hadn't have bought that thing.
Yeah.
Back in the
Like I
day.
said, I wanted one, but I'm glad I didn't. I'd about the single shot because I'm poor. But
Well, no, the only thing I really wish
Get
I'd have
into a
done.
club that few people are in.
I wish I'd have bought the 81
yeah.
or whatever the other one is and bought the suppressor for it instead of buying a 107.
Does that still have an? I didn't see the picture. Does that have an arrow? Arrow muzzle brake?
Nope, it's a round brake. The suppressor just fits right over top of it.
Oh man.
But doesn't like the semi-automatic soak up like a lot more the recoil than the bolt action one?
This is a cool
Oh
picture.
God, yes.
We have any Remington 870 fans in the room?
Yes.
Here's a freaking cool picture of
What's an 870?
I'm gonna assume. Fuck, I don't know.
Oh, nice.
I don't know who they are.
Oh shit, there's a.
I don't recognize that camouflage.
That's a real sniper rifle there. What's that? One of them Accuracy Internationals.
Yeah, and he's got a 107 and an Accuracy International, and a
That's-
saw. A saw just to round it out, and an 870. because-
That's like all sorts.
I'm trying to figure out who they are. I can't.
Ugh, I'm all itchy.
That's not our camo.
No, it's too angular to be desert DCU.
Those pouches and shit ain't ours either. That looks all weird. European-ish.
Yeah, there might be like some.
Probably Canadians.
Might be.
You ever had to try to convince yourself there's nothing on you? There's nothing on you. There's nothing on you.
Oh,
I looked
man.
down earlier and there was a big old black spider crawling up my leg, and now I feel like there's something on me every second.
Oh, man.
Canadians use this. Don't they use the British camo?
I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out who else would have the kind of equipment they got.
Anybody can
I think
afford
they
it.
have to. I think they have to wear the British camo because they're always trying to save the Queen.
They think of the Queen a lot.
They try to save the Queen with God. God save the Queen.
That red dot on the saw is also strange.
That's what I'm saying. It looks like a.
There's a Picatinny rail on top of the
Yeah,
really high red dot.
that's weird.
Sure.
Put an RMR on that.
Yep, exactly.
Well, it's got to be European because does any U.S. bunch carry Accuracy Internationals anymore?
No, but not. Well, fuck, I don't know. Who knows?
He's got a kukri on his back.
Does he?
Right?
Are they Israeli?
Underneath the shotgun?
Are they Israeli?
Yeah.
No.
Oh yeah, that's something massive. Holy shit. I'm just thinking, who buys Remingtons that are European? Don't they have like their own brand over there?
Yeah, exactly. Like they're gonna go buy one of our shotguns. That'd be like eating our cheese. They'd laugh at it.
Well, you're shooting a Barrett. That's an American gun.
What the hell is this pistol this guy's got on? It's got finger grooves up front like rubber.
I can't
It's gotta be some goofy ass country. What?
That's what I was trying to look at. The pistol that he's got over there on his side.
Yeah, the finger grooves and the squatty little grip. And the weird ass holster.
Yeah, the page doesn't
No
say.
sense.
Almost looks like it almost looks like an EAA or something. I can't really tell what it is.
Maybe it's a Glock that he put one of them Hogue grip things on.
Grips.
Yeah, the page doesn't say anything.
Well, can't you wiki what country uses Accuracy International?
Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
That's probably a short list.
Well, let me look at that saw some more. That's not even a saw. That's a freaking mini or mini-me or whatever they call that fucking thing.
Mini-me?
Well, I went to their main site and I was able to research this picture out of their main site. It'll ever show up.
Heyo.
Well, that's got some tight.
If that answers any questions for you.
I think I'll put that next time I post a question over on Gun Channels.
Full auto rock and roll.
Yeah, it's definitely got the auto sear in it.
It says Australia vehicle on the main page. I'll bet you that's Australian. I'm gonna go with Australian.
Is that an NFA item?
What?
$200 tax stand.
But it's more
Did
than
they
that.
get a Steyr? Did you see a Steyr AUG anywhere in those pictures? Did you see a Steyr AUG anywhere in those pictures?
No, they're not.
Nah, it was just two guys on like a hilltop shooting a 50. So
They're in Overwatch. They're like on a roof doing
the other
Overwatch.
guy's got like some kind of binocular night vision thing on.
It's a range.
It's not an Australian sidearm. They use H&K, don't they?
Yeah, the sidearm throw me for a loop. It looks all weird.
I like how he's got like the ghillie suit blend in shit on his bipod legs. Like, oh, the shit! It must be a shrub up on that roof.
Fuck that.
Son laughs like my son.
What happened?
Well, Australian desert camo does not look anything like that.
Keeson chuckled.
He laughs like my son. My son does that slack-jawed yokel laugh. I'll go upstairs. I'll hear him on his game going.
Yuck.
Oh. Hope we mean to Keystone.
And you guys wonder why I'm quiet.
Train's coming.
Wait, that's not the right picture.
Hey Yankee, have you had to block anybody or get any good responses to your video from yesterday?
Not today yet. Not really. You get the assholes in the first couple hours.
Okay. I'm fucking getting to the bottom of this shit. Oh. Did I figure it out?
Where's Bob at? Just ask Biker Bob.
They may be Dutch. Hold on, I'm figuring it out. Oh, maybe not. Dutch. Ooh, I don't know. Is that it? They're Norwegian, I think.
Actually, I think that they're probably Israeli, because that could be a Glock over there with just the finger grooves over exaggerated from the angle, and they do carry a Remington shotgun.
Why would Norway ever have desert tan?
What Israeli desert camo looks like.
Well, you never know. They could get deployed in the Middle East, you know.
Yeah, but Norway's so neutral. Like, I wouldn't see them investing in getting enough uniforms made.
Yeah, they're Israeli. I'm pretty
They
sure
don't
they're.
look Jewish.
I think they're Swedish because check out.
And
I'll
the
show
Swedes
you.
don't carry a Remington though.
Hold on a second.
see.
I'll show you why. As I'm looking at the uniform, not the weapons, because weapons. Who knows where they got those weapons? But here's a picture of Swedish desert camo, and it looks exactly like the camo they're wearing.
Yeah, it looks like it looks all choppy like that.
It looks choppy like that.
Here does.
The Swedes are badasses. Let's go start a war with them.
The Swedes provide some of our weapons.
Like, you're not going to use 870s, we're starting a
What
war.
they carry for small arms. Rifle. Rifle.
Isn't that your bathroom, Chris?
No, I got home. I just got home.
He's listening to his effects.
The Swedes do carry a Remington 870.
Yeah.
And they carry a Glock 17, so that could be a Glock 17 in that holster.
Yep. Thank you, Wikipedia. Oh,
I'll be right back.
oh, the rifle's kind of cool looking.
I would have thought we'd see some Swedish fish or something.
Yeah. Or some Goomy
I
Bears.
found it.
Goomy Bears.
I found it.
A lot of people I ever met in the army that like gummy bears more than me are Swedes. Even the Germans don't like gummy bears as much as the Swedes do.
All gummy bears came from Germany. The Haribo gummy bears.
I'm saying the Germans don't even like gummy bears as much as the Swedes do. The Swedes got sweet tooth.
Swedish fish are pretty good though.
Jesus, how do you even say that name they call the 870?
I know.
Or
Like Farfignugan.
no shit, dude.
Their alphabet has way too many dots and squiggles in it. I don't understand anything there.
Oh yeah, that makes So Glock, that makes sense. The finger grooves.
Yeah, it's just looking a little over exaggerated in the picture because of shadowing and stuff, but it's a Glock.
The fact he's wearing he's got a kukri though. That's pretty badass. Yep, he's a Barrett and the Accuracy International.
Yeah, all the weapons line up. That's ugly as fucking camo.
I think the camo's kind of cool.
It looks like some sort of like tissue collage you made in kindergarten.
It's so stealthy when they walk, so it makes that tissue paper crunch.
Yeah, it is an FN Mini, I was right. Mini-Me.
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
Fucking Saw. That's a cool photo, though.
Since we found out they're Israeli, they probably took that photo last week.
Israeli army shit looks like Israeli army shit. That didn't look like Israeli army.
Oh, there's video of this shit now?
Holy fuck.
Ouch, ouch.
That dude wasn't fucking around. He was dual wielding.
The guy who was trying to shoot up the hospital? Yeah.
Yeah. What the hell's he got?
What are you looking at?
This happened yesterday?
Yeah.
What are you looking at?
There's video that's put in the internal. Almost looks like a Beretta or a Taurus in his right hand.
How did police get there so fast?
When did this take place? May 16th.
May 16th. This must be the other one that Tac Daddy was talking about then. I thought it was the one that happened yesterday. Yeah, because that's a cop that comes in there. He's wearing a police shirt.
Yeah, that's police.
So the guy that shoots him initially, is that a cop? No, that's a civilian. No?
That's
a cop.
Yeah,
If you look when he walks toward him, he's got police right across his shirt.
yeah, when he turned, I saw it. Jesus Christ, man.
I'm about to tighten my tinfoil hat up. This happened a month and a week ago, and there's video of it already. There's things that happen, and they still can't get video of it.
It's not a matter of. It's usually if it's involved in a court case, you're not going to see the video right away. If it's open and shut, the video will come out right because there's nobody to prosecute. There's no reason not to put the video out.
Well, even if there's
you have to prosecute.
Yeah, well, there's got to be a court case involved in that in some way, wouldn't there?
Except the deal only can be in and out of court in a week.
Well, if the guy's dead, who are they going to prosecute?
Well, you prosecute post-mortem, but
well, yeah, I won't pull my tinfoil hat all the way down. I'll just let that go.
Plus, it's like the security camera, so like that could be your security guard who like sold it to like TMZ or some shit, or like
What
World
is this?
Star.
I mean, this is just a police officer doing his job video.
Yeah.
Yep.
Where do the guys in the back come from, though?
I think those are security guards.
no, they're cop too. They probably went around the other way.
Yeah, they're quick as shit though.
Yeah, like 3 minutes and.
They probably moved around to the back and then told the other guy we're about to come in, take him down. Then they come in after he fires his first shot.
Within the time period or whatever, he fired 3 rounds.
I couldn't tell what happened. Was there sound to that?
No.
There's no sound to it.
So he shoots him from around that pillar?
Yeah, 3 times. Hits him 3 times.
Using cover.
the position of the camera kind of obscures the line of sight between the attacker and the policeman.
Casey Calzaro. Why is Casey Calzaro's video popping up on the recommended videos on that?
Who's that?
She's like the first female in the American Ninja Warrior competition to scale.
Oh, her videos everywhere. I accidentally clicked on that thing like
awesome.
3 different times. She's from Maryland.
Yeah, I was watching the episode where she made it up on the first qualifier. I think it was in Denver.
I should watch this video.
Denver, and then I watched again. She did the finals course and actually the semifinal course and actually completed it too.
She went to the same school as Tag Daddy.
I did not think there was any way in the world she was going to get across the pole grab. I mean, because there were guys having trouble with the pole grab because of the distance between the poles.
She actually had to leap off that.
She had to jump on a couple of them to get from pole to pole, yeah.
But she grabbed that pole, and that's all that matters.
Grab some pole, that's for sure.
She fucking grabbed my pole and swing around on it. Jesus.
She's little tiny, like 5 feet tall, like 90 pounds.
I thought it was funny when she went up that vertical wall.
Yeah, she was up there so
20
quick.
feet tall, like.
Oh, you mean the spider climb, or do you mean the?
No, the first wall. That's like the. It's like a ramp that goes into a vertical wall.
Yeah. Yeah, that wall is hard to do. Have you ever done one of those before?
I've looked at them.
I tried one. It's not easy.
Yeah, and the worst part is that the more you try, every time you usually come up shorter because it's like you lose the spring in your step.
We've got a gym over here that has like most of those obstacles, and it's the same gym that does boxing training over here near Ridgefield. And every one of those obstacles, if you just do it just the one obstacle, like the pegboard, like the peg cross and everything, even I at my age can manage it if I just do one obstacle. But there's no fucking way I could do 2 obstacles in a row, much less do 5. Like the spider climb is like the easiest fucking one.
American Ninja Warrior, really?
Yeah, the spider climb is the easiest.
Which one's the spider climb?
It's the one where you get it. It's like walled in like a closet that's like 3 stories tall, and you just put your feet up against the walls, your hands up against the wall, and scale up. You know how
Oh, okay. Like if you're going up a chimney or something.
If you were watching the video, it's the very last thing she does.
That's
She's on the rings right now.
Oh, you're watching that girl?
Hardest one for me.
I've seen this show before. I don't pay attention to it.
I prefer the Japanese version. It's just funnier. It's better.
The hardest one for me is the pegs.
Is it supposed to be funny? I thought it was supposed to be like
Japanese one kind of
hardcore.
is.
It's funny. I mean, the thing is, they got some people there who can make it. Those are funny ones, and then they got people there who kick ass.
The ones that do it in like the Superman outfits.
Oh yeah, the weird ones are funny.
There was. I was watching one where the guy.
Jesus, this chick's grip strength must be unmeasurable.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Her boyfriend's like a
one.
champion, isn't he? Like,
So he's got a permanent like grimace.
Yeah.
grip strength, grip.
But
whoever said that she could grab his pole, try to rip it off.
Did anyone ever watch, what is it, like Takayashi's Castle or Takimoto's
Extreme Elimination Challenge.
Elimination Challenge? That was hysterical. I used to love
shit.
I loved watching that show just to watch people.
I love Takeshi Castle.
I'm pretty sure that's the show that spurred on, Wipeout, our American version.
Did she win the Ninja game or whatever
It's
doing
not
this?
over yet.
It's not over yet. She hasn't gone to Mount Matadori or
Midoriyama.
Midoriyama, yeah.
It's called Green Mountain.
Is she like a gymnast or something?
Yeah, she's a D1
She
gymnast.
does have a gymnast background, I do believe.
Because
that's the thing. She's winning because she doesn't weigh nothing.
She's not a D1 gymnast. She went to the same school as Tag Daddy.
College?
Yeah, she went to Towson.
Oh, I don't know. That's what they're saying on the whatever on there.
I highly doubt Towson's D1 in gym. I honestly don't follow his college gym, obviously, but I doubt Towson's.
Now, and I don't think every athlete's ever limited by what their local college or
no, but by all means. But I'm just saying, not D1.
Excel on their own. And she obviously did because she's the first woman to ever complete this program. And then the second woman to climb the wall, she did not make it through the semifinal course.
I thought.
Holy shit!
You don't realize how long it took her to do it, but I thought she was going by pretty quick through it. You know.
It took her like 7 minutes.
Like I think it was like 8 minutes.
8.
Can you imagine doing all those obstacles in a row?
I couldn't do that shit in 8 fucking days.
Never. When I was the healthiest ever, I could have never done them.
When I was 15, I could have done probably half the course, but not all of it. A lot of it stuff you used to do in the dorm. Like I like the one where they put up the 2 things, and you basically remember when you were in the dorms in college and you put your feet on one wall and your hands on the other and climb to the ceiling, and then you'd have contests of who could get down the length of the dorm hallways the fastest on different sides of the dorm. They have one that's just like that. You're doing the same thing basically, which was a lot easier when I was 160 pounds than it was when I was 220 pounds.
Holy crap! Dudes get through this pole part?
Yeah. I don't see how, but they do.
A lot of people participate in that. They're like a freaking.
I'll bet you mountain climbers could do this.
Parkours.
Yeah, a lot of them are mountain climbers.
Do parkour people use their hands to hold on to stuff like the mountain climbers like this?
Sometimes.
It's like a freaking
Sometimes. Where they swing from one place to another, yeah.
A lot of them have dual interests. Like a lot of people that are into parkour are also into rock climbing because they like the thrill.
And she's got like energy to spare. She's all like cheering on the crowd and shit every time she jumps off.
Yep. She's a little pixie. She would look like an infant next to you.
Yeah, she's little, huh?
Yeah, she's like exactly, I think she's like 4'11" and a half. She's like almost 5 feet tall, and she weighs about 95 pounds. Well, they always say just under 5 feet tall. Yeah. My mother-in-law was 4'8", and boy, she seemed tiny.
They should give them a zip line from up there if they win.
There's probably an elevator on the backside.
I think that's a Vegas.
They do it in different cities.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they do it in different cities. Parts of it's in Vegas, parts of it's in Denver, parts of it's in like Philadelphia. They do it in different cities, different qualifying meets.
Her pussy-ass boyfriend couldn't climb up the tunnel thing that she did after all that other shit.
This is going to sound horrible, but the whole time he was climbing that tower, I was like, eat shit, eat shit, eat shit.
Eat shit.
Yeah, so he went out pretty early in his trial, in his semi-qualifying run, qualifying run. But he actually has gone pretty far before. He's made it to the finals a couple times, but I forget what took him out. Was it the ladder?
Did they ever have to actually ninja fight?
No.
No.
See, that's what would make the course more interesting. If they had to do the course, but occasionally ninjas would pop up and throw like throwing stars at them or something.
Well,
yeah. Otherwise, they should call it American like mountain climber warrior or whatever.
American obstacle course.
Mix that shit with MXC and have some ninja in like a samurai outfit shooting soccer balls at him.
Yeah.
Like Takeshi's Castle.
Love that show. Gotta love that show so much.
To beat Takeshi Kitano, if he's not being fun on the show, he's killing people in his gangster movies.
That's such a crazy career change for him.
Well, that's he's known for. He's a well-known. He's a multi-purpose actor. He's mostly known for gangster movies, but
he's got a couple of heartwarming movies too.
Yeah, he has a few. Yeah, he's got a few dramas.
Holy shit! Did any of you hear the shit? I don't know if where you are it came on the news, but the director of the Ohio State marching band got fired today.
For what?
That's whack, because he does all the cool like Michael Jackson shit.
Yeah, well, there's supposedly this thing that there was sexual harassment on the team and a bunch of bullshit. Well, they're saying that they had sexually explicit nicknames. and one of the nicknames was Captain Dildo.
Oh.
Yeah, it's got a list of like 5 or 6 of the
I don't know
nicknames,
how
and it
someone
says
can complete college.
Anything that
with
makes
that kind
Ohio
of-
State look bad is fine by me.
I know. It says nicknames included Captain Dildo, Pat Phoenix, Ballsack of Jawea, and Beta.
How old are
That insults my testicles and Native Americans.
And how old are these kids?
They're like, well, they're college. They're in the marching band, so
they're adults. So who gives a fuck?
I know.
I
and
would
they,
not have been able to finish school with that kind of.
they even had a guy.
Naming schools are a little bit different. So.
And another thing they were pissed off about was one of the practice sessions for the marching band is everybody goes to the stadium and they nothing but band members, and they practice their routine or practice session in their underwear. And it's to get them to like not get distracted by shit going on.
Actually, I think it's probably because he's just a bit of a pedophile and he likes
Well, it's not
No,
so
it's college.
There was
That I can understand.
I'm a firm believer that anyone that's still a grown man and they teach band or gymnastics or anything like that, they're a pedophile.
The head guy, he was 38, graduated from Ohio State in 2000. There was a guy called a radio show today and said when he went to college, when it was still when he was in the band, when it was an all-male band, they made him do the practice naked.
I used to have to do geometry naked so that I wouldn't feel embarrassed.
And he said there's no way that the band director would even know about this because it all happens like in the dorm rooms and between like instrument sections.
So that's just like hazing or whatever.
Yeah. Here's another nickname: Mushroom Stamp was somebody's nickname. Taint Brush, Testicles, Tits McGee. Jesus Christ. That's horrible.
Something to call him Jesus Christ? Really?
I don't want to be Tits McGee.
Twat Thumper and Twinkle Dick. I mean, I've called people worse than this. How is this bad?
They're band nerds. What do they care?
Yeah, I've seen American Pie, and I've known people that have been.
It was at that time he called me Twinkle Dick, Your Honor.
Exactly. Here's another one: Sugar Bush, Jew-woobs, given to a Jewish student with large breasts. Jubes. Fleshlight was a nickname. Jesus Christ! What the? I mean, who gives a shit? They're 19-year-old kids. They're gonna act stupid. Wow.
Well, but aren't all teachers given that tenure or whatever? So maybe this is what you got to do if your teacher's a jerk or something. You just want to get rid of him.
I don't think he's necessarily a teacher, and he's only been the director for 2 years. When he graduated in 2000, he started or maybe it was 99. He started working for him, and then when the other guy retired in 2012, he took over. Oh my God. Horrible exploitation of students. It's horrible.
God, I don't want to get on the elliptical, but I got to.
I could see, though, the idea of doing it in your underwear or whatever to try to, or like bathing suits or something, whatever, but, so that people don't, because they got to be able to play and or get, I thought you were going to say they got booed or whatever, so that they learn how to deal with it when people are giving them shit or throwing shit at them or something.
They just everybody goes out and the guys are all in boxer shorts or gym shorts, and all the women are in pajama bottoms and a bra or sports bra top. So it's nothing that you wouldn't wear to the gym to work out. Yeah.
I don't know, those uniforms are kind of more embarrassing than being naked, so.
What? The Ohio State Marching Band is the greatest band in the damn land. Better than that Michigan bullshit band they got.
I just kind of take steps into the fact that there is a great marching band. Period. I don't see anything so great about marching bands.
Well, they have to move, so they have to learn how to play their shit while they're walking around.
Look, he can walk and puff it.
Have you guys seen Drumline?
The only thing that any marching band has ever done of any merit ever in the history of the human race is Tusk by Fleetwood Mac.
They're like those kids that were like drummers in the Civil War. I think that counts, right?
Marching band either.
Yeah, you use marching bands for all kinds of ceremonies and stuff.
Yeah, and they all suck.
And what about the drum and bugle corps?
What's up?
Them guys are good. Them
I don't once ever remember sitting at home and going, "Hey, I want to get my iPod out and listen to some drum and bugle corps music."
Well, that's not what it's for.
No, it's not. Yeah.
It's like holiday music or whatever.
I listen
like
to holiday
birthday
music.
music. Well, but typically people don't, and typically it's so that you put it on a shelf when you're not doing that activity. You take it off the shelf so that you can, dedicate it to that activity.
We're gonna have to agree to disagree because you're never going to convince me.
Okay. I've got the tradition of all humanity on this side. So.
New band members were subject to rookie introductions, which occurred at the front of a moving bus en route to away games. These sometimes included sexually explicit questioning and dirty jokes, sometimes which would include using a dildo as a microphone.
Now you do have to be careful, though. I can understand why they had to be careful because if you remember about 3 or 4 years ago, they had that marching band where they had the same things where they were a little racy, a little funny, and people turned their blind eye, and they had little initiations, and then pretty soon 2 of the people were killed in hazing. So.
Yeah, some kid was like.
Well, plus it sounds a little creepy.
Yeah.
Like there's one thing. It's like, okay, we're trying to make sure you can handle doing this with everybody's scrutiny or whatever, but then it's like every time you do something, you got to be in your underwear and you got to.
Well, they only do that once. They only did that practice like twice at the beginning of the seasons. And that had already been said they weren't going to do that practice anymore. That was going to stop after this year.
Well, I'm just saying you start adding it all up then. And then all the weird names and then all this and then this and then this.
Yeah. I think a lot of it's got to do with the shit they said they did on the buses on the way to shit.
Did the buses have tinted windows?
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
See, I'm trying to figure out what my next gun's gonna be.
Another example of activities on the buses were a game called Find Mr. Big, in which students were asked to locate a hidden dildo on the bus.
Find Mr. Big?
Jesus Christ. This just gets better and better. This thing's long, too.
That's horrible.
Well, they had to do a F, Marry, Kill list.
What?
Who would, if you were on an island, who would you F, marry, or kill?
What was it like?
You know,
John
F, marry, kill.
Philip Sousa. Who was on this list?
It doesn't say who was on the list. Maybe Michael Bloomberg, Dianne Feinstein, and Harry Reid. I don't know.
Oh.
It just says they played that game. Yeah. It's Nancy Pelosi, Hillary Clinton, and Dianne Feinstein. Go. I'd kill myself.
Marry Bloomberg, and then you get 50% of his assets, right?
Nice. Yeah, that's good. Good plan. If they're good enough in bed, you might be able to get him to vote for whatever.
Nope. Just there for the business transaction. Thank you very much.
Wow, I'm going to have to save this and read it tomorrow. Read this whole thing. This shit's crazy. Let's see, save.
You notice that the price on regular shields now with the safety still seems to be dropping a bit in some places.
You can just take the safety out, though, can't you? I thought it just has that gap where the safety went.
You want some prosecutor freaking coming after you and say, he took the safety out. He's a hunter. He's hunting people.
Yeah, that's probably a good point. Like Yankees Punisher grips.
You knew exactly what he was doing when he took that safety off.
These Punisher grips, indicate that he is actively hunting people.
I wish this shit had stopped popping up in my YouTube. Have
What?
you seen the new 50 Shades of Grey trailer? No, and I don't care.
You know who blows me? Hey, here it's the Prepper Kip channel with a Kip here. That motherfucker blows me. With the
He's
same
everywhere.
obnoxious entrance.
Wait,
Hey,
what?
it's Kip here with the Prepper Kip channel.
You haven't seen that?
On his videos, you mean?
No, he just
No.
he
Or like an ad?
No, like he paid into for YouTube to pay to I guess broadcast his ads. He's going for a month now, and 90% of my videos start with, "Hey, it's Kip here."
He was also in a video that I got from somebody. It was top 20 gun YouTube channels. I was like, well, Yankee and G-Webs will be in here. Ha! There's this Prepper Kip guy that I've never even fucking heard of.
I like
Adblock software and donate your money to gun channels.
And Attack Daddy was in there too, so.
Prepper Kip's been doing it for a while.
Yeah.
3 years more, maybe more.
Yeah.
He was real active in the community for a while. I don't know if he still is. I mean, I just don't do YouTube as much as I used to, but as long as I did YouTube, he was always fucking supportive and shit.
Yeah. I'd probably seen one of his videos somewhere, but I never really remembered it.
He's built some AKs, and he's got I forget where he is, Michigan or Pennsylvania or someplace where there's trees, and then he's always shooting into this clump of logs. He's done and then Prepper stuff, I guess. I watched the gun once more.
Yeah. I subscribed to him, but only because it kind of looked, okay.
But I haven't seen anybody. I've never seen a channel's ad come up ever.
Yeah.
I
I've
get
seen
it
it probably 10 times.
I've gotten a few Airsoft channels advertised on my
I get this Wayfair.com all the time. That's what I keep getting.
What's really funny is back then when during the elections for senator elections, I think it was a senator election, I don't know, but I keep getting ads from what do they call this, Bloomberg ads for against my senator, what's his name? What's his first name? Flake. I forgot his name. You know what I'm talking about, right? G-Webs?
Flake? Yeah.
Yeah, Flake. Yeah, they're saying we need to. This guy refused to. What do they call this? He gave in to the NRA. It's like an anti-gun ad on my fucking channel. Are you serious?
I, for one, loved it when I was seeing a lot of anti-gun ads on my channel during the elections because I knew that was money they threw away.
Yeah, that's the kind of way I feel about it.
Hell, I was watching an Iraqi veteran one day, and there was an ad for I can't think of her name, but it was like a transgender YouTuber had a video ad on there. I was like,
you got something against transgenders?
No, she could advertise whatever, but I thought it was hilarious because I went and watched a couple of her videos.
I'm just glad I don't see that stupid NRA range bag on the bottom of my video anymore. I was staring at that thing for 6 months, and fuck, I'm already a member.
Yeah.
What was that? What was about Hashnasi?
When he said transgender, I just assumed he meant Hashnasi. I'm pretty sure.
Oh my god, man, get over it. Oh my god.
Heyo.
Is that in one of the chat best ofs on gun channels yet?
Best of,
It is.
worst of.
It is.
I wish we still had that chat that what's his face Danable did with the anti-gunner.
Oh God, yes, that was amazing.
That was a good one. Yeah.
I watched that chat for 3 days.
Yeah, me too. I would like keep going back and forth to it.
My favorite two parts of the show were when he didn't think I was coming because he had agreed ahead of time that he wouldn't let me in, and then I showed up and the guy just threw a fit when he saw me, and then in the end where I had him screaming. That was
When you joined that chat, you should have jumped in there with the Mighty Mouse theme. Here I come to fuck you up. There was another. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. What's wrong with Diamondback guns again?
Diamondback.
Is there anything wrong with that gun?
I broke the first one I ever held.
They break the inavailability of parts, the lack of infrastructure to support them.
Thank you.
But no, there's
very first one we ever got into the shop over here at the gun broker in Portland. He said, "Hey, you want to look at the new Diamondback?" I was like, "Sure." And 5 seconds later, I was like, "I think I broke your gun."
I want to like them. They're like a Keltec. You know how if you take a Keltec P3AT and you take a Ruger LCP, and you put them in both, like one in each hand? You know what I'm saying? You've held both of those guns, Chris?
Yeah.
A Diamondback?
No, I've never held Diamondback.
No, a Keltec P3AT and a Ruger LCP. The Ruger version of the same gun Keltec makes.
Okay, I've held those. Okay.
Okay, so the Diamondback is right in between quality-wise.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I always thought the Diamondback looked like
more of
Glock.
a shape of a Glock. Yeah,
Like
it's a better
Glock and
gun.
Keltec. I always thought it like Glock and a Keltec had a baby.
Yeah, exactly. I really wanted to like it, but then it fell apart, and then they had issues. And I'm not going to dog them, but I'm just saying I wouldn't buy one for a defensive gun. I'd buy one for a range gun, and encourage the company to do better.
It's a pound double action trigger pull.
It's not a great trigger. It's not horrible, but it ain't great.
Wish more people would encourage companies to get better because it's like with that Chiappa Rhino I got. When they first came out, they were horrid. I mean, the first one I used was horrid. I mean, it felt awful. It was poorly finished. It was everything bad about it. And then when I bought the second one, I'm like, well, this is just like a totally different gun.
Yeah, they've had feedback and ability to refine everything. And
Speaking of Chiappa, look at my next choice for a 22 pistol for targets. Just gonna get their 1911 style. They were 19. What's that?
A friend of mine has one of those.
What do you think?
He likes it. I don't like 22. Like I said, 22 is like fucking your pillow. That's what I always tell people when I use that analogy. Like, oh yeah, but if you shoot a 22, you can shoot all day. And I was like, the way I look at it is, I was like, would you rather fuck your pillow for 20 minutes or a supermodel for 5? And the way I look at it, shooting 22 is like fucking your pillow. You can do it all day if you want, but you really want.
I don't know. I like to have a gun that I can use to train other people with.
I don't train other people with 22s. I train with a real gun.
Well, usually like entry-level gunners who never shot a gun before, they get skittish. It's like, oh, that gun, the bullet's too big. He's gonna.
Are they 7?
Chris is saying he likes to watch people hump pillows.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let's just say this: unless they wear a backpack to school every day, like they carry their they carry their lunch to every day in like a Dora the Explorer lunchbox.
I don't know. When I trained people before, I used to start with 22s. I mean, they only shoot like 3 mags of it before I graduate them to 9s.
I've never really been sure where this whole starting people with 22 things come from, because I've looked, done extensive research. I've asked many people to do training, and I'm like, explain to me one school of shooting that has ever used 22s to start people on. In military, police, defense, any kind of training that has ever started on 22.
Well, it depends on who the students are.
Well,
Kids,
doing like
22s. If it's adults, I can understand.
Yeah, if it's little kids, 22s are great. Both my kids have 22s. But if it's like some 25-year-old man wants to learn how to shoot, I'm not going to stick a 22 in his hand and bore the shit out of him for a day. I'm going to teach him how to shoot.
I don't know. Target shooting with a good 22 is awesome.
boring.
I don't know. There's not much better that I could do is sit on my porch with my little single shot 22 and hit a steel plate down at 200 yards with my 22.
It's about as much fun as 22s.
It's like ping, bang,
22 pistol. That's
bang.
one of the most fun you can have. I swear.
I generally start people off with a 22 just simply because, like, I found that whenever I put something else in their hand, like a 9mm or something, they're squeezing way too hard because they're just expecting it to like lunge out of their hand, like they don't know the recoil.
Any change when I put a 22 in someone's hand? Never fired one before either. They make the same mistakes at the beginning.
Yeah, but it's a lot easier for them to overcome. Like, oh, it's nothing.
You put a 38 special or a 9mm in someone's hand, they can control it just as well. They're an adult. And learn what real recoil is like and what real blast is like instead of having to relearn that again when they move up from 22.
Well, I mean, you do that in the same range trip. I'm not talking about shooting 22 all day. They shoot 4 or 5 handguns in a day.
You're not going to learn any like muscle memory or pistol mechanics in a day, so I don't see any point in starting.
Exactly. It's just about getting the first person to shoot.
I haven't trained anyone in a while. It's the summertime. It's not really a good day. Huh?
The only people I usually end up introducing to shooting are usually women.
People I introduce to shooting are usually 20-something hipsters in Portland.
Huh. Nice.
Pretty entertaining.
20-something hipsters to the backside of my gun, but not. Especially in Hawthorne. Like every time I go over to Hawthorne, I have to resist the urge to run people down.
Exactly. Yeah, that's where I lived when I first moved out here. It was on Belmont, and it was brutal.
Yeah, I lived over on
The
79th.
oldest person in the neighborhood.
I lived over on 79th off of Stark, and we used to always go down Stark and go down to Hawthorne, and I'm like, I don't know who I like less, the hipsters or the aging hippies.
Yep.
Because every time I'd see someone who's in their 50s, barefoot with a ponytail, walking around in their hemp clothes, barefoot on Hawthorne, I wanted to run them down with my car.
I see a lot of cheap double action only pistols, and it's not like very, what do you call this? And they're fairly big pistols. Is it easier to construct a double action only pistol than it is like a striker fire or double action single action?
Well, not really. They said it can.
Because a lot of big cheaper pistols are all freaking double action.
Less to it, of course.
Yeah.
You don't have to have a staged trigger or anything like that. So.
Let's see here.
Can you believe this asshole Ray Rice? I don't know if you guys remember the NFL player who beat his fiance walking out the elevator. All right, so he ended up marrying the girl after all this bullshit, and he got no jail time. He's probably, after counseling, he's probably gonna get expunged from his record, and he only lost.
He married her even after she walked out the elevator?
She married him after he knocked her out.
She should have made that sandwich.
Is she Italian? Italian girls won't marry a guy that doesn't have a good punch.
It was almost like Stone Guy was in the elevator and he ethered her and he just noodled out.
Yeah, she just straight hit the floor.
She was a rag doll. All he lost was 2 NFL games. So
I'm hoping they're going to be preseason games too, because I got him in my fantasy league.
No, they're like the regular season games.
Shit.
You're fucked.
It's 2 games.
No, 2 games ain't nothing for that.
So, Great Laker, even though you live out west there, did you used to live in Michigan or something?
Yeah, I lived in Michigan until I was like 28 or so.
That explains a whole lot.
Yeah. I've only lived out here for a while now, so.
Yeah, it's all right. You'll learn. You'll get over all that horrible training that you got in Michigan.
Yeah. I don't know. I still go back there, 2 or 3 times a year, but.
I went up there once and got food poisoning, and now I hate it.
I can see that. What did you have? Some like cured fish of some kind?
Oh, no, I don't
dish.
hot dish. Definitely wasn't a hot dish. The whole time we were in Michigan, my buddy was like, "Let's go to Ann Arbor and shit on Bo Schembechler's grave."
Oh, jeez. Yeah, no. I went to state, but the rest of my family are all true blue.
Ugh. Well,
What a bit of culture shock to move out here, I swear to God. Oregon is a pretty hippie state.
Yeah, Michigan's not too bad. I was one of the very few who, the year Ohio State played that national championship game, I went to get some chicken wings that night before the game. This place is packed with bloodthirsty Ohio State fans. I walk into this bitch wearing an Ohio State jersey, an Ohio State hat, and a Michigan coat. I was so lucky I made it out of that place fucking alive.
Sounds about right. I remember when I was in college, they were having all the riots. Didn't matter if the basketball team won or lost, there was going to be a riot in town, and there was going to be tear gas all over. We used to go to a little pinball place and hang out, and we'd come up out of the basement from playing pinball. There'd just be tear gas everywhere and smashed windows. Saw some kids flip a DeLorean over. That broke my heart.
Yeah.
Did that make it go backwards in time or forwards in time?
They go backwards in time.
Did all the cocaine fall out of it when they flipped it over?
Yeah, exactly.
Cocaine.
Tiny little Chrysler engine fall out of it.
That's funny. The last time I saw the DeLorean was in a when I was picking someone up in prison, and it was in a parking lot.
Yeah, there's a guy up here that's got one. Looks brand new.
Like a story.
Man, I always thought that was
picking somebody up in prison.
Yeah, they got released that day. Buddy of mine. All right, so the JB Weld is tough as hell. This thing is, I've been trying to pry this off. It's tough. So
it just snaps off. That would have been awesome. Jesus.
Oh man.
Nope. It's not gonna pop off.
I suggest a new series to go along with Quark's Smash videos. We call it Chris Breaks, or Can Chris Break It?
Can Chris Break It? The problem is
Quark down to Arizona, but he would shrivel up and die out there in that weather.
The problem is it's candid, so I had to like really adjust it. So I'm gonna have to probably take this apart one day and start over.
Can you use like a heat gun to get it off, or
heat gun, or I can just I can probably just heat it up with open flame or something like that.
Probably just take that dust cover off and heat it up from the inside, real easy.
Oh yeah.
Probably do it.
600 degrees is all you need.
And then when you flip it over, put some zip ties on it if you do it again.
No, actually, I have an idea. I'm gonna get this right here. Let's see here. I'm gonna get this, and that's already it's already slotted, so it fits on that rib on the top.
Oh,
and it's straight.
I bought a fair number of stuff from CNC Warrior. They're really reliable. I like them. You have to call them. You actually get to talk to a person.
Does that rib have like screws in it that you can screw that onto it?
You can screw it onto it if you want. If you can tap it. Yeah.
Okay, it doesn't come with self-tapping screws or anything.
No. They come with a tapping kit. They have a more expensive kit. This is just the rail, but they have a much more expensive tapping kit with a tapping drill on it.
It's not too bad. $25.
Yeah. So I'll get that.
Much more expensive. You said the other one was much more expensive. It's $40.
Yeah. So what's the price?
It's still $40. That's not bad.
Yeah.
Well, I don't need to. What do you call this? I don't need to. I don't need to tap it. I'll just glue it on. Oh yeah, somebody just posted a link. I saw this article earlier. The guy who, the psychiatrist who shot that guy. Somebody went crazy and the psychiatrist shot him.
Yeah, he came in. He killed like a female worker, and then the psychiatrist shot him.
Nice.
But I love the way they portray it, though. They portray it as 3 people shot in shooting incident. One of them was the gunman. The psychiatrist was just grazed. So it was really like 1 lady killed, but 3 people shot in shooting.
Yeah, who put that up? CNN?
No, it was like the Daily News or something like that.
Of course.
People say psychiatrists are useless, but
Of course they're gonna frame it that way. They're gonna frame it, they're gonna increase the mass casualties. Hell, somebody tripping over a chair can be considered as a gunshot victim in their eyes.
Well, it's really probably too bad that doctor's probably gonna lose his license for that and lose his job. If not, he's probably definitely gonna lose his job.
Well, if the cops didn't persecute, but yeah, I know the company say you can't defend yourself here.
Yeah, that place was they said they had a strict no gun policy at that hospital.
Yep. Well, sir, thank you for saving our lives, but it looks like we're gonna have to starve you to death since you didn't die. So we're gonna take away your job and make sure that you never work again.
Yeah, we're sorry that you possibly could have saved 20 people's lives. We're gonna fire you anyway.
Yeah, here's the way the story starts on the Daily News. 3 people, including a doctor, are shot at wellness center shooting.
Oh, fuck you. You know what's bad about that is it's like, yeah, exactly. It's like, well, if you would have let yourself get shot, and other people get shot, you could have died, and we would have said, oh, I feel sorry for you and your family. Now we're gonna have to fire you, make sure you don't work, starve you, so you actually die, but it's gonna be in a more slow, painful way. Motherfuckers, I swear. And sometimes I see that sometimes, like remember when he followed Yeager's philosophy of allowed and able. You're not allowed to carry, but you're able to carry.
Mm-hmm.
And now, yeah, he's not the first person that I've seen that to save people's lives in a crime, crime being happening in a business, and he pulls out a gun. Not the first person to get fired for doing that. Thanks for saving my life. You're fired. Motherfuckers, I swear. I don't know. I can do a whole chat about the victim mindset of you need to allow yourself to be a victim. You are more honorable as a victim than it is a person trying to defend people, trying to protect yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I got lots of friends who are like that, where they just say that they would rather, die unarmed than stand up to someone breaking their ass.
I don't really think that if they were ever in a situation where they had to defend themselves, they'd think differently.
Yeah, I've always lived by the.
I can't believe the number of people I've met since I moved to Portland that are in their 30s and have never even been in a fist fight in their life.
I've never been in a fist fight.
I mean, none of them have ever been in a situation where they actually had to.
I was in a bar fight, but fists were not involved.
Bottles were involved.
No, they weren't. No bottles either. Some dipshit broke a pool cue across my back when I was turning around.
Okay, that was my next thing. That was
And
my
then
next.
and then I spun around and broke my $400 cue across the top of his head, knocked his ass out, and took off out the front door. Like, see ya, bitches.
Hey,
That was a long time before I had a CCW too. But I've always thought I'd rather, like the old motto, I'd rather be carried by or judged by 12 than carried by 6, or in my case, 7 or 8.
I don't know. It's just a lot of the times too. Victims are venerated. They're like, this person died, as an innocent victim, helpless, and then they show like pictures of them. Like remember those missing the kidnapped girls? They show their pictures as being and then especially if they're found dead, they're victims. We don't honor civilian heroes as much as anymore.
Well,
we don't
look at Trayvon.
Yeah, exactly. So I know that's a good example, but we don't. We never honor people, the men who saved the lives of their family, of their of other people by either not even having to pull a gun, but just people trying to tackle them. Like nobody honored those. Remember when the White House was gunned down by AKs? Does anybody remember that incident? Back in the 90s.
When the Koreans took it over? I've seen that documentary.
Yeah, I just saw that documentary a couple weeks ago.
No. There were white mercenaries hired by the Secretary of State.
Yeah, Channing Tatum and.
No, that was a different documentary.
No, there was a comedy and then a serious action drama about the White House shown around the same time.
Yeah. For some reason, Michael J. Fox, or not Michael J. Fox, but I can't even think of his name.
Being unarmed isn't that bad, because then it's the same thing as having the UN armed, or we can rest easy having the UN armed for us.
I can just hire somebody to walk around behind me with a blue helmet.
Exactly.
But yeah, I mean, remember when seriously, remember when that incident happened? Some guy whipped out an AK and started shooting at the White House.
Yeah.
He was tackled by freaking civilians. Okay, when he was reloading.
That was Bush's fault.
Did anybody say the names of those guys and honor them? No. Huh?
No.
Unless you're in the military or a cop, you're never honored as a hero. If you're a civilian hero, you're told. And
because they don't want you to be an individual. They don't want to honor the individual. They want to honor the state, the collective.
I know. And here's another thing too. They never honored them. In fact, they get scolded. Like, have you ever seen this thing? Don't ever act like a hero. Don't ever play the hero. Get some help. Always get some help. I've seen like in movies where this guy tries to save the girl from the big guy. He says, "You should stop being a hero. We could have just ran away. But no, you don't have to be macho for me." That's a lot.
Heroes are just selfish, really.
They want all the glory for themselves.
They want to encourage that behavior,
I don't know.
Someone goes out of their way and gets hurt doing that, and then they say.
If you're a guy, if you do something right, and you what do you call this? What's this word? Relish in it too much, like I'm the hero or something like that. Yeah, that's bad. That's just being just being a dick or just being an asshole. But if you if you're a guy who did something right, and and you just honestly is something that any caring, what do they call this? Thoughtful, whatever, individual, somebody who who gives a damn about others, would do, and that's normal. That should be normal. That should be the normal when men or even and especially women step up. But we're not encouraged to step up. We're encouraged to freaking to step aside and let the authorities handle it. Like they're kind of some kind of ordained higher power that they're not humans anymore. Whatever.
Well, I think a lot of that's got to do with I can't really think of a better word for it than the pussification of America. They want you to fall in line, depend on them for everything. You can't defend yourself. And you can't do anything without Big Brother's help. And that's what they want. Well, I won't say they. I'll say that's what some people think.
Yeah, and some people trying to make it the not just the norm, but they think that's the best thing. I don't know. It's just
people that they do is they corrupt, dilute the idea that we can achieve more as a collective than we ever can as an individual, which is true. I mean, how many individuals can win a war or win a football game or build a community? It takes a village, but that doesn't erase your responsibility to be independent and self-sufficient.
Neither systems can work without the like the other. An individual, a collective cannot, a collective cannot stand without the individuals, and individuals cannot. It has a harder time surviving than a collective. But you cannot have without the other.
The collective is only to achieve goals you can't achieve as an individual. You should still achieve your own accomplishments on your own.
Exactly.
Well, isn't it true that the collective cannot exist without individuals?
Exactly.
Which is self-defeating because it's trying to remove individuals, and then what it'll eventually have is no legs, and then it collapses. And then we all become individuals fighting for each other, and then we get together and start it all over.
Proper collective shouldn't erase the individual. A proper collective should build strength in the individuals. All a proper collective should do is it should provide a groundwork to where every individual can flourish, not to where every individual steps in line and becomes less than what they were. The proper collective, like the reason we are the country we are, is because we used our collective to give every individual the ability to be more than they could be on their own, not to be less.
Dude, it's 1:30 in the morning here, and it's 87 degrees.
Yes.
That's horrible.
Yeah, there's no relief.
I'll light a candle for you.
You hear it can get hot during the daytime, like
fucking make ice cube.
Dude, I worked a full overnight shift, and not once during the night did I not stop sweating. Like I was pouring sweat all night.
Wow.
No, and people ask why I want to sleep during the day. It's like, come on, it's 105 during the day. I'd rather sleep through that shit.
I don't think it got over 80 here today.
Well, it can get hot here. It's been getting in the 90s this week, sometimes this last week or two. But at night it drops back down to 65 degrees. Like the other day, it was 92 degrees during the daytime. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it was 92 degrees. By midnight that night, it was 58 degrees.
See, that's perfect, because then all you gotta do is open up all the windows, and then the place will get cold and run you right through the day. And then if you want to get a little warm, you go outside. If you want to get cool, you go back inside. And then
that's what
at some point, you just start leaving it closed at night, and then it's the opposite. The daytime keeps the nighttime warm.
That's what we do. We get up all night long. We leave the windows open, and then in the morning when we get up, we shut the windows and turn the air on. And then after the day's over with, about 7 o'clock, you can turn the air off and open the windows back up.
There's a city ordinance in Portland where if it gets above 90, everyone can just leave work and go down to the river too, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, right.
Yesterday
we don't get anything done here. That.
Yesterday it was like 88 degrees with like 80% humidity, and tonight it's like 60 degrees.
Yeah, well, only a couple more months, G-Web, so we'll be enjoying the weather while everybody else is freezing their asses off.
So what's like a high in Arizona like in January?
In January? 60? 65?
For a high in a day?
A high. Yeah. In January.
We still have sort of seasons. They're just not as extreme as everywhere. It's not like Florida where it's just always nice, or Hawaii where it's always nice.
Yeah, up where I live in the mountains in Arizona, and like I have full seasons. Like we get snow and it stays for a certain period of time.
See,
we usually have snow by Christmas. So
I know people who have snow, and sometimes I have to put on a jacket.
We can have snow whenever we want it. Like not too long ago, we took the kids up sledding, and it was like late spring. We took them sledding up on the mountain. Inner tubing, actually, not sledding. There's no sleds, you just inner tube.
I used to have the coolest sled. My dad was an engineer, so he was always trying to like suit my shit up. And we bought one of like those horrible like like those those wooden sleds that had like the red rails on the bottom.
So this is Marco here.
And then this guy, my pops, he bolted a pair of skis to it with like a metal plate, like 4 metal plates, 2 on each side, and you could go like 40 miles an hour on that thing if you were on the right hill.
Yeah, we got people drive 100 and something miles to come up here and do the sledding. There's like certain big, huge hills that are like in gravel pits and stuff that people always.
Only takes about an hour to get from here to the sledding.
Now, for me, it's like right up the street. I just got to wait for it to snow like 6 inches.
We can do it here too if it snows here, but I mean, we can do it year round.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
But also where you sled in Oregon could also blow up because it's a volcano.
It is a volcano.
I used to live in
Texans have less time to
Take
suffer.
I used to live in Everett.
It needs to blow up anyway because it doesn't match Mount St. Helens anymore. Because if I walk out in my front yard and I look to the left, I see a flat top mountain. And look to the right, I see a pointy mountain. They should match.
The mountain OCD.
Like these mountains don't match.
What do you call this? I used to live in Everett, Washington, and one December during like before New Year's Eve, like 2 weeks in December. It was a nice day, right? Perfect day. It was cool, but the skies was blue, and then I saw this big black cloud creep up all of a sudden, and it snowed like crazy for a week. You actually saw in real time the weather getting bad.
I hate to break it to you, Amazon, but you do not, or Maxpedition, you do not want my feedback on this product. It's garbage.
What Maxpedition?
You just sent me an email. Yo, we want your feedback on this product. It's this thing.
What'd you get?
I got a layer here. I got 2 of them, but this thing, this belt pouch thing that it holds a gun and an extra magazine, and you fold it up and it goes on your belt. So it's not. So it's like you don't got to wear a fanny pack. You can just wear this thing. And I'm
just
like,
bending that reminds me of their nylon.
Yeah, and I'm like,
is that Molly?
And I'm like, well, if I've got a fucking belt on so that I can wear this damn thing, well then why wouldn't I just wear a holster? I guess if you got your T-shirt tucked in and you got a belt on, you could wear that. But otherwise, I don't see any point in it.
Did you think that was smaller than it should be when you saw it? When you before you bought it?
Smaller than it is. It's a little bulky.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I need a small gun. Smaller.
Got a little, like, J-frame size revolver.
Yeah, we're looking to get rid of Mandy's Glock 19 and get something a little smaller. So she's wanting to get into carrying. Putting it off.
The MP shields are nice now if they don't have a safety.
Those Ruger S9Es or whatever, or 9Es are shipping.
Are they?
Oh yeah? How much are they?
I bet they're going to be cheap.
And that pistol is not it's a 9x18.
I bet it's going to be cheap since it's $100 cheaper MSRP than the SR9, and the SR9 is not an expensive gun.
This might be $200 gun. So pretty much decided, you know what, people are asking for the for us to make the what they call this, the P series, and so we're gonna bring it back somewhat.
I bet it's going to be in the high 300s retail.
Yeah.
It's not the P series. It's an SR9 without the milling.
I know, but people, it's there are some things. What they call this? They want a budget gun again, just like the P series, but they want to still maintain. They didn't want to go with Striker Fire, and they want to get rid of some of the features that a lot of people have voiced. Objections to, like the shark fin.
Yeah, I hear you. Or I just look at it that they just stopped milling it halfway through. Sold it instead of wasting much more time milling out stuff people didn't even want, like you're saying.
Yeah. So not many people are making double action, single actions anymore, huh? It's all mostly Striker Fire. Most of the new guns coming out Striker Fire, or double action only.
That's archaic shit.
I don't know. There's still, I don't know. I'd like the option of, the single action pull.
And I could see like that being used as a service weapon, but it seems like striker fire with the constant trigger pull is what's moving. That's just the way it's going to be from now on.
I believe the insurance companies. But full-size guns will probably still be double action, single actions for like the range or whatever.
Yeah, but it's not in demand anymore. Most people who buy pistols nowadays are looking for self-defense.
That's why I like that.
Well, I figure the new rifle, the new guns are, but that doesn't mean there's no demand for them. It just means there's not enough demand to make new guns.
Exactly. That's what
There's already a crap load of guns out there. You know what I mean? Those are just still, they can't compete against their own historic quantity of guns.
Yeah. But again, I'm just talking mostly about new production guns. It's like CRT TVs versus LCD. The demand, the trend is shifting to one side. Yeah, did Scotch today? Oh, no, I didn't.
Engineer like on a train.
Yeah.
Like drives a train.
I meant to hit return on that comment earlier, but I forgot.
Like Casey Jones.
He just laid track.
I haven't seen this. Should they bring back firing squads video? You're at Yankee. I actually prefer that type of execution than anything. It's instant.
Easy.
A firing squad?
Yeah. The only reason why some people don't are against it is because the shooters get traumatized, the executioners get traumatized.
See, that's not really that true because
I don't know.
It supports it because also on firing squads they don't load every other rifle.
I know exactly. So that's what I mean. They give this full sense of like it's not my responsibility and.
And nowadays, there's no reason to have guys actually manning the guns. You can have an automated firing.
That's true.
Well, they can have to.
You do it out of tradition, I suppose.
And then when Skynet takes over, the guns will turn on the prison guards.
Well,
I think guillotine is pretty efficient.
Back in the old days, didn't they build a machine that fired like 6 guns at once?
No, I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure I saw that on History Channel or something. They built a machine that like it was totally and utterly random.
I saw that on Red Jacket once. They had 3 Sega shotguns.
And then immediately remove the organs. You could use the organs for transplants.
I thought they had hanging.
The guillotine, exactly. Hanging.
The only reason I put a video up that's kind of silly.
Doesn't always work either.
The only reason I made a video that kind of has the silly premise of bringing back firing squads, which we all know isn't going to happen, is just basically because I'm just so sick of hearing people bitching about, oh, the way they're executing the prisoners is inhumane. Some of them are suffering for minutes. And I'm like, fuck if they're suffering.
This guy was whatever for an hour, right?
Well, it was really dishonest the way they were reporting it too, because they were talking about they were doing the description of what happened to him, and at first he gasped. He writhed a bit, and then he did what they call brachicardial breathing for a couple of minutes. That's common when people die. They're brain dead. Their body just doesn't know they're dead yet, and they'll do this raspy, shallow, quick breathing for 20 minutes, half hour sometimes after they're dead. And I got a hospice nurse living here in the house who sees people die every day. So.
When was the last time a hanging lasted an hour, though?
Hangings are not.
Hanging will fuck you up sometimes, not kill you.
Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes you don't fall as hard, and then you'll strangle to death. And that even if you're worried about suffering, that's even more suffering.
I say guillotine. It's fucking 100% effective. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, there was a guy in the 1700s who had it all figured out, and no one wanted to listen to him.
Because the guy with the regular hatchet or axe or whatever that's called, executioner, that can go horrible. they always say, right back in the day, you had to keep a coin so you could tip that guy, not to to do it quick.
Yeah.
But like you say, dude, if you really wanted to harvest some of that stuff, do some good out of that horrible thing.
I don't think you'd have witnesses with the guillotine. That might fuck them up.
I'm just sitting there and I'm watching like
witnesses with anything is going to be the same. Who the hell wants to watch that shit? Whether you could do it fairly humanely with some sort of a we picture it like up on a pedestal with a big ass contraption and whatever. It could be like more like a paper cutter or some sort of a medical thing. But as long as the blade, removes the fucking head, it's over. And it's pretty obvious, and without being too gruesome, you just remove the head from the body, and everybody who's a witness knows that there ain't a fucking head there no more.
That's how they do it with fish.
I wonder if they could do it with a laser and it would automatically not bleed. Oh shit, that would be awesome.
You die.
Lightsaber.
Seriously, why not a lightsaber? A laser blade or something.
I suggest the ultimate technique.
The only thing I don't agree with.
Stop sharing these $1 million ideas on these chats.
Yeah,
we just solved the world's problems right here.
I just don't agree with the people that are like, we should watch it. No, I don't want to get into that damn gruesome, gladiator mentality that,
we shouldn't even be doing it. We should abolish it.
Do you agree that people who could watch it are, the affected people, like the families and stuff like that?
Oh, sure.
If you're wanting to watch it, though, there's something wrong with you.
No, if your kid got horribly...
Are you talking about the family of the victim?
Yes.
The family of the victim?
If they feel like they want to. I can totally see them not wanting to either.
Yeah, I don't agree. I agree with you. It's not spectator sport.
If it was like, the kid's coach or scout leader or teacher or something that, I could see them wanting to see the conclusion or something, but not just like a public spectacle.
Yeah, no, I don't like the public spectacle aspect. But I do.
Extended family or friends or whatever.
I mean, I'm just sitting in there watching the news, and I'm like, I just imagined, these people are going on and on about this poor guy that suffered. I mean, the guy raped and killed an elderly woman, then buried her. Actually, he raped her, tried to kill her, then buried her alive, which killed her. And I'm like, and they're sitting there going on and on about the fact that he suffered for a few minutes. And if I was the family member of this person that he killed, listening to you bitch about him suffering for a few minutes, I would show up at the police station and punch you in the face. I mean, at the news station and punch you in the face.
What's wrong with doing whatever do onto whatever, like, so that you get the same shit dished out?
One to others.
I'm a firm believer in people like that. I say take them out. I say take them out back and kill them with a carrot peeler.
Carrot peeler. Is that like in Robin Hood when he's like, why would you use a spoon? He's like, because it would hurt more.
Yep, lots of shallow cuts. Hard to get to arteries with a carrot peeler.
Kill somebody with a sharpened melon baller.
Yeah.
Well, have you seen that Carter Cutlery channel? He shaved with a spoon, sharpened a spoon up and shaved with it.
Oh, it's just he's
pretty nice.
Really?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Well, I suggest the trifecta where we take a gallows, put an electric chair on the gallows, and then when the body they fall through the trapdoor, we shoot them.
Land in the catapult.
And then we have a shark tank under that.
I know Yankee might disagree with this because it is somewhat entertaining aspect, but let's do this. Give the what do you call this? The death row guy a fighting chance. Let's build like a gladiator robot and have him fight. Now he's not gonna have a chance. Not really gonna have a chance, but you can make it look like give him like a weapon to fight with, and have the robot have at him. So it's execution, but it's also give him a slight fighting chance.
No, I won't make spectator sport out of someone being killed or slaughtered or brutalized. I just don't agree with that at all. That's like a step towards everything that's ever killed every civilization that ever existed. But I do agree. I mean, sometimes I've toyed with the idea of saying, "Hey, you want to volunteer to be a human hunt?" Not televise it or anything, but
that's what I'm saying. Send them into war zones, like real hot war zones. Make them push them out of an airplane. Make them do a Halo drop.
Or hey, Battle Royale. I don't know if you ever seen it, but Battle Royale. Let's get all these guys, give them weapons, put them in an isolated
again,
field.
though. If you're talking about things to do
not
useful
televised.
with them.
Not televised. And if
So,
you
like,
win, well,
how many people
Philon-
around death row have been exonerated, like due to like, modern?
yeah. And that's the thing. And we got to think about that thing. We got to think about that thing too. So some people are still.
They try to make it sound like it's a lot, but it ain't. It's like 1 in 12,000 or something like that.
Whatever.
It's just one child.
And when did DNA happen?
That's what I'm saying. Nowadays with DNA, it's very less. It's so unlikely.
Well, so when did DNA happen? The 50s, 60s, 40s, 30s?
There's a documentary on Netflix called
80s.
Forensics
So
on
happened in the 80s. So what if we were having this discussion in the 70s? We'd be like, blah blah blah. There's no way to ever, blah blah blah. If that guy's in jail, it's because he's for real. So if one innocent person was found out through DNA or whatever, new technology, that they were actually not guilty, even though everything said they were circumstantially, and that person got free. I always thought we live in a system where 1,000 guilty go free so that one innocent isn't persecuted.
You do to an extent, but you cannot allow, you can't make it to the point to where your system is so crippled by the fear of prosecuting an innocent person that it can't prosecute anyone. It kind of gets to the whole system of you can't have war if you can't have casualties. And that's kind of the way you get to where you can't have a system of actual justice and punishment if you cripple the system to the point to where you can never. It has to be infallible to be implemented. And if you ever get
when
to that
you
point,
talk about the state taking life, then I don't have a problem with that.
I do, because the deterrent of capital punishment is probably saves more lives by far than you would lose to prosecuting the wrong person.
So you're suggesting that more people are not killing people because of the risk of getting killed themselves?
Oh yeah.
How many people do we kill on death row a year?
You ask a lot of, when they did studies and psychological exams and studies of people, they
more than any other country in the world.
That actual capital punishment is a bigger deterrent to people than fear of imprisonment.
Well, yeah, we carry guns, don't we? I mean, it's not always to shoot people.
Well, if we carried if we took that whole mindset to the wrong, what if someone that carries a gun shoots the wrong person? So.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. I mean, I'm just saying that it's comparable. I'm not necessarily saying it to be judged the same way.
Yeah. Well, one way or the other, we need to have a lot. Okay, if we want to make it broader step, I guess we should have firing squad. That means we all agree that there should be death penalty. We just gotta find a way to make it more effective.
I definitely did not agree that there should be a death penalty.
He never agreed to that. He's just speaking.
I said that if you're going to do it, I would do it with a guillotine. Because that's
Okay.
a 100% effective way to do it.
Okay.
I'm on the fence.
And I don't care if a local county wants to have a hanging. I just don't like the idea of the state doing it. I don't really like it at all, but if you're going to have a state the size of a state, I mean, if you're going to have a government the size of a state, or even worse, the government size of the federal government, then they have the resources to keep somebody alive. And honestly, we have a bad system, but you could make it a hell of a lot worse to have to be alive for the rest of your life than just killing a fucker. Sometimes just, some people need a killing. I'm not going to suggest that's not the case. I'm just saying I'm not comfortable with the state doing it. And sometimes you can give people a lot worse punishment than just a quick death. Some people don't deserve a quick death for some of the nasty heinous shit they do.
But I actually have the opposite opinion. I am much more comfortable with the state doing it, where there's more eyes and more scrutiny, than I am like a county with 300 people just decide to lynch some guy because they didn't like the fact that he's dating the wrong girl.
Yeah, I hear you. And as soon as I said it, I was really thinking of Dad. If he comes home and sees something, take care of business. Just fucking do it. But if it gets to much bigger, then I start exactly. You don't know if it's just a weird. We've had problems in our history. Let's just put it that way.
I definitely believe there should be they needed killing laws. Like we had a guy back home when I was a kid who, he actually went to trial, and he was from our hometown. He went to a state trial for murder because he killed his daughter's boyfriend. But he came home and found his daughter's boyfriend, who I think was like 18 or 19 at the time, raping his 7-year-old daughter. And his daughter was there in the house with him while it was happening, allowing it to happen. And he killed her boyfriend and beat the shit out of his older daughter, who knew that her boyfriend was raping his younger daughter. And he had to go stand trial for it. I mean, he had a murder trial. I'm like, there should never been a murder trial there. That is a needed killing situation, because the guy that he killed.
Yeah. There was this guy who saw his daughter being molested in a party in a farm a while back. Went after the guy. There was a guy who lured his daughter. I forgot. It's like under 10 years old. Away from the party into a field. Tried to rape her. The dad heard her scream and beat the living shit out of him. And then killed him.
Of course, now even then, you run into bad situations, and you got to be sure you can't fly off the handle, because there was that case. I remember reading about it. You read about it in your ethics courses in college, and there was a case where it was at a church camp, and a counselor heard a female participant of the church camp. This was a camp, I believe, for kids that had disabilities. So she probably had Down syndrome or something. He heard her screaming, and he ran around to the back of one of the buildings. And there was a man standing over her. She was on the ground. She had her top off. She was pretty much being raped. And he beat the guy half to death. And it turned out the guy that was standing over her was the groundskeeper that had just chased off the guy that had sexually attacked her. And the guy beat him half to death before he found out what was going on. So you have to.
That's when you gotta be a little bit more,
That's why I like people say, well, you're walking through the park and you see a woman screaming, hey, help me, and a guy is standing on top of her with his hands on her breast. Don't you shoot him? I'm like, no, because for all I know, they're spicing up their love life.
Yep.
How about you pull up to get your kids from school and everybody's in the playground and all of a sudden there's gunshots and kids running around screaming. And then you just, then you ask if they're going to engage or not, and then you go, they were filming a YouTube video, and they have like 6 people with cameras you didn't see.
Exactly. I thought you were going to say you shoot all the kids for screaming.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
what do you call this? I remember.
W is illegal.
I remember.
Fucking kids.
I remember an episode of CSI when this cab driver accidentally hit a kid. Who was pretty much dying, and then he went back into the cab. These bunch of guys thought that he was gonna drive away, pulled him out of the cab and started beating the shit and killed him. So yeah, similar to that. Because
dude, that's an old one.
It is an old one, yeah. So remember that.
Back when CSI was good.
Yep. The guy was like, that was like what, mid 2000s. But
and then what happened? He was actually trying to get him to the hospital and he fell out or something.
Well, no, he went back into the cab, into his cab to use the radio to call for help. But before he can, do anything, the guys pretty much jumped and beat the shit out of him already. They basically, later on at the end of the episode, he was like, what do they call this? After they found out that was he was gonna do, this guy said, the guy's dead, and then the guy you beat up is dead, and the guy says, yeah, and I'll do it again, and then said, you're charged for first-degree murder. Wait a minute, what? I'm a hero? No, the guy was reaching for his radio. But I'm a hero, because the guy thinks he's a hero. So yeah, situations like that are very hard. I mean, yeah, the groundskeeper standing over, what do you call this? I've seen similar scenarios to that in media where a guy who found the rape victim usually is thought of as the rapist. I've seen that in some old TV shows. So it's very difficult. But then, yes, I still agree. Some people do need killing, and I'm mostly think about it as you need killing because you're a threat to other people, and you still are a threat to other people. More like, and then you've already proved that you're a threat to other people, so why not? So might as well end the threat right here. Bueller. Still trying to figure out what. So go ahead.
Well, I do have one thing. Is it really the state that's executing somebody just because they put it up for jury consideration? Because it's not like the judge comes down with that verdict. Like, oh, you're going to die. It's 12 people that are supposed to be this person's peers that are deciding that, not the district attorney.
Well, I said things up to the judge, right?
I think the judge can decide whether they can find that verdict or not, or come to that decision. But I think it's totally up to a jury.
Well, the verdict's up to the jury, but then the sentencing, whether it's going to be, life,
I don't think in capital cases. I don't think it's like that. I think the judge can tell them.
The last time we got into a DB and stuff, I think it comes out to, I forget the number. It wasn't a substantial number. It was like 300 or 3,000 people a year.
300, 3,000 is a pretty big gap, though.
I know, but it's not like it's 500,000 people or something. So it's not like we're talking so many people that we can't afford to just keep them around. We don't have to.
Is this like sentenced to death or are put to death for a year?
Oh, that's a good question. I think it was put to death.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it just seems like pretty small. I don't know. Being alive forever in prison always seems really horrible. Whereas everybody that they end up killing in prison seems to be like har. Like the last guy that they just said he was like smiling at the victims' families and stuff. It's like, yeah, he was probably excited to die in front of them or something as some sort of show.
Well, I think that does a lot.
Gross.
They're saying the death penalty is a deterrent. Well, in some ways that's true, but in other ways, these guys if they get a death penalty case and they get found guilty, the jury comes back, yes, we're going to execute this person. Then they go to prison, and they spend the next 20 years in prison going through all their appeals, in some cases. So, I mean, most criminals, they want to be back in prison anyway if they've already been there once or twice. They want to be in there. So that's...
Yeah.
Like...
I don't know if I believe it or not, but, there's like... some people might have the ability to change or something in that amount of time.
Dude, you got such a high percentage. Is it freaking 29% of the population or something that's been incarcerated? You can't say most. Definitely many. A lot, but not most. I think a hell of a lot of people get into the system accidentally. Can't pay a medical bill or, traffic thing or something, or drank too much, and now all of a sudden they're in there.
Well, I mean, there are people that have been in jail that's all they know, and when they get out, they can't deal with being out.
No,
so
I'm not denying that. I'm just saying when you said most of the criminals, I don't think it's most criminals. I think it's most hardened criminals for sure, and most violent criminals, I bet. I'm just saying we got a shit ton of our percentage of our population that's actually criminals, and I don't think most of them are looking to get back in.
Well, a lot of people that are in prison aren't violent.
I mean, there's a big difference between a common criminal and a defective fucking person. And, the defective people are usually pretty obvious.
Right. I mean, you got like Martha Stewart, whatever the hell she did, business, something or another, money thing.
Insider trading.
She's not looking to get back in.
No, but she also has more money than some third world countries.
Yeah, well, she got put in on.
I'm just saying, whatever, using her as an example for blue collar crime or whatever.
Yeah.
And there's like I say, we have a lot of incarcerated people here. We like to do that.
Yeah. And I think what also.
And I really don't think we have like the worst, like dangerous people here. I think we're probably the opposite of that for the most part. So.
Yankee, what you say?
I say we should have put that bitch down first time they got her in there.
Fuck you and your centerpieces. It also doesn't help with, they got all these death row inmates, and they always say, oh, we can't keep them in here. We can't keep people. We'll let go of people that are on, like, little piss-ass drug charges.
I've only got one thing.
I'm sure you could let a couple people go just to keep those guys.
Yeah.
What was that?
I said, I'm like, decaf coffee. What's the fucking point?
So people in Colorado that got in trouble for marijuana, do they get out of jail?
No.
Yeah.
Is there something where they can get them out, like appeal for them or something, and say it's not what they did with the problem?
New legislation, new laws do not affect previous tried cases. So no, you can't get out for it.
No.
I know normally, but can't they make an exception for something like that?
No, what they can do is they can go in and, like, whenever anyone comes up for their first parole or their earliest hearing date, they can shorten sentences.
Oh, okay. They can say, yeah, now you're good to go. Bye.
I mean, there's people like serving like life sentences for having selling tons of weed, and then they have people petitioning to try to get them out of jail for that now that's illegal. But
do you just get whenever you're in prison? Do you just automatically get up for parole once in a while, or does it depend on what you did?
Depends on what you did and what your sentence is.
Okay, that's right, because they'll say blah 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 without parole.
Usually, like, say you get a 10-year sentence, the average person that gets a 10-year sentence, and this is not an exact number, but if the average person that gets a 10-year sentence will be out in 18 months to 2 years.
What, really? There's that much?
Yeah, because they'll be up for parole after, if they have good behavior for like 2 years, they can get an early parole hearing and they can be out early, depending on what they did. Now, that's like if you were like a white-collar or a blue-collar criminal or something like that. Now if you killed somebody, it's different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've known lots of people back when I was in law enforcement. I knew lots of people that would get sentenced to like 6 or 7 years or 10 years, and they'd be out in a year or two. Because a lot of times the sentence is basically a judge saying, they're going to keep you up to 7 years, but if you behave yourself for a year, it's all going to be dependent upon you how soon you get out.
Yeah, it's kind of like how timeout was when I was a kid.
We didn't have timeout when I was a kid. You had smacked in the mouth when I was a kid.
Well, that's what preceded timeout.
How hard you got smacked in the mouth was directly related to how big a dick you were being.
While you think about why you got smacked in the face, you go count your teeth and make sure you got all of them.
Yep, I always tell my kids the same story every now and then when they talk about the grandmother, and I'm like, yeah, you think this woman is so sweet, but she always takes her side and defends them, and I'm like, you think she's so sweet, but all she is just an old woman trying to get into heaven now. I was like, because when I was your age, I can remember very, very, very vividly one day we were at Johnson's Market, and I asked for some candy, and she was talking to one of her friends, and she said, no, we can't afford candy, so you can't have any. I asked a second time, and she said, no, don't ask again. I asked a third time, and she backhanded me in the mouth really hard, and I didn't fall down, so she kicked me in the back of the leg, make me fall down after she backhanded me.
Ow.
So that was a different time. And the people that were around were like, it's about damn time she do that to that kid. But back then, people around you would be like, would you please hit your kid? It's different than it was today.
And now you sit in a restaurant and watch kids act stupid and hope the parent hits them.
Yeah, in 1972, you were showing your ass, you got beat. Not
Yeah.
2012.
I was in a restaurant one day and there was these two kids that were just acting fucking just ridiculous. And this dad reached across the table and smacked the little kid in the mouth, and I was like, I just wanted to get up and throw him a ticker tape parade right there in the restaurant.
Yeah, I have a firm belief on that, and I always tell people, and I actually told a guy this once, their kids were acting up. We have a Sailors. If you're from Portland, you know what Sailors is. It's a steakhouse. And it's a decent place to go eat. It's not cheap, but it's nice food. And there was a guy there, and his kids were acting up. And he actually said something to us to apologize for it. Oh, I'm sorry for them acting like this, blah, blah, blah. He's like, yeah, he said, I bet back in your day, we didn't get away with this, did we? And I was like, in my day, I did not get away with acting like this in a good restaurant because my parents had enough courtesy and common sense to not take 4-year-olds to a nice sit-down restaurant. I was like, that's what fucking McDonald's is for. And he did not talk to us again the rest of the evening.
I was well behaved, and I went to all kinds of places like that.
Yes, we did not. Never had the
we went to all sorts of great places.
We didn't have the opportunity when we were 3 and 4 years old to show our ass in a nice place because people didn't take their kids to nice places.
Well, I didn't have to worry about showing my ass because if I didn't act right, my ass was going to be shown while it was getting beat right there. And I liked sitting down too much to act a fool.
Wes might remember Bill Knapp's, but
oh yeah,
we would go there every Sunday. Go to Bill Knapp's. It's so nice.
Yeah.
Nicest place we ever went when I was a kid was a place called Duff's. It was a smorgasbord, as they used to call them. Now they call them buffets. But it was Duff's Smorgasbord, and it was one of those places where you went. It was the first time I'd ever seen this in my life. I was probably like 13 years old first time we went. It was one of those places where the food revolved, and you kind of stood in one place and just put stuff on your plate.
Oh God.
In a circle or like on a little track?
It was on a circle. It was like two big carousels, and you'd go up to the carousel, and there were big metal trays of food that just...
Oh, I thought while you were sitting there.
No, you
Go
went
up
up
to
to the carousels. But we do have a restaurant in Portland where you're like sitting at your table, and the food goes by on a track.
Yep.
Food off the track. There's one at the big...
Always sit up the track from somebody with a cold.
But they're they're under little domes. And you come through, and what you want, you just...
Marinopolis Sushi Land? Is that the place you're talking about?
Sushi place, yeah.
Yeah, oh God. On a conveyor belt.
I can remember when you go to a place and they'd be like, we have a salad bar. And you're like,
Yeah.
salad bar. And they're like, you go up there and you put whatever the fuck you want in it, into your salad.
My
Is that where
grandma...
salads go to get shit-faced?
I remember my grandfather hating salad bars and having like a moral opposition.
Yeah,
Because-
I can remember people would be like, I'd prefer a salad brought to my table, please.
Yeah, my grandfather, I remember the first time we ever went to a place that had a salad bar, they're like, help yourself to the salad bar. And my grandfather's like, then what the fuck is your job if I got to go get my own damn food? You know, and it's like, because he did not like the idea of having to go get his own food.
I don't know what I like in a salad. I'm not paid to know what I want in a salad.
I don't know how to make it. You make it.
I remember Wendy's got the salad bar back in the day, and I would just go get like shaved ham and olives. That was my salad.
I never really
Those would be like little restaurants, like a pizza place. Italian places got them first.
where I
And
saw
then
that. Shoney's.
It'd be like lettuce,
Shoney's.
tomatoes.
Shoney's, yeah. Shoney's even around anymore?
I haven't seen a Shoney's in a coon's age.
That's the first time. So that was the only really nice restaurant we had in town was a Shoney's. You know, we had a couple diners, and we had one fast food place, which was called was a Burger Chef. And we had, like Charlie Brown's Diner, but we had like the only like chain we had was Shoney's and Burger Chef. If anybody remembers Burger Chef and Jeff, but it was like Burger King of its day. It was a big national chain. We had Burger Chef and we had Shoney's. And that was it. We didn't have a lot of fast food places. I never saw a Wendy's or a Taco Bell till I was in college.
There was a Burger Chef in Lansing for a while, and that shut down. Big Boy was the big thing out here.
Well, Big Boy was a Shoney's. Same
Yeah.
company.
Big Boy and I think they merged. The
Even-
Elias Big Boys were all.
Yeah,
and
Shoney's even had the Big Boy standing outside. When you went to a Shoney's restaurant, they had the Big Boy statue outside.
Creepy ass Big Boy in the overalls.
Yeah, I didn't see a lot of chain food growing up because we were a small town. We didn't have a lot of fast food.
Well, they were still stumbling along still, too, back then. At least they were a shit ton of little, like 20 and under chains. Then it wasn't until probably mid-'80s or more before they really got strong, I think, maybe early 80s. But, at that point, then they started becoming strong national chains.
Yeah, we had more things like Charlie Brown's Diner, which was like a little family-owned diner, and, like the Jericho Inn, which was a little, you went up and sat at the counter at a diner kind of a thing and had a couple booze. places like that's what we had.
Remember Howard Johnson's?
We didn't have Howard.
I do.
Oh yeah, Hojo's.
That was a long time ago.
We didn't have Hojo. The first time I ever saw Hojo's is when I moved to Alabama.
We had Hojo around Fort Jackson, South Carolina. It was almost right next to the post where a lot of the parents would stay for, when their kids are in freaking basic training.
I'll tell you,
They sort of died off, and then Denny's took over in the 90s.
Yeah, there's still Hojo's in Lansing that has an inn built into it.
The thing we don't have around here that I would kind of wish we had, but if we did have, I'd probably gain all my weight back, was I wish we had Waffle Houses up here.
What? You don't have Waffle Houses over there?
We don't have Waffle Houses. We have
Waffle Houses are basically along the bottom part of the country.
We have Waffle Houses, fancy cousin, the IHOPs up here, which I don't like. I prefer Waffle House.
No. Yeah, IHOP isn't the same. IHOP is okay, but it's not the same as a Waffle House.
No, Waffle House.
I know you probably won't know this, Yankee, but then what restaurants are around then where do the strippers go eat? Because everywhere I've went, if there's a strip club, there's a Waffle House just right next to it.
Portland is not the place, not the city of chain restaurants. Portland is the place of the private diner because in Portland, in Washington, we have to pay, like if we have waitresses, like when I owned my bar, I couldn't pay my waitresses $2.50 an hour plus tips. I had to pay them $8.75 an hour plus tips. We have to
So you had to pay a minimum wage.
So chain restaurants don't flourish well in Portland. So it's more private diners, etc. Things like that. Like you go to the Roxy or go to one of the best places to go is Dots over on Clinton.
Well, I used to work for a chain burger place when I was in high school. And I got a minimum wage at the time.
McDonald's and our Burger Kings and stuff, but they're more out in the suburbs. They're not really downtown. There's like a there used to be a Burger King downtown. It went out of business a long time ago. There's still like McDonald's in the mall and stuff, but even the McDonald's in the mall has gone out of business now. There's not even a McDonald's in our downtown Pioneer Place Mall anymore. We're out of business.
It's just kind of weird that there's so strip clubs with no Waffle House next to it.
Private diners up there too. Like we have, there's the Hawthorne Cafe. What's the name of that diner over on Broadway? That place, the good Fuller's.
Village Inn.
Fuller's. You ever been to Fuller's? That's awesome. But Roxy, if you ever go to the Roxy over on, I think it's on Stark. It's really good.
Yeah, Roxy's good.
And Dots over on Clinton. Dots makes the best one of the best bacon cheeseburgers in town. It's about 15 calories for one burger, but
best breakfast I've seen in Portland is Helzer's on Alberta, and I hate going to Alberta, but Helzer's is fantastic.
They're all right, but I'll tell you the best breakfast I've had in Portland, period, especially since I'm a pancake snob, pancakes have got to be perfect for me, is the Pig and Pancake.
Oh, yeah.
Pig and Pancake, it's not an expensive place, but their food is perfect. Their bacon is thick cut bacon. Their pancakes are the perfect size and consistency. I hate when you go to like the pancake house and they're like, look at our giant pancake, it's as big as your plate. And I'm like, yeah, and it's tasteless and it's raw in the middle.
Yeah, but their bacon is fantastic.
I'm like, yeah, but it's great that it's huge, but it tastes like cardboard and it's raw. Well, we can't get it cooked all the way through or it burns the outside, so people like it a little soft in the middle. I'm like, no, I don't like it. I don't want my pancake to ready in the middle.
I like the silver dollar size pancakes, and I want like 20 of them.
See, I like sausage. It depends on which sausage I get. If I get patty sausage, I like my patty sausage just rolled in the syrup. And if I get link sausage, I like it just rolled in the syrup. If I get patty sausage, I gotta have grape jelly with it. So I like to put grape jelly on my patty sausage. Awesome. What are you excited about? Grape jelly on patty sausage is awesome.
No, I'm sitting here and it's 5 in the morning and now I want to fucking go to Denny's.
I'm getting hungry, so I gotta see you guys later.
Inappropriate.
I gotta eat something now.
I don't think there's Denny's around here.
That's the only thing that's open. Well, there's Bob Evans, I guess.
We have it's open right now around here. We have
it's late though. I'll talk to you guys later.
Later.
don't know what we even have around here, but I'm hungry. I'm going to go get something to eat. Let's see that.
That just killed the whole chat right there. Yeah, that does sound like a... Take her easy.